All right, we should be live, and we'll see if this moves. All right, we should be live, and we are live.
All right. Sweet. Going to game 3. Jack asking what's happening.
Well, that's a good question, but we're going to game 3 is what's happening. Why the stream has crashed a couple of times, I have the foggiest, other than it says it's disconnected. I did connect into Restream in a different way, so maybe this will be a little bit more stable. Hard to say. Good games though. I mean, I think that this is a matchup that you're going to see a lot.
Yeah, 100%. Wonder what I wonder what's going on here. I can't imagine there's a lot of sideboarding after game 2.
Yeah, that is a good question, and I don't know. Well, it actually looks like Platform might have sideboarded some. So, one thing about Boba Green that I think players have to be conscious of is it can be built in so many different ways. Right? Sometimes they play Waylay, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they play No Good to Me Dead, sometimes they don't. So maybe he picked up on something particular about this list and wanted to adjust his sideboard into game 3.
Yeah.
It is not open deckless for anybody at this point. All right, and actually, there's a bar that is fully green that was never green before, so hopefully that's the end of the connection problems.
There we go. Problem solved. Let's enjoy
Well,
some
that's
games.
famous last words right there. But we are back.
Yeah. All right, we see a Crafty and a Greedo. Classic opening.
Oh, I do have consolidated chat now. When Restream connects using a connected account, some chat windows come up. It's pretty cool. You can actually talk into 3 channels at once.
Mm.
But we're on golden dice today. All right, did the crafty hit base for 2?
No, they haven't resourced yet.
Okay, this is going.
Platform hasn't resourced, so we're still waiting to ready. We've only had the first round.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully I can actually focus on commentary rather than technical support for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, there's only so much you can control doing remote commentary. We've got a Waylay on the Greedo.
Yeah, and actually we found that non-remote commentary is worse because if you have all the people in a store, it's real tough. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
all right, so Boba Green's got some ramp down now on Super Laser Tech. So,
and that is a big change. I think that the game that Yellow won, there was not a ramp, if I recall
right. Correct. I don't think we've seen any ramp yet. Well, maybe we saw resupply. I can't remember between the round 1 and round 2. All right, so we're at 5 resources. Boba Green. Bodie's coming down. What can we grab? Any no good to me dead looks like Intermission, Greedo, Maul, Forlom, Fender. Man, it's pretty crazy when having Greedo on the board is a liability for Maul plays or Wrecker plays. Forlom ambushes into Crafty. Boba's coming out. Going full board control here.
Right.
And he's got some extra resources to throw out the defender. So now Boba Green's got 4 units. Ooh, wow, that was a huge swing turn right there.
Right. And that's what happens when you ramp, right? Because he got to
It
play
100%.
eight. This is exactly the Boba game plan: is to flip and play 8 resources of stuff on
Yeah.
the third turn of the game. So now the Boba Yellow player platform does have Boba coming out. He does have Cunning. I think I see a No Good to Me Dead in his hand.
Yeah, I think the waylay on Greedo, it might have been his only option, honestly. But that definitely is not what you really want to be doing on that second turn.
Right.
Yeah, how do you climb out of this hole? A lot of damage. It's 11. That's 14 damage on board. Cantina Bouncer, that helps a little bit.
So he'll get the
Yeah,
Forlom back.
Forlom.
But that doesn't feel great.
No, he's probably worried about Zuckus dropping, and that would be another huge turn. Could have potentially waited to see if SLT comes out and waylay that. Yeah, it's true. Definitely would have slowed down a little bit of that momentum. All right, hot shot. Greedo goes into the Cantina Bouncer.
Boba flips. So now we have 2 Bobas staring at each other.
Yep.
Yellow has removed. So he'll get 2 resources back right now.
We've got 6 damage on the green base, Loopy. Boba's armor drops.
I'm looking for that setting. Inception at garbage.
So that
popped in to say that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. It started. It looked like the stream was dying again. I was about to cry, but we're back.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll see where it goes. I mean, the recording has been smooth throughout. So worst case scenario, there'll be 1 cut in the VOD, but
yeah. Well, platform was staring down 14 damage, only took 7.
And you know what? That has to feel like a win. And he didn't play Cunning to do it, I don't think. So.
Nope. And he's got a Boba with armor that he can immediately nuke the other Boba. Yeah, I guess he had initiative, so he couldn't do it right away. But
for the base. But let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what he decides to do with this, because did you say 6 damage on Boba Green base right now?
Yes, 6 damage on green base. All right, so he waylays the defender.
Mm-hmm.
There's the fire spray. Now you want the waylay back. No good to me dead though. That's a good option too. Boba's going to be able to swing, stand a couple
For
resources.
6
So
to 12.
yes, yeah. Oh wait, what? No, are we
Oh,
not
maybe
doing it?
he might be attacking the Bobo. Yeah,
There it is. Yep.
I think you got to clear the leader. I think that's the right play by platform.
Yep.
Only
Agreed.
takes 2
Agreed.
damage back because of the completely fair and balanced card Boba's armor.
uh, SW Oddball, appreciate you both. Thanks for casting today, working through all the technical difficulties. I appreciate it. Loopy's doing all the technical stuff, so I'm just sitting here. I can't take any credit for that.
Well,
Thank you to Loopy and Jack and all the guys. Yeah.
And the resident Star Wars AI Inception for some suggestions, coming into. So, yeah, I would have
Nice.
liked to not have to do a new relink all the time.
Yeah. This is second round of Swiss, a solid Scorpion.
Round 2, solid Scorpion, yep. All right, but I think I do actually have this there, and I can probably get rid of this stream too. If you can keep the running total as we go, hopefully as there's damage onto Boba Green's base, that would help.
Yep.
So I don't have to have that window open myself. All right.
Well, this certainly looks a lot better for platform than 2 turns ago. Somehow,
I'll tell you what,
Boba Green went from 14 damage on board to an exhausted fire spray.
Yep, and the green player needed a barrage a lot, but didn't get it, didn't have it. Now there's a reinforcement walker, which is a big card for grinding.
All right, healing 3.
But also, the only thing essentially he gets to play at least till he gets 1,000,000 resources, and there's 9 bounces. I suppose 6 applicable bounces to a reinforcement walker in platform's deck, but not ideal. Okay, platform goes to base, so going to 12.
Okay, so no, because he healed 3 with reinforcement, so now he's back at 9.
Cunning Boba's considering his moves.
Fire spray.
Plays a
there
fire
we go.
spray of his own, taking him to 14.
5 more damage. 14. Yep. Oh, we got a game here.
Yeah, no, this is game 3 for all the marbles, round 2 of the Baltimore Planetary Qualifier. Thanks everybody for joining us, and those of you that have followed us through Streamlink to Streamlink, God bless you. The reinforcement walker.
Yeah, 42 people.
To 17. He discards Boba's armor, probably to move to 11, right?
Yep, correct. It's like, so it's like can Boba Yellow outpace the reinforcement walker heals? Fire back online. I don't know. It seems like platform needs an answer to one of these 2 ships out there.
All right, surprise strike hitting for 8 to 19.
Yeah, yes, 19.
All right.
And then 5 back. So, all right, so Boba's swinging in
to 25.
Another 6. 25. Wow, this escalated quickly.
Wow,
so now they're
that escalated quickly. What about that?
Yeah, for real. I mean, what do you do here? I mean, now both units are a threat on platform side for lethal. What the best you can hope for? That surprise strike was huge.
It was.
I mean, I guess the best you could hope for on Boba Green, unless he's got some board control, is I guess another reinforcement walker would help a little bit.
I mean, the Boba's armor
if he drew into a surprise strike
is so strong. I mean, the card he really needs is confiscate. But it's
so another
for that too. Oh, but we have a triple dark raid coming in from the sideboard. Will he get another fire spray
Yeah, we just had a fire spray replaced by fire spray. Will we get another fire spray? Oh gosh, what do we see?
I
Xanadu's
see
blood
Xanadu
looking
blood
tight.
is actually great right
Look
now.
at that.
Isn't Xanadu
Oh my
blood
gosh,
great right now?
that's
I
game.
think it is.
That's game
It
unless
is because
yeah.
he can pull back the fire spray and tap down his Cadbane's ship coming in.
What? Does he have a as long as he doesn't have a surprise strike, although I guess he would have already played it
Well, I
maybe?
think he can do the when played. Can't he draw back his fire spray, which is an underworld unit, and tap down the opposing one? I think he can, if he chooses to.
It's one of those cards where I'm like I definitely remember what it's but it oh that's game. That's it.
Oh, that's
There's
game.
no
He had lethal on board. The
wow.
surprise strikes there. Oh,
The surprise strike, triple dark raid into Xanadu Blood. I did not have Xanadu Blood on my bingo card for this game. Wow. Wow. Very cool. I mean, yeah, truthfully on like some interesting control there too, tapping down if he needed to. Obviously he had lethal there, but
right.
that's amazing. Yeah, he's looking at Xanadu Blood
Look
like,
at his
wait, what is
Xanadu
this card?
blood. Look at the epic matchup. Coming on in. So yeah, I think actually Boba Green conceded, is what I believe happened, because that's a waylay that he has up there, right? Which he's saying that I could waylay you, but you're still gonna win on the beginning of the next turn. I think.
Because then Boba just swings in for 6.
Well, since we're doing this, and I happen to have this deck list, we're working on getting the rest of the matchups, today. But this is Platform's list, and if you notice the Xanadu Blood coming in out of the board, the All Star, the much maligned ship that didn't get a lot of play, but was good there, wasn't it?
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Oh, all right. So yeah, so he's running a new adventure. He's got the one copy. We never saw Toro. I think Toro must have been dropped for the Xanadu's blood.
Right.
And the triple dark raids. So yeah, now I'm wondering what the sideboard plan was. There was Golden Dice podcast. Well, the Xanadu blood part was great. Yes, it was. Yep. No. Yeah. No. No Bazines in the main. That was cool. I did not expect that at the end. That's an epic finish.
It was too, and Platform was working. He was grinding the games. I can tell you, and he was working on his sideboard actually last night. He did actually look at the master class, and Bobby Colgrove, the guy that won. Oh, you were at Gen Con. I think he won day 3 with his Boba Yellow. So yeah, check out that video, and congrats Platform on a tough match. I mean, I don't think Boba Yellow wants to see Boba Green that much, frankly.
Yep.
All right, I can stick this.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take a little break between rounds.
We all are. So let's pop there. I'll try to get there. We're gonna go to a waiting screen, play some music for y'all, and we will be back.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
Uh-oh, I can't hear
We
you.
we are back live. Yeah, you can see me talking.
There
I
we
just
go.
physically muted my headphone as I was
Yeah.
working on overlay type stuff.
That-
And we have had. I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say the thing about the technical thing.
Yeah, don't say the technical thing.
I'm not
about
going to say the thing,
technical thing.
but it looks like we're going to have.
Okay,
We
good.
are back live for the people out there that was asking if we'd see nothing but boba mirrors all day. Well, boy, were you wrong.
That-
we have Bosk Blue and Ray Blue. So this game
I love it.
is potentially going to mill, and we have a chance cube there.
Yeah. It's going to mill, possibly going to time. So we'll
Get ready.
buckle up and have some fun.
Get ready for some removal, folks. Let's go. For the control,
I love it.
Control freaks out there. What a match.
Yeah. Do you have the overlay stuff?
I'm working on changing Boba to Ray happily, in my mind.
Got it. Okay.
And
Cool,
then,
cool, cool.
If you could get me the players'
Love
names. Who's on top, who's on bottom? That would
Oh
be
gosh,
awesome.
yeah. How do we get that? Is that on Melee?
So in Melee, you should be able to see the matchings. Now, which player's
Okay.
on which deck? I mean, it'd be awesome if we could get the deck list. We've been asking the store. Hopefully, we're going to be able to line that up for all you out in YouTube land as we go forward.
Yeah, let's see if we can. Round 3. I'm still figuring out how to work Melee versus.
Yeah, and that's a recent change that Fantasy Flight made, changing their tournament software. The first-party software was not ideal when it was the thing, so I think Melee is an improvement, but there's an adjustment period for everything.
Do we know what table this is?
I believe it's table 1. Should be.
Okay. If it's table 1, it's Robert versus Bran Muffin.
All right.
But I don't know how to figure out if the decks are correct. Meanwhile, there's a lot of action happening. We got an R2D2 with a death mark, an upgrade, an experience, and I didn't see what upgrade is beneath. Is that a Jedi lightsaber?
That is, I think, a Jedi lightsaber, and also a Death
That's
Mark.
it's a big droid right there.
It
Hitting for
is.
5.
That
Real
is
quick.
an R2 Beef 2.
Good. Although that's pretty. I feel like that's pretty brave of the Ray player to throw a Jedi lightsaber and go all in on a Voltron when you're playing against Villain Blue. I feel like Power of the Dark Side is just waiting to eat something like that up. Gobble gobble.
Gobble gobble.
All right, there's Chilton, Avenger making opening, and 2 super laser blasts. So I mean, that's a lot of late stuff. But that's a beefy Chilton. Can we get R2D2 even bigger?
Can he grow? You know, get an oil change maybe. You know, a fresh tune-up over at the.
I was
droid
gonna say
repair
hit
shop.
the gym, but getting oil change is probably the better, the better. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's actually, you know what? There's things that care about droid in the next set. It's actually pretty cool. Grievous leader crazy about droid.
Good.
There's a
All right,
ship.
so we got Sugi hitting. We got Sugi hitting the table, and because Chilton is upgraded, Sugi does have Sentinel, so we've got a 4/6
Oh man.
Sentinel. Of course, that Chilton can nuke it, but then R2 could take it out too. So we'll see what happens here. Okay, so if it is table 1, I have the names, but how do you find out who's on what deck on Melee? Can you?
There's not deck lists in this Melee that I can see. The store, we had a discussion about this. The head judge at the store, because SWU DV links can technically be changed during, wanted handwritten paper deck lists for everybody. So we did request that they upload those at some point so we can see the list. If we get somebody that I know on stream, which is more and more likely as you get towards the end of the event, we will potentially be able to get deck lists through the back door. But yeah, no, I think it's always good when we can see the deck lists. Now,
All right, so R2 decided to go into Chilton for 5.
yep,
And preventing Bosk from doing double Deathmark, which I
right,
think is probably significant.
yep,
You don't want him drawn 4.
yeah. Bosk is a tough nut to crack. I'll tell you what. And then,
Yep.
I mean, it really is interesting. It's certainly the deck where I think you have to think the most about whether you want to play a unit or not.
Yep. Village Protectors comes down. Some more Sentinel stuff. Oh, make an opening.
Oh,
Which I guess Ray player knew he had to make an opening, but might have been the only option anyways.
yeah. So the
All right,
chance
so
of
Bosk swinging
YMCA
in.
subside as the village people leave the arena. We have a Bosk and an Arc.
We've got another. He's there now. Ray's not keeping track in a way that I can see. Ray's only got the paper on the side, so there's no tokens.
Yep. And now
I'm gonna have.
Now I can't see.
I'm gonna try to keep track on my end of what damage has been done. So.
Yep. And the players are playing lightning fast. It is in the rules of Star Wars Unlimited that you are required to physically mark on your base the damage. So we'll see if we can get them to start doing that. It is proper, and Magic players in particular are used to tracking life totals. I always track in handwriting on the side too. And boy, are they hitting it fast.
If you missed that was a Rival's Fall on Ray. That was a takedown on Bosk after Bosk took out the was it Queel? That was real quick. So
yep, and you have the other thing that's going on is both of these players are very concerned about time. I guarantee you, with having this match.
Oh, for sure. Yep. That's 100% part of it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Jack if he can get them to like at least put tokens out on the base. Oh, is he doing it?
Yeah, and he is. Thank you.
There we go. Okay.
We did get that, and that is helpful for us and lets me do that. I actually can. You know what? I'm just gonna put it out there. That's 3 damage on the top base, right? And 5 on the bottom. I'll update that if you want to call the lightning fast control play that's going on right now.
Yes. All right, we got another Sugi coming out, but not a Sentinel unless there's a coming out from Smuggle, by the way. So.
Oh, but that actually
Deathmark down on Sugi.
That actually gives Sentinel, doesn't it? Oh no, it has to be an upgrade on the other side, right?
On the other side, yeah, that's the weird part. Yeah, that's the strange. All right, and we're into a new round. They're moving. What? Let's see. Are we on 8 now? Is this Super Laser Blast turn? Or it looks like 7 actually. Nope, it's 8. There it is. Super Laser Blast drops. Boss gets a couple cards, but at least you've got time to refill your board on the Ray side. Oh, he forgot to leave Ray out. Ray went to the discard. Ray's back, guys. If you were worried, Ray has returned. All right, so we got a Yoda. And we got 4 resources. Ray must have skipped a resource turn because I don't think Ray's at 8 resources. And Bosk isn't doing any ramping. There's a Jedi lightsaber on Yoda, which hits pretty dang hard, but Power of the Dark Side is a thing. Did I lose you, Loopy? I don't hear you.
Yeah, no, I muted my headphone as I took a bite of my sandwich.
Okay.
My wife very helpfully, got, nice. And I'm needing the fuel to try to keep up with this pace of play.
I know. Yeah. We got Loopy back, guys. Don't worry. Fell the Dragon on Avenger feels good. Yoda's back.
All right.
I mean, good night.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
try.
you look away from it for half a second and you missed 3 actions.
Yeah, and I got the. We're gonna have to stay caffeinated to get through this one, buddy. But we got the
Oh,
best.
another Avenger.
And gets Yoda though. That's not the card that you want to destroy.
They're both
If you
drawing
know.
cards. We got Death Marks. We got Yoda when defeated. I gotta say, in this level, this kind of a match with attrition, I gotta think Bosk has the advantage.
Now, there's a card that Boss might not have because Tech really increases the amount of things you can play right now. So let's see what he pulls out of the row.
That is true. That is true. And oh, good. It's always helpful to have stuff like R2 for Avenger triggers.
Yeah, and Ray might just want to tank the damage too. I mean, it's. I mean, he's going to take the Avenger, but losing an R2 and taking 8 is not the end of the world.
Yep. Got the arc. Ray's gonna buff up Tech a little bit.
Yep.
Get him out of takedown range.
Yep. And that's what you're thinking, right? I mean, I call it the Ruthless Raider stat line, but there's a hole in blue removal. If it can't get hit by Fel and can't get hit by
Takedown. Yep. So that Tech is gonna probably sit out there for a little bit. So Avengers coming in for 8, and R2's going away. Yes, and they remember to do the tokens.
Nice.
Grateful. All right.
Nope. So I imagine somebody helped the players, and
is there a Luke? Are we bringing out a Luke?
That'd be real good.
From Smuggle. -6 the Avenger. Throw the arc into it.
Oh man, look at this. The mad scientist T-House coming up with the solutions. But yeah,
come on now, I want to see it.
that's the power of Tech, right? Because it's Luke. It's any of your events. I mean, if he had to I can't imagine he actually resourced Fel this match. But
I don't see a Luke in the resources. I see Redemption, but I don't think he's at 10. I think he's at 9. All right, so Conquer Dawn Interceptors, just throwing a Sentinel in front of that Avenger. Not exactly what you want to see, but it prevents a lot of damage. So I really wanted the Luke from the resources. Vigilance, healing 5.
All right, and now I'm
killing the arc,
tracking base damage from the booth. Hopefully help out, but now they've also got the tokens going too, and those are some nice big laser gaming tokens. Shout out to Sarah and that crew, longtime supporters of Star Wars events.
All right, Kanan coming out from the resources. That tech's going to provide a lot of card advantage. However, if this does end in mill, the smuggle is actually could hurt. But takedown takes out the Kanan immediately. So moving on to the next round. This is when you want that out of aspect crate dragon. I wonder if he's rocking the crate in the sideboard.
That's right. That's a good question.
Got to get an answer for this Avenger.
Yeah. And
there's
Crate Dragon hits.
That's huge. Staring down a crate and an Avenger. Out of aspect super laser blast from Tech.
Let's go.
Right?
Hey, you can only wish. You can only wish. Thanks for the 72 people joining us live for the Baltimore Planetary Qualifier. We have a lightning fast control match going on here.
Oh, and I just saw in the boss player's hand, he's got another Avenger and a Snoke waiting. So this. All right, so we've got Vigilance. Yeah, are we going? Yep. Now we're seeing the mill. Oh, and he gets rid of Vigilance.
Ooh, that is a spicy mill right there. That worked okay.
The vigilance kills the vigilance.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he healed 5 from the vigilance. That's good. That's some good sportsmanship from boss player, noting that he didn't do that. Always love to see some good clean play there.
Absolutely. So we're tied onto the base. I feel that Bosk must have less cards in deck than Ray at this point because of the vigilance we saw.
Yeah.
But Ray has smuggled a couple of times too, so that and Yoda.
Yep.
So maybe
Boss. Yeah. Boss did a couple death marks, so, but it doesn't feel like we're that close. I could be wrong.
Yep. And I think 8 cards in Boss hands.
Another vigilance.
Okay, let's see. As the deck goes thinner and thinner, loses a crate, loses a Childson, loses a client, loses a bounty hunter crew, loses a pillage, and another client. So
Losing the bounty hunter crew is big to not
Yep.
get those vigilances back.
absolutely.
And Pershing, okay, take down on Pershing. Although part of me is like, hey, let him draw cards if you're already on the mill plan.
Right? He'd rather have him in the discard pile. I don't think we've
Yeah.
seen a restock yet. Snoke hits the board.
No restocks. Wow. I mean, yeah, Snoke. I mean, we got 14 damage represented on board right now. So if Ray doesn't have answers for the Avenger and Snoke, I mean, you at this point, I don't know that you are heavily into the mill plan. But he's played 2 vigilances at least. I don't remember if there was a third one early on. Scoop.
I think
He's scooping.
I think that might have been. I think that might have been Bosk, right? Or is that Ray?
I think Ray scooped there. I don't think there's. I don't. Obviously, we don't. I can't hear the table audio, but I imagine Ray's staring down an Avenger and a Snoke, and they weren't that close on the deck. It seemed so. It feels like, that feels like a win for Bosk.
Absolutely.
I think we just saw Bazine go in the. Bazine's just got added to from the sideboard. This is where I love the aspect system of Star Wars Unlimited, that you can play weird stuff like Bounty Hunter Crew and Bazine out of aspect, and get answers for things that maybe you wouldn't have answers for in another card game that didn't allow the out of aspect option. Loopy, what are you doing if you're the Ray player this game?
Well, I think
What's your
it's to paraphrase the old Magic article that people talk about. I don't know if there's exactly a beatdown and a control in this match because you have 2 very grindy decks. I mean, you might have the mill down. I mean, Ray is faster with that, right? Because they have vigilance. And Ray also has the ability to put out a lot of low value units. One thing about Bosk is all of his removal, other than Super Laser Blast, is 1 target removal. So sometimes a board flood can be good. The downside there is that if you play units that are too easy to kill, you're going to be feeding Bosk a lot of bounties. Shout out to KTOD and Bobby Sapphire. I think that they're one of the big proponents of this Ray deck that we have.
Yep. I think this is I have to tip my hat to the players who bring these kind of decks to a long day like this with 100 players, a lot of rounds. I mean, you have to know the deck inside and out, and I think the Ray player, a good example there is just knowing, listen, time is a constraint. There's no coming back from an Avenger and a Snoke now. My vigilances are gone. It's time to go on to game 2.
And not only that, not only
way you do well.
Not only playing control, but look at the pace of play that the 2 players were using that last game.
Yep.
They know that they want to be able to play 3 games, so they were flying.
Yep. I think Mike Jam says you gotta know what decisions you're gonna make before you have to make the decisions. I think that's some good solid advice for competitive players who want to do control at events like this. Not just control, any deck.
Not just control. In fact, that precise video, I know exactly what you're talking about with decision fatigue.
Looks like is the stream looking okay on your end?
It buffered and lost some flames, but unlike before, it popped right back. So
There we go. Okay, good. Oh, it's back for me too now. Okay.
so interwebs, what you gonna do? Bosk has 2 damage on the base, no board. Ray.
Oh, regional governor. Oh, what did he?
Ooh, that is good. What is the regional governor call?
I'm wondering if I can hear.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, actually, you can do that without it going to the screen if you want to listen to the players.
Interesting. It's not coming through for me for some reason. I don't know.
From Flockton. Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
Might be going.
I don't know. But he got rid of the regional governor with the takedown, so it doesn't even matter.
Right.
So this R2 is just gonna chip away and get to
And
get to 30,
30,
right?
Yep, another one of the. He's on a 10-round timer.
Power.
He won't last that long.
Yep.
Not against a boss tech.
No.
But
No.
I mean, he's tried. He did some useful stuff.
All right, Tech is back though.
In Pershing. So both players with a wide array of cards relevant to him. Tech can actually get a buff from
experience.
Ray. Yep.
Yep. We got 3/6 Tech. I think I see 2 Avengers, a Super Laser Blast, and the Boss Hand.
Does he have a Childson? I don't think so. I think that Bosk is happy right now if he can put some threats on the board.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to answer Ray.
Yep, Ray's coming. Flipping Ray. Trying to protect Tech from that power of the dark side potential. I think we see a pillage coming. Yeah, there's the pillage.
So, and Ray is happy to have not had to play a huge amount of cards this game, but pillage is still probably going to hurt. We'll see what she ends up losing. She should have good cards because there's been R2 sifting them.
Right. So takedown's gone, and what's that? I can't.
It was an event.
I can't see that glare. But honestly, at this moment, having Tech on the board, pillage doesn't feel as bad.
Absolutely.
All right, so Ray gets 3 on the base.
It's interesting, and it's the Nalisay leader will be interesting with Tech too because he does have the clone trait. So
Tech putting 3 into Pershing, so Pershing can't get any more cards.
That's right.
Vigilance for 4.
So is it going to be defeat and mill? I imagine 1.
Yep.
Deathmark, Childson, make an opening, top target, super laser blast, and takedown. I believe.
There you go. Let's get early on in that mill game. Shout out to the 71 of you who are watching live right now. Appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, no, the
content.
We'll get more and more, hopefully as the day goes on.
Top target on Tech. Looking for that kill. He's getting hungry.
And
Ray hasn't even readied up yet, and Bosk is going. I think they feel that go fast. There it is.
Right. You can overdo that too, though. I mean,
True.
You still need to think. I mean, it's good if you know your
Right.
deck well enough to go through some stuff, but haste can make waste. We'll see if Kaboom happens here. I think he's at 8, right?
Did that come from resources? It did. Yeah. So Tech smuggled Razor Crest
I
in.
believe, yeah.
Does he have any upgrades to get back? No Jedi lightsabers this time.
Yeah, it's there. You know, they go
Was
to
that
base.
it? Did Bosk pass the rest of the turn?
No, I think he's just, well, taking some damage. Maybe he did.
Yeah. Feels like top target was it. That was not because he's going for the super laser blast.
Yeah, he's got 2 in his hand. I've seen as he shuffled through his cards.
Clean up, and he hasn't even deployed Bosk yet, so he can super laser blast. He can bring out Bosk. Yep. Healing 6. Seems good. Going from 14 to 8. I wonder if I wonder how many techs Ray is running, or if he sideboarded in some more.
I think that every copy of tech in your 60 you're running at this point. A Bear Luke.
And that's tough. It's always tough to play that with no kill, but
very risky. We'll see if boss taps 3 resources to start.
yeah. Or just the Avenger now. Now you're in Avenger territory. There it is. Yep. Sad Luke.
That's a tough line
What
when
do
you're
we
dealing
have?
with when you're dealing with a deck like this boss deck.
Rivals fall on the Avenger.
Yep, hits down the Avenger.
And or on to the next
On
round.
to the next round. Moving at a lightning pace.
I'm so curious what this Ray is rocking in the sideboard for control mirrors like this. Oh, Snoke. Gotta have an answer for Snoke. All those weenies on Ray's side.
Yeah, might have another Luke. That's the cleanest one.
Couldn't do it right now, but yeah, I see what you mean.
Well, I think you could play it like an R2, and then something that has 2 health. You could play like a Village Protectors and then a Luke, right? Because then you've had something die. He's gonna go with Redemption.
Oh gosh, Redemption, no heal. There's nothing to heal.
Still hits for 6.
Just a 4 with Snoke.
4 with Snoke. That's a true statement, my friend. The leader of the First Order always got to get his consideration. Ray looks to be at, I think, 10 resources.
And Avenger. Oh, here we go. We're back in the Avenger Snoke territory.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever a game for Out of Aspect Super Laser Blast, it's this matchup.
Yeah, fell the dragon.
Yep.
Fell the dragon.
I'm going to take 6, so there's first damage on Ray's base.
Snoke swings for 6. Hopefully we get some tokens out there. I think they're he's playing so quickly now that I don't know we're going to get the tokens.
Yeah, well, I got the 6. So hopefully we'll be able to keep count.
Here we go. We got tokens coming. We got it now. All right. All right. Bosk is finally coming out. Here we go. Now we got 10 damage represented on board. Snoke is so oppressive sometimes.
Absolutely. One of the harder cards to deal with. Boss does not have anything to bounty.
Still
but
resourcing.
it could be that you don't even really want a death mark right now. He's certainly got one in his hand, I can see.
6. So
For,
we're going 6 into Rival's Fall. Yep.
into Snoke.
That's a
Not going to be a problem
cleaner
anymore.
way to do it.
Snoke him if you got him. All right, but boss comes in for 4 to base. Ray's half dead. The boss player hands over 4 damage.
Yeah.
Classy
Appreciate you.
move. Classy move, boss player.
Yeah.
That's what we
They
like
try.
to see.
There we go. Death mark on Village Protectors. What else we got on the boss side? We got a Palpatine over there. That's not doing much. But it is a 6 power unit. See a Vigilance maybe. Yep, going with the Vigilance. He's killing for 4 cards for Deathmark and not
Milling.
healing. He's milling. There goes a Luke.
Redemption.
Redemption. Yeah, I hate to say it, but it does feel like the boss deck has it in the bag just because the blue villain top end is just so much stronger right now.
Yep. So, and one thing that Ray doesn't have is the ability to snipe cards for hand. I mean, if it's like a Bosk against a Boba Blue or an Afra deck, shout out to the Afra stands out there. They have the ability to bazine some things out because Boss kind of has narrow win conditions. He has crates, he has Avengers, but there's not that many actual cards that are tough. Bigger Obi.
Power. Yep. Obi does nothing. Get a Yoda out there. Get something going.
I question
We got
a little
Pillage.
bit. Yeah, I question a little bit the sequencing. I suppose that if you play Yoda, Bosk just kills it. He does get an experience on Yoda, which helps quite a bit, I think.
Yeah.
Ray takes initiative. And then we have Childson showing an Avenger. Power of the Dark Side, a Super Laser Blast, and a Snoke.
And another Snoke.
All right, so that is a big Avenger. Or a big Chili.
Yep. Yeah, on the Ray side, you just see another Avenger, another Snoke you got to figure out how to deal with.
I think that was maybe intentional. Because he probably had other cards he should have shown him. He could have shown him, but he shows him the one that are going to make him cry.
Yeah.
All right, so we're at 18 damage on Ray's base. Boss.
Even this Chilton swinging for 6 is no joke.
Oh, yeah, you know, he's got 10 damage on board. That's more than you can ignore.
Yep.
We know he has an Avenger. We know he has a Super Laser Blast.
Got a lot of resources over there on the Ray side.
Yeah. There's a lot of dead cards in a match like this, right? Because if you're going against a Bosk, you're going against something like that. There's not that much stuff to spend some removal on. But it can be, very grindy type matches. Yoda goes into Childson.
Yep. Sacks the Yoda to get a card and some healing.
Needs Luke.
Is he doing one defeated? I don't know if he's doing the one defeated. I think he's thinking about it. Or is he choosing number of players?
He chose 2. He's playing to his outs. He did choose 2 with Yoda. All right.
He said, "Yeah, here's a card."
For those that have played with me in big events, I often will choose 108. You know, if I'm on a deck and there's 108 players, but that's not actually legal. You can not choose in your round.
That's nice. So you give a free card to everybody in the tournament. Everybody here.
It says any number of players.
Yeah. Oh, Chewbacca. We haven't seen Chewbacca yet.
Chewbacca is good. Chewbacca is good right there, isn't he?
Yep. Nuking the Chilton.
And he's kind of hard to remove, right? Because he
is.
He's within
unless you have an Avenger. It's just everything the Ray player does. It's like Boss just has an answer.
Yep.
Wow, still drawing cards. I I guess it just gets you to you finish this out quicker, but
Yeah, I think that at this point it's about he has his win condition as damage on base, so might as well. I mean, Ray's out is Mill, but she has to find a way to survive, and I don't know
yeah,
what that is. I
yeah.
mean, there's cards that are out of aspect that get out of this jam, but very
Great.
few of them.
We got a crate dragon waiting, ready to drop.
Ready to eat up Marshall Reagan Givens, or whatever that Marshall's name is. For the Justified fans out there.
I gotta give it to this Ray player. He's not giving up.
Never surrender. You know, the resistance continues.
Oh, fell the dragon on the
good.
Avenger.
Well, the dragon's pretty good, except there's a dragon
Last
coming.
swings for 4. Ah, there we go. There's the handshake.
The handshake. I think that's it, because presumably it was Ray that conceded game 1.
Yep. That'll do it.
All right, so what are your thoughts on that matchup?
I just think I think Blue Ray has interesting play into other decks. I feel like Bosk Blue just immediately has better answers, better control. The stuff like Power of the Dark Side, Avenger, Snoke, Super Laser Blast, all the villain stuff is just better control than the stuff that and like a lot of the best control stuff that Ray has is neutral stuff that Bosk also has access to. The only thing that Ray really has going for it is the vigilance for 4, but these games are going to go so late that I don't know that it matters that much to pay 2 less.
Right. I mean, unless you really just get it, and then I imagine that the Bosk list is running a restock for sure. The Ray list probably is too. Here, I just put in the chat the Blu-ray video that KTOD did that kind of had the deck. Let's see if I could pop up the deck list for us. Because I think that this is a matchup that has 2 similar type decks. The current meta, I think the Blu-ray is a better equipped to survive aggro. And we saw main deck lightsabers, right? We saw main deck Jedi lightsabers, which are big for that.
Right. Yeah, totally.
And then
when you can vigilance on resource 4 against the Sabine, that's not nothing.
Right.
But
all right, so that is round 3. We are going to go to a break. We'll have some Star Wars lo-fi for you in the meantime. I'm going to go, grab, some supplies myself, and we'll be back with round 4 after this.
All right, see you guys.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Dice Club. It's modded by a few very, very diligent people.
You ever ruled with fear? I intend to rule with respect.
So we're getting ready for this game. Let me check melee for our rounds. What I can do is this. We have a lot of 2-0s. A lot of 3-0s. So we have currently going into round 4. 12 players that are 3-0. Bran Muffin must have been the boss last game because we know that he won. I see John F. Tada at 3-0. Shout out to him. He's there. We have another Bosk Blue that sat down right into the Bosk Blue, but we have a nemesis there. This time we have Sabine ECL, that powerful deck that is going on the top. Our players' names for this one are Duncan Howard and John Tada. So I'm going to say Tada's on Sabine. That's something that I think I know. I don't know his exact list, but I know that he works in the same space as I do on KTOD. An audio level's a little low. Hopefully that helps. I see D-House has popped his way back. How you doing, buddy?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. All right. So
good.
I think we have John Tada and Sabine ECL as the top player, which would make Duncan Howard the bottom player. Let me update that.
Duncan Howard. No, there was an old X-Wing player named Duncan Howard who did very well in X-Wing. I wonder if it's the same Duncan Howard.
Tada certainly is a guy that's played a lot of card games. So.
Oh yeah.
There, and then the X-Wing community, is great. I have a lot of friends. It's not one that I've ever actually played. Every time I walk by that stuff in a game store, I want to buy all of it because it looks so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good game. I didn't play the 2.0 or any of the new editions, but says might just be Loopy's mic position, still kind of quiet. The house level is good.
Oh, that actually could be. I see that it actually moved.
Okay, yeah. I realize I'm turning up my volume to hear you better, so that probably was.
Is it better now than it was?
Yeah, that's way better. Yep.
The actual physical microphone moved behind. So thanks, guys, out in the crew. Anything that is fixable.
It takes a village to do a live stream, so.
And rising tides raise all ships. We're working with several places here. I helped a little bit with the Utah stream that Frank and Courtney are going to be leading later. And we got Seattle and Rebel Trader, who is a longtime friend and colleague. So check that out. You got plenty of good Star Wars to watch today. You can have multiple YouTube windows open at any given time, folks.
Mm-hmm.
And please, if you are not subscribed to Golden Dice Podcast or Unplayable or Late Night Gaming, this is a great opportunity to do that. If you like this content, just a simple subscription helps us out. The camera is not the issue. When we're doing remote commentary, it has to go up through the internet, so it'll typically buffer back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah, keep in mind that we're in 3 different states recording this right now.
So, and
This-
the fact of the matter is that when you have more people on a store's internet connection, it can be a little rough, and that's just something that you gotta deal with.
Yep. All right, so Tata started with a Sabine, and there's a Pershing on the other side, and then going into round 2, Tata dropped the red 3 first instead of attacking with Sabine, and then Sabine got open fired. I'm a little surprised he didn't attack with Sabine first against a red-blue villain deck, but I'm not a Sabine player, so
Well,
I
I think
also
he's
don't
trying to
know.
maximize damage. He's probably also, I mean, he may be respecting Pershing there. It wouldn't have surprised me that he was going to do next a Sabine into Pershing for 4, so that boss can't get any more cards. But it's a close call with that. I mean, you always want to do damage on base if you're Sabine too.
Yep.
In the grand scheme of things, if I'm Sabine, and that's actually the deck that I took in Chicago, I really don't mind the open fire hitting my Sabine unit as opposed to my red 3.
Yeah, sure.
So this time he does
All right, so
go right
yep.
at boss base 4 on Bosk.
Yep, Pershing taking some damage, drawing some cards.
The way around.
Sabine ping coming. Well, do you think Sabine is favored in this matchup?
Yes.
I think so too.
So, I mean, boss South, our top target, the 6 health Chilson is a big deal.
Yeah.
If I'm Tada, I'm hoping I have a Dark Saber. And his line of play tells me he probably has a Dark Saber. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's thinking about his deploy.
Yep. Playing Bosk all day is such a mental drain. Definitely a cool deck, though. I agree, David Martin.
Absolutely.
I don't think I could do it.
If you're thinking that everybody's on Boba Green, Bosk is a good call. And I think that a lot of people would be thinking everybody's on Boba Green. And we've seen, several boss decks.
Yeah.
This is
And
actually,
yeah, Tada.
This is actually a Swamp Bosk. I can update that.
Yeah, huge difference, man. Huge difference. Which generic blue base?
Boba yellow players will talk all day about that.
Interesting. So he did deploy Sabine, but Sabine just dies to Chilton. So I think he's trying to decide whether to put the damage through. But decides not to. I think that's probably right.
He might have a fleet. I mean, he might have a heroic sacrifice. Both of those would be excellent right now with that K2.
You could ECL in a Poe.
Though Poe would trade with Childson, which is not ideal.
Well, you could actually do Poe's trigger to kill an upgrade and then survive with one health.
That's right. Yeah, and
I think
if you are doing Poe, that's your play.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Bosk.
But Bosk has the initiative. So
cast a death mark on red 3. Ominous.
Interesting. Okay.
So cards that could hit red 3. I don't think that there's anything unless Power of the Dark Side, which would require a lot of things.
Open fire.
Open fire. Yeah, it could be that.
Yeah.
Right.
Here comes the ECL.
It's Poe.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So we discarding to save to kill an upgrade, or we trade?
So Tada.
He is discarding something. Yep. Is that it? We going more? We doing more damage? We doing damage to base or no? No, sticking there.
Discards an upgrade, kills him.
Okay.
I think he only has one card left in his hand.
I think he has two. I think he has a metal ceremony and
Oh, yeah.
There was something else. I couldn't tell what it was. All right, so Bosk pinging red 3. At this point, I think you got to swing in with red 3, knowing make an opening is a thing.
Yep.
Yep.
And I think that's the line that he's setting up too.
Yeah. Although, will he deploy Bosk to get the double?
You'd think so. I mean, he's got to find a lot of removal because this is going to
There you
get
go.
hairy for Bosk in a hurry. That gives
Yep.
give him another
Yep.
ability. K2 can not quite kill Bosk. He chooses to take out the Pershing and do some overwhelm. So Pershing had 2 on him. K2 hit for 5.
Okay.
Should be 10.
All right. Yeah, so what's Bosk doing? Are we make an opening, heal 2, draw 4? There it is. Draw 4. Seems okay. I feel like there's a pre-Vizsla Bosk Twin Suns deck, you know.
Oh no!
Up there somewhere.
The Mad Lads going there. Not only draw 4, but heal 2 and draw 4.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not a bad day for a control deck.
Yeah. So what's Bosk doing here? Oh, metal ceremony. Well, that puts K2 out of range of a Bosk kill.
Yep.
I was about to say, what do you do with Bosk here? Sack. Yeah. Okay. Trading with the Poe. That seems right to me.
You can't let Poe live.
No.
Okay, so 3 damage more to base. Got to 11.
All right. Well, Bosk has controlled a fair amount. I mean, only having 11 damage on base on the 5 resource going into 6 resources, I think feels pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
He's getting real close. He's still a couple turns away from Super Laser.
Yeah, and the 5/5 K2 is a problem, representing 8 damage if you kill it. You know, if it attacks once and you kill it. Bosk has only got 19 left.
What does that red button say? Oh, I'm first player.
First player. I think that's what that says.
Okay. Yeah.
All
right, so Children shows 2 Snokes, a Client, and a Super Laser Blast.
David Martin in the chat asks if you could have put experience on Poe. No, because Poe's not a rebel. He's a resistance tag.
Yeah. He's a rebellious guy, but he's not a rebel.
Right.
All right, so another 6/6 Chilton to be staring at. No easy way to trade here. Top target on K2.
Sabine probably does not have the confiscates in yet. I mean, and people look at confiscate as countering Darksaber and Boba's armor, which is true. I think actually this is the single most important match for confiscate. Is your Bosk Blue, because if you can deal with the top targets, that's really Sabine's way to win. So now the players are
What's
discussing.
going on here? They're figuring out the K2 trigger and the top target trigger, and
Yeah.
basically Duncan's healing 3. Should be. Overall.
Yep. So looks like a 10 on the base, right?
All right, so lone Sabine out here. Free to base. Anything left to do? All right. Well, I got rid of a second 6/6 6/6 Chilton.
Yep.
Yeah, David Martin said started playing in August, still trying to get a grasp what everything does. Wanted to go to Baltimore for this, but sold out before I knew it was even happening.
Yep. And,
yeah, totally. There's a lot of cards to learn in a short amount of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I love doing this kind of live stream, and there's no such thing as a dumb question, right? Because we're all just trying to get better.
Yep.
That's not an obvious thing. I've played lots and lots of Sabine.
Yep. Yeah, so the clean takedown on Sabine, no Dark Saber there. Open fire on Fighters for Freedom. Duncan cleaning up the board on the other side right now.
Now he's going to dig. He gets an Adelphi, a 4 cause, a Fleet Lieutenant, and a Wing Leader. So that's going to do 4 damage onto boss base to 17. And let's see if he keeps anything beyond the 4 clause. No.
Nope.
Depending on hand, I would consider an Adelphi, but it depends entirely on what my hand is as to whether I want that card or not.
Yep. We haven't seen any records yet.
Have not. 84 people watching live. I'm sure there'll be thousands more on the replays. Check out the VODs. The VODs will be doing video on demands of each round. We did actually record the 2 rounds that there was some technical difficulty before, but the recordings were not affected. And those will be going out on late night gaming and probably unplayable. I think that watching these high-level competitive matches is probably the single best thing you can do other than playing competitive events to get better.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yep.
And Timely. We got Timely's coming in for, is it a Poe? It's a Poe.
And the Popo comes. It's going to probably just ace the client.
Yep. Get rid of the shield, upgrade, and then, an ambush in.
With Bosk having drawn 4, I doubt that the discard from hand is going to be particularly effective. Takedown's real good. That's the answer he wants.
And takedown. Yep.
Sabine can be.
Yep.
Tada actually taught the Sabine Green Masterclass of set 1, which is an excellent, excellent video. Good player, multiple top 8s of cash events.
All right, so we got 18 on base, 12 to go. We know there's another four cause coming.
Yep.
We're now on, is it 8 resources now, or is it 9? Are we in Crate Dragon territory?
It's getting close. I see a Snoke in his hand. Snoke is a finisher for Bosk, for sure.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I think
Snoke is a. Go ahead.
I think the ideal turn for Sabine is if you can play 4 cause and K2. We'll see if he has a K2. Probably. He'll keep Wrecker, I imagine.
Yeah. I think the other ones go, but Wrecker stays. There it is.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yep. All right, Vigilance, Healing 5, and Millen. That's really the only thing to do.
Counter the Wrecker. That's
and got rid of another Poe.
That's the thing.
Because Poe's the other answer to the Snoke.
I see a Pelp in Boss Stand too. That's a card that some boss play, not all of them. He's at 17 on base after the heal. 16 on base after 17.
All right, so A-Wing's going to get an attack in here, but yeah, Bosk is definitely feeling good at this number of resources, so like when that crate dragon drops, that's a heck of a lot of control. Then you're just looking to hopefully timely in a wrecker, I guess, at that point.
Wing Leader's pretty good. We'll see if he has a Rivals Fall or Vanquish.
Yeah, I haven't seen any vanquishes today. Oh, what do we got? Oh, yeah, there we go.
Help is good. Help does it.
That killed. Oh, yeah, and he scoops. That's it.
All right, so we're going.
It might not be obvious to everyone, but Bosk just won.
Yep.
It's always funny when there's only 3 damage on base, and you go, "Yep, nope, that's it. Not coming back from that."
David Martin.
Dang, Bosk domination, man. We've watched 3 Bosk Blue wins in a row, or individual games at least. This match is still going.
Dave Martin says, I've learned a lot of things watching these PQ replays and lives. Me too. So I busted my butt to edit a whole PQ yesterday. It was all released on Late Night Gaming. I actually have a 1K that'll out here. We have these here too. But this is how you get better as you watch great players like Duncan and Tada. Bash it off. Both of these are 3-0 in the tournament, playing for a first day bye at Worlds.
Yeah.
And a super cool Evanson card. And a plane.
Yeah, do you keep yours close from the Chicago PQ last week?
Is that right? You know what? I'll do that. I do have the grip of Evanson. All 4. Woo.
We got Woo in the chat. What's up, Ian?
Woo's a monster. If you've ever played against him at Star Wars Unlimited, and he has a great channel on Patreon. Shout out to him. All right, we're going into game 2. Bosk is up a game on Tada. Late Night Gaming.
Ryan Scott, can you provide a little insight regarding the Bosk Boba matchup? I know it's not the current matchup, but definitely would love to hear more about it.
I can start with that and collect your thoughts.
Yeah.
Blue-red is historically something that's very good into Boba green. I think that Bosk doesn't want to see Boba red. Doesn't want to see Boba red space race. Into Boba yellow, Bosk is pretty good. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff that helps there. Snoke's really good there. In Boba green, I think Bosk is really feeling pretty good about that matchup, frankly. There's a Boba blue deck, which is a hard control deck that actually Bosk, that one he might not want to see because it's a better mill deck than he is. And I don't know that Bosk blue is going to be able to win on damage. So it is a little bit like, a pack of Skittles with Boba Fett right now. That you taste the rainbow and you have 4 wildly different decks all led by the same resource cheating leader. But I think that if you're expecting a ton of Boba Green, which I would be this week, Bosk is a very, very reasonable matchup. It's the same colors as Avenger Vader, which is a very, very strong deck into Boba Fett, and I think that's why we're seeing a lot of these on stream.
Yeah. Yeah, and it probably is helpful to know, like, the Boba yellow variant is a little bit more aggro, a little bit quicker. So I think the Boba yellow matchup into Bosk blue is better, but Boba green wants to go a little bit later, and sometimes that's just where Bosk thrives. Yep. We got mulligans on both sides here.
Sabine can pretty aggressively mulligan. Bosk kind of has to. I mean, we saw top target a couple of times that game. That's important.
Yep.
Sabine gets better into Bosk on sideboard because the confiscates come in. And for you Sabine fans out there, my advice is to confiscate top targets. If you have 2 confiscate, a death mark's not a terrible idea. Remember your Poe can kill bounties too. With Poe, I
Yep.
will often discard a card to ace a death mark, but you absolutely need to avoid top target. You can't let Busk get
Yeah.
to 8, 9, 10 resources. And he gets
Yeah.
that if he heals 6 from his base a lot.
Yeah, and if Bosk flips and doubles the top target and heals 12, it's game over.
All right. So we can see Duncan's hand a little bit. I appreciate when they kind of tip their cards. Tada, a card pro, is actually probably intentionally showing the stream a little bit of his hand. I see a Wrecker, a red 3, Poe, Battlefield Marine.
Confiscate in
Yeah. Tada's
confiscate in the opening hand. Yeah.
Hand, yeah, Tada's hand is fire for Sabine. But a lot of things happen once you get to turn 2.
Mm.
Don't have to worry
Yeah,
about the scene with Bosk.
The Bosk hand like being all events is like the most control deck thing I've ever seen.
Ryan Scott asks if you're both playing in the PQ, what would you be running? Well, I was the runner-up at Chicago, and won. It was a great pricing. I won like $700 of stuff. But I was on Sabine. I would probably be on Sabine if I was doing that. Now, if I actually had another PQ ticket, I'd probably be running Vader today because I feel like I did my thing with Sabine already.
Yeah, there you go.
But
yeah, power of the dark side, hitting the Battlefield Marine before it can do anything the control deck wants to do. Fighters for Freedom coming down.
absolutely.
Sabine Ping.
Ping-a-ling. It's going to be 2.
What would I be playing? I don't know what I'd be playing. I might still be on I call Sad Han. That's the young blue Han. I'd probably still be on that.
Hey, kid. It's a deck that I've run a lot of, too. And I love that deck.
I love it, too. I pretty much play blue-red hero decks exclusively. Oh, another Power of the Dark Side. Good night. What an opening.
So Boss Sand's also fire with two powers, right? They go to 3 and 3 damage on base. All dealt by the Sabine Ping. Top target. Yep.
Confiscate
Confiscate.
right away. Yeah.
Tada's towing the company line with that one.
Wing leader.
Wing leader's real good.
There you go. That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
Get out, takedown range.
For those
5
watching,
damage to base.
Villain Blue, Wing Leader is one of your best cards because it not only buffs your guy, it eats the next power of the dark side if it happens.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the token stuff of set 3 does to power the dark side and how we see movement in that deck.
Yeah, we've started on testing set 3. Absolutely. We were doing actually a good test session last night on the late night Discord.
I just realized I saw the tech in the Bosk hand, and I was like, that's pretty spicy.
Mm-hmm. So ECO's coming in.
There we go.
Poe is going to erase Bosk, I think, and we'll see if he does any more on attack.
Yeah, is he getting rid of a card to do more damage?
Yeah, I think
He's not.
Looks like no. Must have good cards. So Bosk looking for an answer. He has 5 resources, I believe. Neither one of these decks ramps.
Is he playing the tech? He's thinking about playing the tech, out of aspect tech.
Really?
There it is.
That's exactly what he does.
It is, once it's on that, to give you an extra hand in your resources to a certain extent.
Yep. The resolution of the game will go back and forth a little bit with the internet connection from games and stuff to us, but it's into the recording software that way.
Yeah. I said this earlier, but this game is being played in Maryland, and we are in different states. I'm in Chicago, Illinois,
and I'm in Wisconsin.
Loopy's somewhere up north. Yeah,
and it wouldn't matter actually. I mean, if you host the commentary on site, it's worse because then everything would look like that. So
Yeah.
we do what we can. But as you see, it's actually just getting a little bit clearer right now. It just relates to how the internet connection that is hosting the camera goes up into the interwebs so that we can record it and get it out to all you people watching online. KTOD says it seems wild to take a whole turn off just to tech. Yeah, that is pretty wild.
I don't know if he had any other options in hand. I couldn't tell what he had, but it seemed like a lot of top end stuff.
This is game 2 with Bosk ahead 1-0. Don't know who's on the KTOD Discord, but I'm sure I know him. And shout out to you guys. If you people watching are looking to get better and succeed at PQs, competitive Discords like KTOD, Woo stuff, you can hook up with Botha Network. Try to find people to play with, and not to mention the wonderful Unplayable Discord.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I was asking if this was the X-wing legend Duncan Howard. So I'm glad someone can confirm that. I was curious if it was the same, one and the same.
Yeah.
Played Duncan in a few big X-wing tournaments back in the day. Probably 10 years ago at this point.
Yeah. I'm gonna surmise that that's Bobby, who's a big X-wing guy on KTOD. That's shouting at us right now. All right. 16
so-
damage on box space. 3 and
So the Sabine, did Sabine do the damage to Tech there, or was that something else that I missed? How did Tech get damage on it?
Yeah, must have pulled in because I think Sabine attacked Tech. So the Sabine swung into Tech, and I think that what Tada was thinking there is that if somebody's going to take a turn off for Tech, there must be a dang good reason. So I think that's reasonable.
Sure. Well, this is are we on 8 here, or is this? No, it looks like maybe we're on 7 still. Tech attacks Sabine.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's why I was like, Sabine wasn't exhausted. That's why I was. That feels if Tech is putting in damage. I don't know. This one feels like it's handily in Sabine's.
Yep.
At 24 damage at this point, but it's a takedown on. Sure.
Yep, and it's 7 resources. So
it is on 7. So yeah,
he's not able to kaboom yet. Sabine.
Is it? Yeah, the dark sleeves on the dark mat. Like I'm like I can't tell. Where are we going? 3 into base. 3 into base. All right. No, 4 in the base because I've read 3. They forgot to put the tokens on there.
We'll get there.
So it should be 24 on base.
I think it's 28 on base, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be. It should be.
And then, red 3 should represent lethal, I think. They have 26.
3. Oh, because he healed from make an opening.
Oh, yep, that's right. So 3
yep.
for red 3.
Didn't put the token on, but that's a Sabine ping, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like you just.
I'm just gonna play a Bright Hope. I think he's. Yeah, boss claims. He can super laser blast, and then die to a ping.
Right. Like I don't know why this feels like a scoop. Well, playing it out.
Because Vigilance could, kill Drill, could kill Red 3 and heal 5, but then you have 2 resources left. Only.
Yeah. This is also, timely wrecker territory.
Right. Going into
Yeah, no, I see that
resource
chocolate.
turn.
I was talking about the there. Yeah, there's the vigilance. Yep.
There's the vigilance. He's going to heal down to 24.
Yeah, so he'll go down to 24. But even make an opening can't kill anymore. And there we go. Yeah, scoop. There's the scoop. All right, we're going to game 3, people.
All right. Ben Norwood says, "Let's go, Grandpa." That's probably a reference to Tada. Late night gaming. I imagine that's poem. Says, "Boss should have scooped 5 minutes ago." Well, some Trandashans never surrender.
All right, well, that definitely went differently after the sideboard. Confiscate on the top target was pretty huge.
Yep, I think so too.
The second it got dropped, and then Sabine getting buffed by the wing leader was pretty big. That was a lot of extra damage. Bo's been doing work, getting rid of lots of good, helpful upgrades. Both games.
Right, reset the scoreboard. So it's going to come to a decisive game 3. Bosk will probably start with initiative. It's actually boss choice of what to do. And I've seen some boss defer. Don't know I agree with it, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
Bosk is looking for anything small. He's looking for his heals.
Yep.
And then Sabine's looking for confiscate, wing leader.
Yep. And this game this game saw a really strong opening from Bosk too to have double power of the dark side.
Yep. And it just, you know, and it's tough, but it's a question there. Derek Bentley says, "What's time left to mass risk of going to full time?" Probably not. If anybody that's at Games and Stuff or knows somebody at Games and Stuff wants to get us an official timer, then we would love to broadcast that out for all you guys. So far, we've not had any communication from the store, so we can't really guess. But as we get closer to the top cut, there'll be more people around to help.
I think I saw an A-wing and a wing leader, Battlefield Marine, K2, Timely, in Tada's hand.
Yep.
I imagine Timely goes, yeah.
Yeah, and pro move if you happen to be at a feature table at a CCG event. Tada's been on plenty. You know, you notice how he tips his hand at times? I mean, that's actually kind of helping us. So we appreciate that, buddy.
Early Battlefield Marine, Deathmark. Is he pinging or claiming?
I think I claim.
I probably would too.
He's gonna ping.
Interesting.
He's thinking.
Is he? Is he?
Is he going to? Oh, he does it. Boom.
He did it. There you go. Man, I don't know. Yeah, I get so nervous about Power of the Dark Side, but
It depends a little bit what's in your hand.
oh well, they both pinged. They both did the thing. So
Everybody does the thing.
he took his bet and it paid off.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, certainly if your only 3-drop is Wing Leader or Fleet, then I think you kind of have to claim to make sure that they can't. I mean, my guess is that we're going to see something like a Cassian or a Red 3 that's not dependent on that.
Oh, make an opening.
So he heals back down to 1, 2.
Did he draw?
He did.
Did he draw?
He's got a lot of cards in his hand, so I think so.
Okay, I must have missed it. You can almost feel they're like, hey, we got to go fast. We're in game 3, like energy right now.
Right, and it does get stressful. I mean, they can see what the time clock is.
Yep.
But both of these players are seasoned, so it seems. I imagine that they'll handle the pressure, which is fine.
Yeah, someone in chat said Duncan is newer to the game with less overall reps, but obviously Duncan has been
If that's the
very
X-wing guy
successful
you're
in other
talking
games.
about, yep. And some stuff transfers over, some stuff doesn't.
Okay, so John Lawley. Oh, someone said he didn't draw. Someone said he did. So, all right, Chilton coming out. Power of the Dark Side. Double top target vigilance. Whew. Double top target with power.
That's a huge one
Nice
right
6/6.
there. Yep.
Mm.
That's big with, getting to a 6/6 Chili on turn 4. It may be that Tada's list doesn't have Dark Sabers. That wouldn't surprise me all too much right now. I think that Chrono played a match. Father of ECL Sabine. Great player, but he was looking away from Confiscate. I think the deck note said, people are main decking Disenchant. Which is mixing Magic and Star Wars, but I think
I was like, I don't get that reference. I've got no Magic background here, people. K2 hitting the table.
Without ECL.
Here comes Sabine. What do you do?
I don't know that I attack it. I think he's probably just going to deploy.
I don't think so. Yeah. This is where I think, did we see round 1 or game 1? We saw the ECL Poe.
Right.
Kill an upgrade. Survive.
Corrected the score. Had him transpose, but it's 3 damage on Sabine's base. ECL has not been used. Boss Dagobah Swamp has 4 damage on it. He has a 6/6 Childhood in play. And a Sabine leader, Cassian Andor, and K2SO.
Top target on K2.
Boss setting.
What are we seeing?
Now Poe ECL puts him in a tough spot because either he kills the upgrade from Childson or he kills the top target.
Yeah. Nope, we got Fleet Lieutenant.
Fleet Lieutenant's good though. Makes the K2 go in.
Okay.
So I believe that Tada can order the bounty before the when defeated here, which is probably what you want to do, so he can only heal 4 and then take 3.
Yeah. That's a heads up play on Tada. If you don't have the Confiscate or the Poe or whatever, he's saving himself 2 damage long term, and then we see another Chilton. Yep. Heal first, damage after. Makes sense.
Target, client, Power of the Dark Side, Vigilance. That is a lot of real good cards right there.
Yep. Got A-Wing. These Chiltons are no joke today.
Absolutely. My kingdom for a power failure. So that's a 2-cost red event that kills all upgrades on something.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen played competitively, but at some point with Chili's, you wish you had it.
Yep.
I think that the Sabine deck would probably be pretty teched against Boba, though, not Bosk.
Yep. If you're boss going into 6 resources here, you've only taken 3 damage. You got a 6/6 Chilton sitting out there. Got to feel pretty good.
Justin Desai, who's great. Shout out to Justin at one of the Sabine Gurus. Says Poe is great record too.
No, we know he has Tada has a timely in his resources from the first resource. So, but there's nothing because he'd have to pay 2 for the timely, and then he'd only have 4 left. So he couldn't do it with Poe. But yeah, oh, he still has ECL online. Never mind.
He still has ECL.
Yeah. All right, so wing leader buffs Cassian.
That's a good play. So that makes Cassian a 5/7. I like that. Makes his Power of Dark Side that he saw bad. Might have a confiscate.
Another top target.
3.
What do we got?
Another a
Red 3.
3.
Oh, there you
Setting
go.
up
Now
the kill
Cassian
with
can kill the
Cassian.
Chilton.
Yeah, look at this.
Yep.
Symbio said, I've heard Justin is a pretty cool dude. What's up, Sim? Symbiote
Cassian will survive this too.
is the master of memes in the Star Wars Unlimited community. If y'all have not seen the fair and balanced Boba intro from the masterclass, that is his handiwork right there.
Open fire on the red
Red
3.
three.
The Cassian dream is dead.
The best laid plans of mice and men.
So what's he? Yeah. So what's he do here?
Well, one thing you do is attack with the A-wing. So,
Yes. It's kind of like, oh yeah, there's a space marine over here. Yeah, I think Sabine. Yeah, gosh.
so
I think she's gonna die.
Yeah, he's sequencing. He's trying to like negate the top target a little bit, right?
Right.
And Cassian doesn't die.
So you
yeah,
put the damage on the wrong. There you go.
He's doing the things that don't go on base right now.
Yep.
Desai says no, which I'm hearing is the Luke voice.
Chilton just going to base.
I think that's a good aggressive play.
Sabine killing Chilton.
That situation ain't
doing
getting
this.
better. Gotta rip the band-aid off at some point.
Right. Not seeing the confiscates and the pose and all that, so.
So, let's see. Let's see if he even heals his base. He might not. He could heal his chili.
He's no hero, Boba. That's right, Woo.
Call him by his correct name, Woo. It's Boba Fett. Oh, he can't heal Chilton. So Chilton dies. He could heal Bosk. With top target. I think he did.
Interesting. Didn't that Bosk have damage on it already?
He did. I wonder. So, top target, does it allow you to heal from 2 things? You can definitely heal from a unit with top target.
Oh yeah. Gosh, yeah. I didn't even realize that top target could heal a unit.
Yeah.
I was today years old. See, we're talking about learning cards earlier with new players. I'm like,
yeah.
I don't, wow.
So we're going into, I believe this is 7 resources. I see a 4 cause I believe in, or Fighters for Freedom, I think, in Sabine's hand.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, triggering it twice to heal the base and heal Bosk.
Yep. Please
well done.
Client, investing in the future. Bosk is.
Yep.
ECL still active. I don't think, has Tada gotten to play a wrecker this game? I don't think he has.
My co-host Jim from Unplayable is in the chat now.
What is up, Jim?
That's probably a good sign for me to clock out. Pro tip: if you play cards wrong, you can make your opponents read them to you. That's good.
ECL's the fighter for freedom into the client.
Saboteur killing the shield. Make an opening in return.
Killing the Saboteur.
So much healing.
Yeah, it's tough.
There's been an obscene amount of healing in this game. Bosk looking like the aggressive deck right now.
Absolutely. That is a wing leader taking.
Powder's still got some resources. We see a 4-cause.
Yep.
There it is.
He's got to dig for Wrecker. He does have
Yep.
timely, and he can go to 8. Let's see if he keeps any of those. Kind of doubt it. And all
Yep.
4 going.
All gone. All gone. Wrecker is wild right now. Yep. Wrecker would be insane.
Yeah, Wrecker could take care of the client and Bosk with 6 overwhelm in one fell swoop. Gudu the Gamer says Snoke comes down next. Hopefully not for our aggro leader.
We haven't seen Wrecker in any of the games, have we?
I don't think so. I think we saw the card get milled by Vigilance.
Putting the bounty on Wing Leader.
Yep.
Got it chipping away. Got 13 damage, and there's the Vigilance. For the heal a crap ton, I think is the literal term.
Mm-hmm.
Healing 5 from the client bounty, healing 5 from Vigilance, in case you didn't catch that. So healing 10.
I think
that play.
I think it's actually even a metric crap ton.
Oh, is that the technical term?
Maybe.
That's a lot of damage. That's 18 on ECL. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you're on the feature table. Why not play it out? At this point, sometimes Sabine's looking to get to 24 so that she can take her own, go out on her own terms.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, shielding the client is not insignificant if there is a wrecker coming.
And we do get a 4-cause I believe in for another 4, back up to 10.
Bosk is still alive, so he could have just full healed there, right? Yeah. Yeah, he could have. Right? That should have been a 15 heal.
Oh, with the double bounties. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Could have collected a bounty twice. He collected twice.
Oh, he did that. Yeah. Wu show. Yeah, so he shielded. He didn't use vigilance to heal. That's
right.
That's what he did.
So Sabine desperately needs to top deck a wrecker.
All right, here comes the timely. Finally getting the wrecker.
Could be.
Or is that?
It's K2.
Nope.
Oh, it's Cassian.
No, it's Cassian.
No, kills Bosk.
He's just trying to get that double bounty stuff to stop going off.
Oh, and he didn't hit base. All right, he's got 6 damage represented in the space arena. Bosk is at 10 damage here. And we're going
Super
to
laser blast. Yep.
Yep, and he gets a
So
bounty.
healing 5 from the bounty. Yep. Reset.
All right, so Tada has 2 resources left. I think. Takes initiative.
I mean, he's one Avenger. I haven't seen the Avenger, but like he drops an Avenger and he's showing lethal.
Yeah, it might be. Doesn't necessarily have the Avenger still in his deck after sideboard.
Oh, true.
I don't know
Yep.
what the strategy is exactly for Bosk Blue. And every player can
Yep.
be a little bit different. A Battlefield Marine comes out. I do think that Bosk went to, looks like 10 resources.
Sad Fleet Lieutenant.
Sad lieutenant. Yep, absolutely. That's what you call that.
Oh, there's the tech. Tech is back. At this point of the game, that tech is pretty dangerous. Oh, and the Palpatine as well. He just drew into Palpatine. Yeah, it is pretty wild. We've seen 3 games with no wrecker. Oh yeah, it takes out the tech.
I think that
Yeah.
well, Palpatine is real good there.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite showing lethal yet.
No, Palpatine
Moving
is
on.
still kind of wrecker bait. You can overwhelm Palpatine for 6 with a timely wrecker.
True. True.
After this round, I do see a bunch of spoilers that I loaded up, so
Yeah, new cards.
we'll probably take a look at those if you want to stick around during the break. It's always nice to have something to talk about between matches. Boy, has this been a well played match between the 2 players.
Yeah. Timely in the Poe. That certainly helps.
There we go. So Poe trades
Is
with
he trading?
Help, I think.
Yeah.
Nothing
That's
else.
it. Yeah.
Pershing draws a card. He's going to get some damage in here. 2 damage to base with Bright Hope. It's a start.
Yeah, we have no idea where they are on time left in round, so
If anybody that's in Baltimore wants to tell us, we'd be happy to convey that to everybody. But the official timer is on a screen at the store.
tech is back. Vigilance. Let's see, we're healing and shielding.
Healing and shielding.
So no wrecker into tech.
No.
Technically, Mr. Steal Your Donuts, they said this is the last spoiler week. Saturday, still part of the week.
Yeah. I can tell you that we have a big box that Asmodee for Fantasy Flight sent us that arrived yesterday. It sounds like I'm playing.
Hey, I see. We finally got a wrecker, guys.
Wrecker comes in. So he's using the when played to, I think, eliminate Tech Shield and is deciding whether to.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think he just.
Sadly, no ambush.
He didn't have timely. That's right.
Yeah. Is this a crate dragon?
Looks like a crate dragon. Well, no, it's actually.
Nope.
It's Avenger from the
Avenger.
resource row.
Yep.
The old smuggled Avenger.
That's it, right? He just claims and hits with Avenger for 8. Yep, that's game. Bosk takes it down, man. We're just watching a bunch of Bosk domination today.
So
Won
Duncan
4 out of the
improves.
last 5 games.
Duncan improves to 4-0. Atada still in running for the top cut at 3-1.
Yeah, good games on both sides. They played it really well. I feel like there were like a lot of different moments, didn't seem like it, but really small decisions that made a big difference. So,
and we have
shout out to 125 people watching now in chat. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah.
Little content creator mashup. Golden Dice late night unplayable.
That's right. Our powers combined. We are Captain Planet. So, shout out the Golden Dice crew is on the site right now and handling the camera there. They have a beautiful camera, by the way. When there's, when it looks like a potato that has nothing to do with the equipment, that has everything to do with the store's internet connection. And there. So, all right. So we're gonna put both Loopy and D-House on the spot with live spoiler takes. How wild is that? Let me do this. Here, actually, I'll put them in your screen because you're not going to be able to see them through video. Kind of message them.
3. Are you on Discord or where are you?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put them in the message. That's with the coverage team.
You got it.
Eventually, As soon as I can find the message with the coverage. All right, it's this one. These spoilers.
And then I got
posted throughout, and then you got to bail after this round.
I just have a burrito waiting for me upstairs.
Oh, well,
I'm hungry.
We got important
man.
stuff. Yeah, no, shout out for that.
Yeah.
We should have a break after that, so we will have some burrito time. I'm going to transition over, and since we're about to do that, there we go. So this is our deck list screen, but it's been repurposed for spoilers, and we're looking at Foresight.
Yeah.
This is a 1-cost upgrade, and the unit gains 2 health, and also, when the regroup phase starts, before drawing cards, name a card and then look at the top deck of your card. If it's the named card, you may reveal and draw it.
Yeah.
So
Card draw's good.
yeah. So synergy with Yoda, right? Synergy with R2.
Yep. Yeah, because Yoda, the new leader Yoda has the action exhaust. If a unit left play this phase, draw a card, then put a card from your hand on the top or bottom of your deck.
Right.
So that seems good.
That does seem good. And I think it's always like interesting to me too. Like sometimes the art of events and upgrades keys into the decks that it plays with, right? Because it's Yoda. Now, there's Jim on. It's actually Mr. Steal Your Donuts. Finally, a Thrawn card. That's also true, right?
Oh, that is true. So I forgot Thrawn was a thing.
Well, that's been happening lately. But
yeah, that's good.
I like it.
All right.
Foresight's a cool card. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
Next up on the spoilers, we got Sly Moore, secretive advisor.
Oh yeah.
This is the other advisor that was always on the other side of Masamada, right? When Palpatine was going around.
Yep.
So, a 3-cost, 3/3 Republic official, yellow neutral, and it's when played, take control of an enemy token unit and ready it. At the start of the regroup phase, the token unit's owner takes control of it. So
that's good. That's gonna be real fun in draft when it's pretty much, tokens are gonna be around.
Yeah, Miss Steal Yo token, I guess, instead of Steal Yo Girl. And
yeah.
Sly Moore, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, she's only a 3/3 for 3, so that's not ideal. But I mean, makes sense with like set 1 Palpatine a little bit, right? Because you can take the token and then you can attack with it and then kill it to draw a card, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow.
Yeah. Well, but yeah, sure. Again, I think unless tokens really take off, this is just a sideboard card, but really good in draft.
I think it's pretty good in draft. It's a rare.
Just take a clone token, throw it into something so that they don't get it back. I mean, that's yeah.
Yeah, and we don't.
And it's only yellow.
We don't know what tokens.
Not
are
hero or
coming.
villain.
Maybe in another set there'll be token Rancors that are 7/7. I think this card gets a lot better.
Now we're talking. Token Rancor, sign me up.
Oh my! Jyn Erso, unit, rare, a rebel 3/2, and when an enemy unit has been defeated this phase, this unit gets +1/+0 and gains Saboteur.
Yeah. I mean, hits for 3. Has the rebel tag. We haven't seen too much rebel stuff. So wing leaders and fleet lieutenants rejoice. We didn't see a lot of, what was that, Lothal Insurgent, the 2-cost 3/2 in yellow hero. We didn't see a lot of that, but obviously that's in yellow, not red. So I don't know how often that ability is going to be a thing, but
yeah. So I mean, I got excited because I read the tag in the middle, which says Rebel. I mean, and as a Sabine player, it's something you look for, right? Because I think it's going to be some tension as to whether to stay with the Rebel synergy or not as you get to set 3. I like an aggressive 2-drop. I mean, I certainly wish she was a 3/3. Then she'd be busted. But a 2/3 is in parts kind of better than a 3/2 at times. The old Ketsu Anyu rule.
Yep.
Because 2 health units are part, but I mean, this is a card that gets consideration for a very, very strong deck.
Sure.
The at least the initial testing, as we were playing a lot of set 3 decks last night, using a virtual option, and the one that was not defeated by anything was my updated Sabine list, which isn't necessarily what we wanted to find out, but it's something that we ran against there. All right, last spoiler is Unmasking the Conspiracy. 1 cost Gambit event. Discard a card from your hand. If you do, look at an opponent's hand and discard a card from it. Ooh. So you're giving the opponent a 2-for-1, but you're getting exactly what you want out of their hand. That's what it's doing.
Right. Yeah.
You know who can play this card is Kylo, because he's got the silencer that he can do.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Kylo Yellow, that could be a thing. I mean, gosh, some of these boss decks that draw a million cards, you might be able to do something. You could go get your death marks and get lots of cards, and then pillage and unmasking and really just wreck some stuff. It does give you a nice choice. I mean, people are running Bazine out of aspect just to look at the hand and do something about it.
I think that's a great point. Yes.
I think this could probably end up in some sideboards at least, maybe more.
Yeah, my initial gut was, oh no, it's just giving him a 2-for-1. But I think that if you try hard enough, there's some things you can do here.
Yep.
All right. Well,
are they already setting up for the next round?
They might be. You got to go get your burrito, man. Okay, we're gonna go.
I do need a burrito. I'm starving.
All right, so you go get your burrito. We'll be back. I'm going to go to an intermission screen for just a second as they set up the next round, but we'll see what we is up, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We have round 5 starting up here, so these guys moved in a hurry. Dios is eating a burrito, but we're joined with the estimable Woo for commentary for some rounds.
Hello.
And we have Bosk playing fast. This is the same player as, I think, last round, so this must be Duncan. And I will look at the matchups to try to get...
Yeah, this is already underway. Oh, they're both playing a turbo speed. Okay, there's a wing leader to A-wing in play right now and a client on the ground for the Bosk. Bosk already taken 7. And we're going into the Sabine flip turn, so very pivotal here.
Larry Johnson,
all right,
the Sabine pilot.
Looks like the wing leader got bountied and immediately attacks. All right, boss just takes the free kill there, heals the 5. Takes the 5 right back from the A-wing, and we're kind of where we started at the beginning of this turn. Just everything's exhausted.
You know, and this is a super grindy type match. Yeah, it's clearly a match we see a lot of.
Yeah.
I don't have deck lists of any kind yet, so I can't tell you what are the most represented decks.
They're moving very fast, so I'm having a hard time tracking the life changes.
Yeah, we have, I think, it's showing 7 damage on boss space and 2 on.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if he took 5 or 3, but like
Yeah,
I'm assuming it looks like they're tracking it on paper, so like sometimes it doesn't match up exactly. And there you see he's putting oh, that's the one from the Sabine ping. Yep.
So that goes to 8. I thought it would go to 9 too myself, so I was surprised by that, but
I don't like, because of the like us not hearing them, and like maybe they're tracking on paper, and sometimes like the counters, it's just hard to really always know, and so I'll err on the side of they're probably doing it right.
And I appreciate that they're using the tokens now. I mean, in particular, Magic players I find will often just do paper, but I mean it is part of the rules for Star Wars to mark it on your base in some way, which is necessary for coverage also.
How's the sound coming through, by the way? Is it?
I think your sounds pretty good, and we can, get a video link up already. But I'm trying to keep the game tracked. So Sabine has a good board right now with a K2. That's a great card against Bosk.
Mm-hmm. There's a top target out on that Sabine, so
and
to see if.
Well, I think we're getting ECL Poe, and he should destroy that top target.
I think he wanted to kill the client, so he popped the shield with the upgrade destruction ability.
Oh.
I think it's loop. They're saying you're quiet on the YouTube.
That could be.
And now you're not talking at all.
Well, is my sound coming through right now? I think
I'm hearing you now. So the Bosk flips. Boss is probably getting a pretty clean top target double trigger here, because Sabine has 4 life.
Yeah. So I think that Poe ECL was a great play on this turn. I don't know that I fully agree with the sequencing of it, because I really think you needed to kill that top target one way or the other.
And if Client's still in play, it accomplishes the exact same thing as the thing, because he would just bounty, and then you're still getting the double trigger, but now there's also just a Client in play. So I think he just knew there was going to be a double heal trigger kind of regardless, so maybe he just preferred getting the unit off the table as opposed to like having to deal with that unit next turn. Yeah, so Boss takes the double trigger, and I think I kind of like that. I know he has an open fire in his hand to kill the K2, but he would be in kind of a have kind of an issue if Sabine had a metal ceremony in his hand and then just was able to buff that Sabine up to 5 health. So he's just taking the hit. He's going to be like, I'll take the 4 from K2 here, but he's getting the double trigger on the bounty guaranteed this way.
Right. You know, and this is a good series of developments for Bosk. Now he's going to
just kill the Bosk, and I think he did the 3.
He did.
And then the board's clean, and you know this is where Bosk wants to be, right? This is 5 health on his base. They're moving into the 6 resource turn. ECL is gone on Sabine's side, and there is nothing in play.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, like Bosk still needs to kill their opponent here. So like Sabine will trickle damage throughout this game, but this is like a very clean board that I think Bosk would sign up for in most games against Sabine.
Right. And they really did start at lightning speed.
Yeah, it was.
It's a lot. All right, is my sound level better now? It takes a second for me to run back from YouTube, so if anybody in the chat can tell me whether it's a lot better, let me know.
They're saying it sounds like it isn't plugged in all the way, whatever. I'm not sure what that means, but
yeah.
For a cause I believe in, so he's gonna bin all 4. He's not playing to the board right now. His hand has a Fighters for Freedom and a Timely Intervention. And Tech. I feel like this Tech has been coming out in this boss deck a lot.
And against Sabine, which surprises me.
And then the Fighters for Freedom come out. Still only 10 damage now on Bosk. See what we got. Some more removal. Some more removal. Heck, getting in there, right? Just what you draw up.
So Sabine has 7 damage on base. I think that's a Sabine unit out, right? That's the
Sabine unit out.
Heck,
I think this is again. It's going to be a long grind for Sabine to be able to put 20 more damage on this base, assuming that's all they have to put out, right? Because it's always going to be more healing.
Yeah, I mean, and if Sabine cared about time, I mean, you'd be thinking about scooping. I mean, most Sabines do not have confiscate in the main board.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any way they're going to go to time, so
right. So play
gotta
it out. Might as well
maybe draw to some outs.
Sabine's certainly more consistent in threats than Bosk. He's a very narrow win plan, whereas Sabine's going to draw something that can represent damage every turn. Pretty much has to.
All right, Palp with the board wipe, and now Boss does have a clock. He's got 6 this turn, potentially 12 next turn. Got a timely intervention. Like that just doesn't do that much at this point. Like he can kill the Childson, but none of the other abilities really provide that much value.
I think he discarded a for a cause on it. Heck.
To kill the experience on Childson so that I guess Tech wouldn't be able to just kill the Poe back.
Mm-hmm. It's also
but Palp can just
3 to 4 damage. He's going to get initiative with Poe though, so he can do 8.
No, he doesn't have initiative. Boss just claimed.
Oh, that's right.
He just didn't attack. Yeah, and now.
So Sabine is
So that's game one.
game one. Sabine scoops. We're going to the next one here. Hopefully, give me a second to work on the overlay, work on the levels. I don't know, frankly, what the issue would be. All right. Sideboarding right now. I mean, I think Sabine is going to put in several confiscate.
Well, we're gonna see because he's showing us. So let's. I don't have the list handy, right? Do you know if he has confiscates in his sideboard?
We do not have any lists at all. So we're hoping to get them as the score changes or as we move forward with the top cut. It was paper lists only at the insistence of the head judge. So we'll see if we get this. I did actually change the physical microphone connection to my headphone. That might have been the problem because I don't know what else would have done. Is my level now consistent with Woo's? All right, Sabine is shuffling.
Right, let's see what we got. Both these players are 4-0 right now, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Let me check the standings while we're at that. So after round 5, or after round 4, we have one, two, three, four, five, 6 remaining undefeated decks. Toyota Montoya, Conroyan, Larry Johnson, who's our Sabine player, Duncan Howard, who is our Basque player, Brian McDonald, and perhaps my favorite name of the bunch, Stiffopotamus.
So this is a similar opening to the previous game, A-Wing into Wing Leader.
Yep.
You got death marks all over the place this time. That's not much for damage mitigation.
Boss.
But death mark does potentially, like if you're able to get through that mid-game hump, like with that extra grit, it's pretty major. But it certainly isn't like helping you that much. Not die.
Right. And at least from my perspective, when I've done this, I mean, I think it is absolutely necessary to remove top targets as Sabine. It's nice to be able to remove death marks. I think that's the right way to put it.
Like, there's basically no way he can't play a 6/6 Charlton if he has one in his hand right now. And like, Bright Hope. So, not attacking with A-Wing there. I mean, I guess the top target was on it. He kind of.
Yeah, I mean, what do you play around? Because
I mean, I think you gotta attack there before. Like, I guess you're playing around Power of the Dark Side, but A-Wing was also in open fire range because it already had 1 damage on it. So I understand like the idea, like to not take the power, but it's a little dangerous. Like you potentially just miss some damage there.
Right. He does get a medal ceremony onto Sabine, so she is out of takedown range at least.
And the Bright Hope is a difficult to remove threat. It's
Yes.
not typically the one you really want to be playing on turn 3 if you can help it. But
Ideally, you have like a wing leader or something to make it even, represent a little bit more damage. Well, I mean, ideally, you have Rebel Assault right now.
well, ideally you played like a Sabine unit and they put a top target on it, and then you bounce that Sabine unit.
Yeah, that is.
You can't bounce a space unit, by the way. Just it can only bounce ground units, in case anyone was wondering why. Yeah, so like the Chilton with the full grip now. Again, like Bosk's position in this kind of board state. Like he certainly can get hit pretty hard by a ECL'd play here. We don't see one.
Right. Oh, yeah, I think Bosk is in a commanding position right now.
Yeah, like Bosk is going base at this point, so.
ECL still active. I see a Poe.
Yep.
That's.
We do see a Poe, which is clean kill on Childson.
I would almost prefer Wrecker barely because of the overwhelm. I mean, he's got to win.
Well, but the Wrecker dies and Poe can survive this hit, right?
That is true. And it's going to be Poe. Well,
but he's just going full space right now, so he's saying I'm not winning this ground war, but like maybe if I can dodge a super laser blast in like 2 turns, this can just take me home.
Right.
Because it could be very difficult for these units to get removed. It's the 6 health units don't die to like take down. None of those things get hit by Felder Dragon. Power the dark side. So
Adelphi actually has the magic stat line, the 4/6, same as Ruthless Raider.
So there's definitely a plan involved here. It's just whether or not he can take this home before Boss kills him. Frankly, too, because there's a lot of damage on the ground here.
Plays the client, which is a problem, and he attacks with Bosk. To base, going to 9. Probably not in his deck, but Rebel anymore because he's sideboarded. But Rebel Assault is very good right now to be able to keep your action economy. What is that? His heroic sack, I think I see in Sabine's hand. And a Poe. He's considering resourcing Poe.
He just like can't. There's nothing he plays to the ground is going to be that effective anymore.
All right, 106 people watching live. I'm sure we'll have 1,000 more on the VODs after we're done. We're actually joined with Woo right now. I'm trying to find a moment to update the name tag and get the video, but these are fast players.
Yeah, this potentially could be over in minutes, and then we'll just have to hang out.
I love hanging out with you, buddy. Though we have we actually did kind of like some impromptu card reviews the last time you were on late night too. It's pretty cool. Just had some spoilers. I hope there's some more coming today.
And you see, like, Vigilance is huge. It's going to, like, flip the race majorly. And the client, right? Like, he's at 4. It's just the amount of healing this deck pushes.
It is tough. I think that, that's a backbreaker right there going down to 4. As hopes and dreams.
I don't think it's like a major thing, but probably would have attacked with the Sentinel there because it's the only unit that you can get hit with. So like,
yeah. And I'm actually a little surprised he didn't last turn. I don't know that I would have killed the.
He attacked into Sabine last turn.
Yeah. He could have went 6 to base.
And the Charlton should have 3 damage on it because Sabine had Metal Ceremony, but
that is true. Though it doesn't really matter. Well, it does if he discards both, because he could actually get him with the 2 on it.
Yeah,
He's gonna take
if he had
damage.
3 on it, you could. No, because you still need. Yeah, he could have discarded
He could have
and shot it
discarded.
for 2.
Yep.
I mean, is what it is, right? Like, just that's on both players to
Maintain the word state.
maintain.
I don't know that's going to affect the end result of this game. I mean, I think we have Sabine heroically trying to hang on, but this is not a good position. Bosk with initiative. Continues to resource, I believe.
I see a Snoke and a Palpatine. Oh, those are resources.
Those are resources, but he's at 8.
His hand. Oh, he's got like 7 cards in his hand.
No. He had that death mark early. Snoke's real
Right.
good.
Without Wrecker timely here, it essentially locks up the game because nothing is hitting.
Chocolate chip in the chat says heal for 15 is pretty crushing. That is a true statement. Bosk is going to take 4 from Forakaz.
Mm-hmm. Goes to 11. $18. Two damage.
Yep, they're marking the damage.
Now Sabine's at 20, which means Snoke is lethal.
And realistically, the only answer to Snoke is a Wrecker with
That's a
ambush.
Wrecker.
And there it is.
Yep, that's game.
All right, Larry concedes. Bosk Blue continuing a run with 2 very, very good undefeated Sabine pilots falling to Duncan's Brew of the hard control deck. Yeah, I mean, I said at the beginning that, you know, at least to Sabine, I feel that this is a matchup I don't mind seeing, but different results right now.
Sabine is definitely not dead. Definitely not dead.
As a
In fact, I
competitive
think a
list.
lot of Sabine players, like Luffy just said, are actually pretty happy with this matchup usually. But I mean, these have looked like some pretty commanding victories.
Yeah, and it do be like that. I mean, when you lose, I mean, Bosk obviously has the inevitability because he has a better top end. And we saw early top targets. We saw Power of the Dark Side multiple times in some of these games. Bosk doesn't always get them. And we've seen a lot of Childson, too. Childson's a key card for Bosk. All right, we're going to go to a quick intermission, and we'll be back more with the Baltimore PQ after this.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
You don't know the power of the dark side. Where is Padma? Is she safe? Is she all right? This is the way.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
All right, we are back, and we're waiting for round 6 to start. And we got Wu set up with his video and everything else now, so that's cool. I thought we'd get some more hot takes on the 4 cards that dropped today. I think it's still 4. So, as we're waiting, what are your thoughts on unmasking the conspiracy? This is the discard. It's kind of like Spark of Rebellion, but you have to discard a card to do it.
I mean, that's a powerful effect to have access to. It's not for every game, but one cost is not to be overlooked. Being able to take something out of your opponent's hand for one is legitimate power.
Yeah, so
You got like the combo stuff. Like I understand, like you the Kylo or Palp's return, but like in reality, I think that all that stuff is like too cute, and like that's not what's going to carry this card. It's going to be about having access to an incredibly cheap discard effect that is a targeted discard in a neutral color too. So it's not something that has existed in
villain.
Like it's just been Spark of Rebellion, right? So now villains can do it too.
Right. Yeah, it's got like kind of like a bamboozly feel a little bit to it, because this one you have to discard. I mean, I don't think you can play it unless you discard.
No, well, you can play it. You just don't get
do
if you don't discard a card, you don't rip a card.
Right. But I mean, it's for those matches.
This is strong. This is like one cost is strong for an effect like this. That's very relevant.
Yeah, I think it's good stuff. All right. Foresight. Yoda's getting pretty good, isn't he? You know, this is an upgrade that seems to have synergy there.
Yeah, I mean, I just like don't know how much of this synergy you need in Yoda, right?
Right.
Like you could just play C-3PO. It like already just draws the top card of your deck in Yoda. It's neat. It works in Thrawn also. You know, he gets to look at the top. I think
Foresight.
The sequencing works for Thrawn.
Yeah.
Regroup phase. When does Thrawn look at the top card?
He looks at it at the beginning of the round, but after.
So you might not this might not actually work with Thrawn, right?
Does it? Yeah.
I don't.
That's a. Might need to check the rules myself too, because
You need to check the
Thrawn card.
When
right?
when the Thrawn and like when is the regroup? Is the regroup before? You want regroup to be after Thrawn does his effect,
Right.
but if it's not, then anyway, it's like +0/+2 is also not irrelevant.
So
I think the card. I mean, it is Yoda's on the picture for a reason.
right. Yeah. No. I mean, what's the one card? Resilient is one cost for 4 health. This is one cost for 2 health, but with an effect. Thrawn reads when the action phase starts. You look at the top card of the player's deck, and I think
Thrawn's too late then.
Well, I think it has to go through the turn, right? Because
But this is happening before Thrawn does that ability, so you won't know what's on top of your deck. That's kind of the point. Like,
well, isn't regroup at the beginning of the last? It's like the last thing that happens of the prior turn. Let me actually go back to the comprehensive rules.
exactly, it's the last thing that happens. You won't know what's on top of your deck when this is happening. Thrawn happens at the start of the next turn.
Oh yeah, no, I think you're right. Yep.
Yeah, so you won't. You don't get to do the Thrawn stuff, I don't think. But anyway, I think the card's fine, but
Maybe Thrawn's armor is coming this set. You never know.
I don't think grinding is going to be the main issue Yoda faces, right? These 7-cost leaders, they're not. That's not usually like the biggest issue they have. Like needing to play a unit, then play this on the unit is pretty action intensive. It's not board affecting. It's like for certain matchups, it's like build your own Dr. Pershing.
Yeah. So chat's saying that. So
It
Thrawn
does
looks at
work
the
with
card.
Thrawn.
Well, I think it can. I mean, it depends what happens during the action phase, because certainly things that can happen during the action phase change.
Oh, certainly, because you would know it from the
you
would know it from the
right?
beginning of the turn, so you could like then just remember it.
So that's why
As long as you have not altered the top of your deck.
Yep. As long as nothing's
Alright,
altered
good.
the top of the deck during the turn, because it says before you draw the cards, which is the first thing that happens in the regroup phase. So it goes. So that's interesting.
There you
So,
go.
Yeah, maybe.
So it's cool with Thrawn. Sorry about that. Just need to learn the rules.
Yeah. Grimoris in the chat says you need to remember the card through the round. Yes, which is actually a challenge sometimes playing Thrawn. You always think that you're going to have it, but it's,
Well, just write it down.
Write it down. Write it down. If you're playing Thrawn at a competitive event, you absolutely should be taking the note each time you're allowed to do that. All right. What do you think about Sly Moore? This is a 3/3 with a when played, take a token.
Yeah, and then it gives it back at the end of the turn. I mean,
Yeah.
it's fine. I don't think it's anything that special.
Yep. So, I mean, it's interesting to me because whenever you see a card like this where the stat line is only 3/3 for 3, I mean, that kind of tells us the design team considers it a strong effect, right? So why?
It is a strong effect. This is a very situational effect, which means not only do you need like a metagame that involves tokens, but you need a board state that you have initiative before the token attacked you. You need like it's just like a lot of things, and like it certainly could end up being something that comes into play against like very specific kinds of decks, and if like tokens are everywhere, but you know,
And
it's a lot.
There are some cards that make tokens for the opponent, right? There's the one guy that's a rebel. I think it's Jesse. That comes in, can create tokens, so then it definitely can help it. I mean, we have a lot of Pulp Yellow in Wisconsin in the meta from a couple of players that have been working on that the whole time. I mean, it's always nice to have things to sacrifice. I don't think that it's a broad card at all. There must be something, though. Some deck that this is strong with, or something coming that this is really strong with for them.
Why do you think there must be?
Well, you know, at least with my incredible faith in the Star Wars Unlimited design team, you know.
I mean, it's a great design team, but like 90% of cards aren't. Like, it's not like everything gets played or is good. There's plenty of rares that are not, that don't quite make the cut.
Yeah.
This at least seems like it could make the cut, which is more than, Finn.
Yeah. Chat's saying that it could take coordinate offline. Yeah, that's relevant.
Yeah.
You got to play against McBob.
It's kind of a hate card for both the coordinate mechanic and the exploit mechanic, in a sense.
Yeah.
It's not hopeless. It does not go in hopeless tier.
So if you've checked out Woo's deck list or deck tier list, you never do like the grade tier list. You always have names for them. So I like that.
Yeah, tier hopeless
Tier
should
hopeless.
be a new one.
All right, let's Jin Ursu. So is this Ketsuanu for Sabine? I mean, you got to think about it if
It's obviously better because it has the rebel trait, right?
Right.
It's, at least for the current version of Sabine.
Yeah, and there aren't a lot of rebels that are in set 3. I love seeing a Jin Ursu unit, when that popped up. And, I mean, Rebel Synergy is strong. Wing Leader is strong. Fleet Lieutenant is strong. Dodonna can be strong if you have enough. And
yeah, definitely interesting. It's like a lot of upside on a little 2-drop.
Yeah, and Saboteur is
it's not clean though. It's not like a lot of this stuff has to happen. Like you need a trade to. But wait, they're setting up the next table, and we're getting Bosk Blue again.
Of course. Well, I mean, it is going to be the undefeated decks. All right. Well, thanks for the spoilers. Let's go to gameplay. And here we are.
Oh boy, Vader Blue versus Bosk Blue.
Oh, Avenger Vader making a comeback and must be undefeated. Somebody asked me the absolute worst matchup for Boba Green, and they were saying Boss Blue. I think, well, I mean, are you sure it's not Avenger Vader? All right, so I think this is Duncan on the bottom, right? Because he has the Youngling mat. That terrifies me. We can look at the standings here in a second. Look at the rounds up. Yeah. So, yeah, we have Duncan Howard and Stiffopotamus is the Vader. So, Avenger Vader, Vader Blue, is a deck that was famously wrecked Orlando 5K in set 1. Haven't seen much of it set 2, but I love seeing the Sith Lord. It's a man of my own heart right there. Alright, I think I spelled stiffopotamus correctly. Almost.
I got to step away for one moment, Loopy.
Alright, we'll hold it down till your return. Players are just shuffling. I mean, we have 2 hard control decks here with Bosk and Vader. But both kind of leaning into it. Vader's leader is more of a threat than Bosk generally. A lot of times Avenger Vader will play a lot of upgrades that can make him swing for a whole lot of damage. And he is not in the swamp. He is a Vader that's on Capital City base. Both of these players are 5-0 going into the 6th round of Swifts. There's one more round of Swifts after this, and then we'll top cut to 8, playing for the bye on the first day of Worlds, as well as a bunch of Evanson cards, playmat, and prizing offered by the host store games and stuff. All right. Players are going through the mulligan part of things right now. How that works, sequencing-wise, is that before you do anything else, you should determine initiative. And actually, mulligans are supposed to be done, that decision, with initiative 2, with who has the initiative token. So it was less important with set 1, because you would never have to decide one way or the other. But with set 2, there's certain decks that want to go second. All right, so we have a Pershing played, and then we have Open Fire played on the 2nd round. So no damage to either base. 2 hard control decks, a lot of cards. We'll see if Duncan with initiative decides to have Perking destroy himself. He does, and draws another card. Trying to create card advantage going forward. Mackenzie Voss in the chat asks, I'd be curious what the Vader matchups were in the previous five rounds. Me too. Me too. We have not seen Stiffopotamus till now, but he is 5-0 undefeated, playing on table 1 against Duncan, who we've seen multiple times with this Boss Blue deck that has really served him well. Swamp Bosk has been excellent.
All right. I'm back.
All right, so far we had Pershing draw a lot of cards, and now we had Childson drop down, eating a Force Choke. Vader can, of course, ping right after, so Boss correctly attacks with his Childson before it's dead.
Mm.
The Vader ping finishes him off, does the first damage to boss base, and he plays a client.
So these matchups will often devolve into simply an attrition battle. I don't think there's much either of these decks can do to like aggro out their opponent particularly effectively.
Um, yeah, and it's always dependent. I mean, particularly with Vader Blue. I mean, I've seen some set 2 lists of it, but it's not something that you go into the matchup like you feel like you know exactly what's in there.
Yeah, I mean, Vader's not going to be long for this world at any point when he flips, right? So,
right,
they're playing Avenger. Like this will, it's most certainly or almost always devolve into like Avengers crates and Vigilance,
right,
and like who sequences that stuff better. I mean, Bosks get Death Mark, which is a pretty big deal in a matchup like this. Like just having more cards than their opponent.
yep. And he certainly has card advantage right now with the early purging. I can see an Avenger in his hand. I can actually see multiple copies of Vigilance.
Like the only time that won't matter, I guess, is if they they end up in like a deck out war, but usually that's secondary to who just like out card advantages their opponent. And right now, Boss is definitely ahead in cards, and now neither of them have leaders. So we're in the next stage of this game, which is who gets to stick a haymaker,
right?
If anyone ever. And we know the Boss is playing a main deck tech. We don't know if the Vader is, but that's a pretty relevant card for this matchup. He can hide important cards if he absolutely needs to down there.
Right.
We don't know if either of these players are playing restock in the main deck either. So at least I don't know. Maybe you know.
We do not. We do not have deck lists at this point, and it is closed deck list, so the players would not know what's in the other.
We've just seen the Boss play so many times, so I thought maybe you've picked up that he has a restock in his deck. But
I have not seen the Bosk play restock. I'd be surprised if it isn't at least in the sideboard. But
he just threw a Rival's Fall at the client.
Yeah,
so
3 resource disadvantage.
Must
right
not. It's just like you can play a giant unit here,
Snoke.
which he does. But that Snoke's actually probably really weak in this because like your haymakers are gonna eat removal, but like if you just like jam an Avenger here and then your opponent gets to like free kill an Avenger with their Avenger or something, like you lose that exchange. So Snoke is like, as far as like presenting a threat that needs to be answered, but also not like overcommitting, he certainly fills that role. Like,
right.
And now we see the Avenger into the Avenger. So like Bosk again kind of won that exchange because he got to bin one of his opponent's Avengers on that play. And like there's a limit, right? Like Avenger probably dies here, but it already killed an Avenger, so
Elliot
see Power of
White's
the Dark Side, maybe. Yeah.
Yes, if this is the Duncan Howard, probably. We know that he's an X-Wing legend.
Like this now, you really need to start like focusing on like how you're going to close out these games. You need to be drawing your vigilances, conserving your vigilances, and just like waiting, I guess. You see that Boss has 2 death marks, so like the moment Vader plays a unit, Bosk may be able to just like completely run away and card advantage.
All right. And then we do see the tech which is a very powerful card in a matchup like this. That's a Palpatine. Looks like a hyperfoil one. Or is that the convention exclusive? Is that what that is? Might be.
Is it?
Looks very,
Yeah, definitely. It's like black. Yeah,
Yep, I
that's
think
cool.
Because Palp has a convention exclusive.
Ooh, all right. So
Ooh.
Bosk is the first one to play the second Avenger. I expected Avenger to be in the discard pile in about 4 seconds.
Yeah. And, you know, this kind of matchup watching, it almost makes me wonder whether you almost want to run Pelp Return out of Aspect. Something like that to recur from your discard. I suppose Restock does it better. There's a new Villain Green event, right, that has...
Yeah, reprocess.
Mm-hmm.
Makes 4 droids and shuffles 4 guys on the bottom of your deck.
Right.
So does he slam the crate here? I think
Absolutely.
he's going to, but I don't know. Like,
That's
it's going to eat like a
dangerous.
Felda Dragon right here or something. Yep,
That's
Felda
insane.
Dragon. He just lost an Avenger and a crate in one turn, so like, as you can see, neither of these decks are really going to be able to stick a threat. They both play so much removal and so few actual units
Mm-hmm.
that it is really difficult to ever just like get something down that stays alive.
Right. Bosk has done a lot more damage, but
I can't tell exactly how much, but
it's 18 on Vader's
18
base.
on the Vader base.
Mm-hmm. And
Okay.
1 on Bosk. I am doing the overlay for the booth for the people out there. So we do our best.
Back and forth. Can't tell you what deck sizes are right now, but I expect Vader has more cards because Bosk has been drawing a bit more.
Yep. Yeah, and those death marks, you know, it's the gift and the curse, right?
I mean, it just means he's gonna find his like. I think he has all 3 vigilances in his hand here, so like he can burst down the Vader deck if needed.
Shows him 2 vigilance. I don't know if that's a flex or his only choices for blue cards. Now, blue-red unlikely to be.
All right, so the first Vader fires the first vigilance, and he's milling 6 here.
Fire Pelp.
Let's see if he hits anything majorly relevant.
You want to see
not really. It was like some removal, a Palp, a Snoke. Was it a Snoke?
I think there was definitely a Pelp.
It was a Palp, Power to the Dark Side, Takedown, Open Fire, a couple others. I didn't see anything that was going to be like majorly. And now we got a Vigilance right back at his opponent. He shields his guy.
Super Laser Blast.
He hits a Vigilance off of that last card with his own Vigilance. which is huge, and we know he has all 3 in his hand. That is
The too loud.
a really big deal. We don't know if the Vader's playing restock. He might have a restock in his main deck,
Right.
which can change the texture here a little bit. But
In a lot of times, Avenger Vader traditionally played some restocks and also played Search Your Feelings to shuffle, which can be shuffle and grab a card. Does both of those.
we can also expect post board that these decks probably play maybe some of those yellow villain cards like Bazine or Bounty Hunter Crew that either discard or buy back cards, maybe even like Spark of Rebellion for 6. Restock certainly, I would expect if they're not in the main deck, will be in the sideboard for the next game. The issue is this is already 20 minutes on a game 1. It's very difficult to finish 3 games of this matchup.
Right.
So if they go 1-1, for instance, we might be heading into a double loss situation.
Yeah, and we actually saw some really hyperspeed play in the matchup we had with Blu-ray versus Boss Blue. I think when they were expecting to have, time problems. The pace of play now is a little bit more deliberate.
Yeah, and this game is just also just going very long, and no one appears to be playing slowly. It's just like
Right.
they are going to time. They are going to like deck out like that. I don't think one of them is going to be able to like really win without that. So another vigilance gets fired here at the Vader player, and he just hit a second vigilance. And like this is when I would if I'm the Vader player here and I don't have restock in my deck, I am probably just conceding and saving time because I know that I've and something I recommend and like try to explain sometimes in like videos and stuff that like you got to know when to goop. Like a lot of these games that end up going to time, and like I know there's a lot of complaints sometimes about like the double loss rules and stuff, but a lot of the games that go to time can be avoided if players just like know when they have lost and not play the extra 10 minutes to like find out the hard way. And I'm not saying the Vader has lost here. I don't know what's in his deck. I can't know if he has outs here, but he has lost. He has no vigilances left in his deck.
Right.
And he has like a hand, like 3 cards there or something. So like if he does not have restock, there is probably 0 way he can win this game. So not playing the last few turns is certainly something that you need to consider when you're worried about like a time situation.
And he certainly could have restock.
Yes. Yeah. Like I'm not saying he needs to concede. This is more just like anecdotally that I think that like being open to like not having to like games can sometimes end 10 minutes before they actually end, and being able to identify that will help you avoiding going to time in a lot of games if you just like know that it's time to go to the next.
GM Holmes asks, would you consider playing TIE Phantoms out of aspect for the control mirror?
I just like don't think that's how these games end up being won, but it certainly would be sneaky because I don't know if their opponent would be keeping in cards that can kill it.
Right, because
at least not if it's open deck list, like in the top cut when you have to exchange deck lists and stuff. That's not going to help you because they'll just keep in like making openings and stuff. And
there's going to be some answers. I mean, Snoke is an answer to lurking
yes,
time.
Snoke is. Yeah.
Okay, what does he got? He shows.
I saw devotion, takedown, 2 devotions, a takedown, and is that a client? There's a little bit of glare there.
Yeah, no, the side of the screen has a little bit of glare, but yeah, no, devotion is probably coming out in game 2. It's anti-aggro card. He has multiple copies still in his hand.
Yeah, it's just like I don't know what Alex Vader is playing to right here. Bosk has a full grip, a much larger like card pool available. Deck size is much larger right now.
Oddball in the chat says, "Got to know when to fold him." Yeah, I think there's a Kenny Rogers song and everything about that.
But the thing is, like, if Boss does have the main deck restock, so like, and he's just putting a crate, right? It's restock crate on top. So like, Boss has no cards left, but he has a restock, and Vader has no vigilance available to him. So, unless Vader can rip that restock out of Bosk's hand right now.
Right. which is out of aspect if it happens, but is not completely impossible. Dante in the chat says, just joined the stream. And thanks for tuning in. He says my audio is low again. We're going to try what we did before. Alright, see if that improves the audio levels at all. While you're live streaming, it's extremely difficult to sound check. So, you know, you guys keep telling us. And Vader does concede. There's the fist bump. We're going to go to game 2.
Do we know the clock? Because that's a very relevant part of this matchup.
I would love to know the clock. So if anybody out there is at the store and wants to give us a clock to start a timer, that's exactly what I'll do. But it's not something I can see in Melee. So I imagine as we get to the top cut, some of our friends on the ground there will be not playing. So we might have a little bit better information and deck lists and everything else. Has to find a TO employee.
I find these matchups, they're pretty interesting. I know it's not always everyone's cup of tea to like watch a control like a hard control mirror. But they're interesting. It's just I do think you have to be able, like, you have to be practiced enough to play this quickly, because it really is unfortunate to not be able to finish 3 games if needed.
Yep. And I mean, I think what these tells us, and for those of us saying, are there going to be any non-Boba matches this round? Well, I mean, I don't think the last time we saw Boba was round 2. Decks like this may be feeding on the Bobas. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a Kira up there.
Have some information from speaking of Kira, because someone posted that in Berlin, I think top 8 had 2 Kira ECLs.
There we go.
And one of them beat the other in a mirror.
Yeah, if you're Woo, you probably get like live updates on any Kira or Churro wins across the world. Still waiting. Somebody please win a PQ with Kira so we can do a masterclass.
There's a lot of leaders on the list there for needing to win a PQ.
Yeah. But hey, we haven't had, we've had a Sia Boba, and now we're looking at a Bosk and a Vader. So that's the thing.
I actually do think you can like the first 10 turns of these matchups can be pretty quick, because they're not doing anything like much actually in the first few turns of these games. They're like so they can get to that end state pretty quickly. Like, I think a practiced hard control player can probably finish a game in 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, absolutely.
It's that unfortunate part is that if it's 20 and you need to play 3, you might not be able to get to that last game. Right?
And I think both of these players were playing at a good pace. I mean, the Bosk player had to be feeling really good throughout that last 10 minutes that we watched. But he did not slow down, which is something that really can be obnoxious if all of a sudden it appears that they're going to win game 1 and the pace of play reduces.
Oh, and he slows himself down to like try to go to time game 2. I mean, I don't. Unfortunately, like, I don't think there's. I can't. Yeah, I don't know how to comment. It's just like,
with one notable
because
exception,
now you're entering into like cheating territory.
Yeah.
So like, it's not something I ever will like try to judge from the outside of someone's intent. If you do feel like pace of play has changed in a game, you most certainly should be calling a judge and just or respectfully asking your opponent to go a little faster.
And that is great advice. And with one exception, I have not seen much of it in the Star Wars Unlimited community.
I think like if you're playing like matchups like this, I think like even before the game starts, it's a good idea to just like talk about it. because it just you remind yourself and your opponent that
Right.
uh, let's play 3 games. Like if I win and you win, like let's not get into a situation where no can win this. And I do think they're doing a good job of like if Vader wins here, I think there's a good chance they'd be able to finish a 3rd game. So.
Yep. And certainly could. I mean, the sideboards here probably help both players. I mean, you got to kind of respect the aggro, right? So
we already see the restock in that is a restock, yeah. So there's a restock in the boss player's hand already. So we don't know if they're playing the discard stuff.
And we appreciate the hand tilt, Duncan. If anybody can get the message to him, that's a pro move for a CCG player.
So like Bounty Hunter Crew is a card that sometimes these decks will play because it lets you rebuy something like a restock or a Vigilance.
Yep.
Or in like other matchups like Super Laser Blast or something if you need to like do it that way. Bazine could be a card out of aspect. Spark of Rebellion I mentioned. Extra copies of restock are certainly I would expect maybe they both have like 2 in their deck right now.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, notable sideboard cards are the restocks. I have seen Search Your Feelings, which kind of helps that dynamic a little bit, and whether they have anything that rips from hand. You know, whether it's Spark, Bodhi.
Yeah, Bodhi. I mean, that Bodhi would call 7. So.
Right. But at some point, I mean, Bounty Hunter Crew is what, 8? It's still good.
He kept the devotions in the deck.
That's interesting.
He might just like not have enough cards to kick out.
It actually maybe he dumped his side. You know, that he actually went to a higher deck size.
They're just playing 60.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a chance. Although I don't know. Do you think that's the move? Like it means you're less likely to draw your vigilances or like the removal when you need it.
I'm a mid-range player, so I would be putting in my pillages, force throws, and everything else to destroy their hand.
I did it one time in set 1 when I was playing Krennic ECL. I like boarded into extra cards and then immediately from that game on changed the entire tune because I realized that the only thing that mattered is whether or not I was drawing ramp, and the more cards I put in my deck, the less likely I was going to draw ramp.
You know where I've definitely done it is limited. When you played set 1 limited and somebody had a vigilance, it was actually a pretty good idea to play with all the reasonable cards in game 2 and game 3.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Vader ping.
So I know we're not like really covering the play-by-play here, but basically they're both playing units, and those units are instantly dying.
Right, you know, nasty, short, and brutish.
Bosca's drawn some extra cards because he had the death mark. And we are kind of like in exactly the same position we were in the previous game, where like there's nothing in board. They're moving into the 7 resource turn now, 8, 7.
Jan Pazinski says, "Is that Duncan Howard that was so successful in X-Wing?"
Yes, that's him, I believe. Yeah.
According to they're just like you said. We see a spark of rebellion for 6. And what are his choices? I mean, he's not taking any of the copies of Devotion, of which I think he might have 3 right there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think he ripped them.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's likely that he just brought in everything because I can't imagine you would be keeping Devotions if you were cutting cards. Right. But again, not certain. Just
and he does indeed rip the Vigilance.
Speculating. It's all we can do is speculate. Speculate and pretend we know everything all the time, always.
All right, boss going into... I think we're in 7 resources now. With initiative.
Yeah, I think so too. We can see from the Vaders 2-2-2-1, right?
Right, yeah, no, the black sleeves on the black mat is hard. But, yeah, so this is Vader flip turn. I don't think we've seen boss deploy. So
I don't think Bosk is flipped either.
Yeah, right.
There's a death mark.
Hey, it's going to have Sentinel once it loses its shield.
Okay. Flipping without attacking. It's interesting to me.
It is. Takes the shield. It's still a Sentinel because death mark is an upgrade.
Yeah. It's a 4/4 now.
Juan Benila asks what your one-on-one training would consist of. So.
Well, I mean, I do one-on-one stuff, but that really varies depending on what the person wants, what I think we need to work on, and like goals too. Like some people are just trying to like get better at casual stuff. Some people are really like prepping for a tournament. So if like we go over gameplay, we do recordings, we just like talk sideboarding, talk matchup guides, talk like deck building if that's like something someone's interested in. So
who's one of those people who will challenge me when I'm doing stupid stuff with Star Wars Unlimited? So I know he's good at that. Vader is now double devotion, which is not something I had on my bingo card today, as I thought I would see it at PQ.
he's just going at Pershing. Is he going at Pershing?
I hope
or is he
not.
doing the 2 at Pershing?
He should do the 2 at Pershing and go at the base for 7.
Yeah, okay. For a second when he pointed at Pershing, I thought he was just like slicing him for 7, but
I mean,
no,
I'm on board with respecting Pershing, but
oh boy. So he's got a plan here, I guess. But
he's gonna get double.
Now boss draws 4. That is wild.
So you could always decline to do it. I mean, it is a potential mill matchup here. This is interesting how this goes.
I don't know. Like he's got the restocks. Like at this point, I think he just wants his whole hand. Like he would just draw as much as he can. And
I think that boss gets damage on base before this turn started, so that he should be at 14 now.
They might be tracking on paper, so it's hard.
Good players do.
Hard for me to know.
Right.
The 4/4 attacked base, right? So
yeah. So I think Vader had to have attacked base. There's nothing else for Vader to attack. So I'm gonna go with. I think that there's 14 damage on base right now. Now this time,
wow.
Vader not attacked.
Now he does just put the 7 into Pershing. So
I think it was into Bosk, and then the no, you're
no,
right.
the 7 was into Pershing, and then the 2 was into Bosk.
Mm-hmm. That's a line. Poor Pershing. Dante in the chat says, was training is chopping and hauling lumber and eating raw eggs? Probably.
Solid idea. I might add that to the catalog.
The boot camp tier.
It's nothing to do with Star Wars, but it will be worth it.
All right, so he goes to 9. I think they've corrected now the damage on base because he had 14 in reality, which is what I had on your tracker there. All right, he's gonna take initiative. He's gonna get initiative again. Vader is, right? So I don't know. I mean, if you can attack for 7 in a matchup like this, it feels hard to take out a Pershing instead.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, he slams a crate. Now, this still is just like a board that gets hurt so bad by Super Laser Blast, right?
Yeah.
Like boss takes the 8, goes to 16, but like he kills a crate of Vader.
Yeah, and boss.
I don't know if he has a Super Laser Blast. He's drawn so many cards, but I don't see one in his hand.
How does he not? I mean, maybe he was resourcing it, thinking that he wouldn't need it.
Wow, he's digging. He's digging for it.
Yep.
He does not find it. He found a top target.
So It's entirely
That's
possible.
tough now.
Yep,
That's
so-
tough now because now that crate damage is very relevant.
All right, and Vader does go to base to 16. Probably putting the
And he
2
should be putting 2 on Pershing, but, you know.
Well, and that's optional. I mean, the boss player doesn't have to correct it if he doesn't say it. That's fell.
And he kills the Pershing,
Anyway.
which kind of is 2 over damage, but
Yeah.
fine.
I don't know, but the 4 damage on his base would have been relevant too.
There's 4 now. There should be 20, but boss wrote it down. He's just not doing the tokens. So
Thanks. And I do. I always, if I'm playing in any event that I really care about, I always bring a notepad off to the side. Actually, a digital one, like an Etch-a-Sketch, which are definitely allowed for Star Wars now. And I think that is most often the official life total if there's a judge call. But you are required to mark on your base. That is something the rules say.
top target comes down, takedown comes down. Boss doing some cleanup here.
Vader. I think he's correcting the life total. Now this is an interesting board state here, because I mean you gotta try to swing for 7. I mean my kingdom for an out of aspect surprise strike. Vader has 2 devotions. Has done a ton of damage this game. You know, I do think that the Vader player chose to attack a Pershing for 7, and then eliminate Bosk with the on attack on 1 turn. I wonder what this would look like with that extra 7 on base right now.
Instead of the Pershing.
Yep.
Attack.
That would have been lethal. Right?
I mean, it might look like Bosk having a super laser blast in his hand, so who knows?
Right,
it's
right,
hard.
right.
To, it's tough
That's
to
true.
second guess that
Yep,
stuff.
he
So
got the extra stuff.
he would have drawn a couple cards. So.
Yeah, and GM Holmes says, why didn't he do the 4 damage on base? You know, it's hard when you're doing these kind of matchups here. Bosk has to claim. He can't let Snoke attack. I think there's actually 27 damage on boss base, not 20. Because Vader attacked the base that turn. Oh, wait, did he heal, though? He would have got a heal.
There was a top target. The Vader died top target, so 6 healed.
So the 21? Can you read his notepad?
I did not read his notepad.
Grimoire says, let's see that sneak attack. Let's see it. Well, we'll go with what the players marked right now, which is 20 on boss base. I think it is supposed to be 21, honestly, from my look at the game. I'm going to go back to that. Yeah. No, I mentioned the crate damage going on Pershing, too, instead of the base. Vader does not want
He's just
boss
not. He's
Pershing.
just writing it on his pad, and they haven't been keeping up on tokens. So
Though I don't
I'm
think
not.
there's-
I don't know what. I do not know what the life total is right now.
Yeah, I believe it should be 21, but Vader does not have damage on his base, I don't think.
Well, Vader just pinged again, and then Boss wrote it on his pad. So like, there is a life total on Boss's pad that is accurate. It's just
Right.
not what's on paper, right? On the screen right
So
now.
now damage is going to go on Vader's base from the crate. 4 right there. Yeah. So I think it's 22 with that Vader ping.
Potentially, yeah.
Inferno 4 is kind of good.
Yeah, Inferno 4 is great in these situations because it like protects you from Avenger. It like digs. It's a cheap card, so you get to like action turn a little bit without committing major resources. Very effective in these stages of the game to have cheap units that you can play out.
Especially if
So you don't have to just like,
you know,
yeah, right.
It's the Scry Fighter. All right, so crate's coming down, I think, for Bosk. Or Avenger.
It's got Avenger.
Well, we've seen
We
Avenger
get
in
to
response.
see a Power of the Dark Side on top, and I think he bottomed an Open Fire, but I'm not entirely sure.
It's either Open Fire or Vanquish.
And now Avenger kills Avenger.
He's got a claim.
If he can't kill it, he has to claim. And then Vader gets a ping, right?
Right. And does he have how many resources does he have left? Does he have 3? Because Power of the Dark Side would do it. Fell. I see an entrenched in Vader's hand. Or in Boss' hand, excuse me. So I think that both of these players did decide to dump their sideboard in. Because it would surprise me some of the choices there if they were actually just taking out. Clearly new cards came in. All right.
And this game doesn't look like it's going to come down to who decks the opponent out, which means
Right.
was it really necessary to add those cards? Or could you have just made your main deck cleaner? I do not have a billion reps on this archetype, though, so there's
And both these
certainly
guys
an argument for adding them.
are doing good. Hyperspace Cube, sup Carlos, says, you gotta love the name Stiffopotamus. Can't disagree. You might entrench the Avenger. No, it's gonna be another Avenger.
Avenger the Avenger.
Now, will we see an Avenger in response? Nope.
Just fell.
Bosk is now to 24 damage on base.
And he claims, and so Vader just passed. All right, Vader did not have a follow-up to the Fell the Dragon play. If he had like a unit, that would have been pretty big, but nothing to play there.
Or any villainy card. To get your ping.
Vigilance comes down. All right, Spark, Deathmark, Snoke, Bazine, Super Laser Blast, Open Fire.
Okay.
They're counting cards. I don't have audio.
Yeah.
Vader has what? In the teens, high teens, something around there.
Yep, I think Bosk is single digits. From the way it
Yeah,
looks.
but Bosk also has a restock, so
Yep, sure does.
we don't know what's going on in Vader's hand at all. I don't even know how many cards Vader has in their hand.
He's gonna dump a crate. Is he playing another Vigilance?
Power of the Dark Side.
Take 3 damage to base to 7. Hyperspace Cube says, great job, guys. Well, we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Looking through the discard pile. If anybody that's around games and stuff or knows somebody in games and stuff wants to get us a time and round check, I think that that's very relevant right now.
Yeah, if Vader wins this, I have to say I think there's virtually no chance they'd be able to finish a third game.
Right.
But
and then you get to the question of what do you do? Because, I mean, there's a tactical reason sometime to concede. Now, if they're doing the rules right, you can't talk about it.
I mean, you double loss. I don't think anyone would benefit from giving their opponent a win.
Well, it helps your breaker.
From my understanding, your opponent giving someone a win to put them guaranteed ahead of you in standings is a bigger deal than the potential percent breaker you would get from them having a better match win percentage. But
Right, so Bosk is to 25.
Bosk is to 25. They're
Yeah.
going to next round now.
I thought there was 7 damage on Vader's. I can't see the dice. It's a little bit small.
He vigilanced and healed at some point.
Oh,
So
okay. Yep. So that Probably 2 then. How busted would a Chaos of War be out of aspect right now?
That'd be pretty cool.
Hurt yourself, but that'd be a amusing way to achieve lethal, right? All right, so now Vader's deck is thin. So is Boss. And Boss keeled 5 with that, down to 20. It's a great day for big events for Star Wars Unlimited. We got PQs going off across the country. This has really been well played, and it's actually refreshing for what decks we've seen on stream compared to what I saw in Chicago. I think he's going to spark. So we'll see Vader's hand here. He's going to get the restock, I think.
So we've reached this stage of the game.
All right.
See if who here can outmaneuver their opponent to potentially get their opponent's restock binned after the restock resolves.
Yeah, well, Vader's restock is definitely in the bin right now.
Well, there might be another one is the
There
thing,
might be
right?
another one. I don't think so in that hand, though. I did not see a second copy of restock, and I didn't see anything like a bounty hunter crew either that could maybe bring it back. He does get a ping to 21. And correctly does the damage to his own unit. Vader does require that. Top target is kind of a big deal. It's going to heal back down to 15. Is Vader in fatigue? Is that what that damage was? Must have been.
Yeah, I think he's in fatigue. Yeah.
All right, so we don't know
So,
the list right now.
so I think
Just
that's
gotta concede.
that's a concession. Okay, so he lost his restock. It was probably the only one he had.
Man, what a match! 2 great players on hard control decks. You know, going throughout. You know, I try to be unbiased, but I always root for Vader decks when I see him.
I think Bosk has the advantage here because the leader himself is not that relevant, and the death marks are just a pretty big deal. Like just the drawing, like he drew 4 on this game from a death mark trigger, and I think he just like never run out of fuel.
Yeah, you know, it is a tough matchup, and I think that Bosk also had more in the sideboard to deal with this. I mean, look at all the things he's putting back in the sideboard. He had 3 copies of Spark, 3 Bazines, and a restock that he added.
We are seeing the full sideboard now. 3 Spark, 3 Bazine.
Yep.
Another restock that would put him at 2.
So Duncan.
What are the blue card? 1 extra crate. And what are the 2 blue cards?
Those are, I think it's Rivals Fall. It's definitely 1 Rivals Fall and a Fell the Dragon. So
Okay.
yeah,
we got his full sideboard.
He came very prepared for a control mirror. Interesting meta call. I think that he probably had as his main deck tech for aggro and like Boba midrange, and then is pulling these in for the control mirrors. All right, so we're going to be going to round 7. Duncan remains undefeated. Let's see what.
So they will probably keep him at the top table based on how this has been going, right? So we're going to see another Boss Blue most likely.
Yeah, don't sound that excited about it.
Well, you know. some variety. It's not. I don't dislike Boss Blue, but a little variety,
I just
spice,
I
spice
gotta
of
give you
life.
the business, now and then. I don't get the chance to do it as often as we used to. Let's see, where's the application window transfer? We can actually kind of show the showdowns here. I know how to do this. All right, so at the top tables, it's showing right now that we had Duncan win 2-0. The table 2 matchup between Brian McDonald, who's undefeated, and Larry Johnson, who I think has one loss on Sabine, is not.
Yeah, it was a pair down.
Yep. So, depending their lowercase, beat Andrew Strach. Ian Klein won 2-0 versus Brand Muffin. RT Chump, who I recognize from KTOD, is 2-0 over Jay Gordon. Tada winning 2-0 on his Sabine deck. I think he has one loss.
Mm-hmm. We saw that one on camera to the Boss Blue.
Yep. And I'm sure he's itching for revenge. TJ in the chat says, or TLFJ in the chat says, Duncan does not want to lose to Control. Apparently not. Apparently not. Oh, and we have our friend Sunny D on table 12 winning 2-0. Let's see what this was. I can actually go back to the rounds before for the standings. This was the standings going into round 5. See platform there. So I think typically if you top 8 with 7 rounds around 100 players, you'll have 1 2-loss person go up. But Swiss tables are
Say
not.
that again.
So if you have, because we're going to go into round 7. I mean, at
Yeah.
least I know in Chicago this worked that way, that there was one 5-2 that made it to top 8.
Yeah, it really depends on how many people were in this event, and then also like how many pair downs. But there almost certainly will be a couple because there's already a pair down. So
I mean, the breakers of the 2-loss players are very important because certainly
this
not
is an 80-person event, right?
I think it started
41 matches. It started with
it
what?
started with 97. So
It did start with 97. Okay.
I think there's probably 80 playing the last round. All right, so we are going to take a break, refresh. Thanks all for joining us, and I hope you stick around for round 7 after this.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
Yep. We are muted. So nobody heard that. And now people can hear you too. I have to put the audio back up.
All right.
Yeah, we got it now. I came down from upstairs and the players were already going. And we have a grindy matchup again anytime you have Boss Blue in it. So I think they're going. Let's find Mr. Fett.
Yeah.
Who we haven't seen since round 2 on the feature table.
Yeah, I was gonna say everyone was worried about Bobomirs all day, and then we've been seeing Bosk and Bosk and Vader Blue.
Right? Decks that prey on Boba. Shocking. Shocking.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
I think he's on Navarro City.
Yeah, it's pretty crucial for you to get that right. Turn 1 Crumb. Not sure how much the Crumb's gonna help this game.
Well, he can take a chunk out of Pershing if he has got McClunky, which I'm sure he does.
That is true.
Be on the lookout for a Boba Green Masterclass on the Late Night channel. We actually recorded it once, and then we had a sound issue. Which happens, so...
Oh no.
I know, right?
It's tragic.
It is, but we actually had...
Every content creator's worst nightmare. Oh,
Right.
Crumb is hitting his own SLT.
That's why you got to remove Crumb. It doubles the chances that Boba ramps, and then he gets to do it again.
Yep.
Yeah, Boba Green without
Ramp
ECO
like a champ.
can only ramp on turn 2 with resupply unless you have Crumb. All right, so let me find the player's name here. Table 1 for round 7. The Boba player is Conroe Ryan. So we'll get that updated for everybody.
So we're on the Boba flip turn already. See if Boba can take advantage of it.
How was your burrito, D-House?
It was amazing. I feel like burritos are always good, but when you're extra hungry, they taste heavenly.
Yeah.
So
Glad you're refreshed, recharged, ready to give us some of that insight.
that I am. This will be my last match before I have to go to work. So,
Well,
didn't want to leave you hanging, but
I appreciate you coming on and helping today. I know it was kind of last minute with some of the stuff that you were dealing with, and then I'm sure everybody out there does too. I think that having good quality recording and commentary of some of these matches here is important for the long-term health of the game, and I couldn't ask for 2 better commentators than you and Wu. Jeez.
well, thanks, man. It's been fun. It's been fun. So we saw make an opening on the Lurking Tides. Couldn't ask for a better answer.
Yeah.
And here comes Boba with his armor, ready to punch.
Yeah, and the Lurking Tie is actually a spicy include for Boba Green in the main deck. I wonder if it's a little bit more of a space-centric deck than most. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the deck breakdowns for the PQ in general, because obviously we've seen so much control. I'm wondering what the rest of the field looks like.
Yep. So hopefully when they cut to 8, we will get there. I do have some preliminary results from other PQs. We'll talk about that during the sideboarding of this match. Of note, in Baltimore, we have John Todd and Larry Johnson. I think that's a Sabine mirror on table 2. And we have Stiffopotamus, who's on Vader. God bless him. And Brian McDonald on table 3.
Chat says you're still very quiet. I don't know if you can do anything about it. You sound normal to me, but I know sometimes it's different on... Oh. He threw Deathmark on a ready Salacious Crumb. That's interesting, because Salacious probably wants to bounce back anyways.
Yeah, that is a very interesting choice right there.
Why didn't he pop him back there? I feel like that was
Right. Well, I mean, what does... Because Boss still has resources that's available. I mean, he wanted to get to the fire spray.
Oh, now you definitely got to get it out of there. Pop it back.
I think we will see that now. Chooses to put the damage on... Let's see, Bosk or Pershing? Goes on Bosk.
Bosk, okay. Power of the dark side, that hurts. Yep, that hurts, but a pretty solid play. Kept from... Maybe he was baiting the salacious play anyways, just to be able to trigger that. That's pretty smart.
Mm-hmm. And I adjusted the audio levels. Hopefully that's
Okay.
better.
A couple other people said it sounds okay, so
Yeah, and
I'll be all right.
it's more about equalization, right? Because you have a volume meter on your YouTube too, but as long as it's about level, which I think it is now.
There's that Maul. Maul swinging a little hard.
Yeah, Maul is real good right there. We get damage on base, since it's something I'm doing that today.
I was gonna say where'd it go? Okay. Yeah, 18. Well, this Boba Green's coming out strong. Oh,
Yeah.
Rivals fall. All right.
Sure is. And I mean, the key here, the key points for Boba into this matchup are to ramp and then to use, your end game cards here. I think that Boba's going to go into initiative with a Maul that can attack. I'll be interested to see whether he chooses the 7 to base or whether to take care of Boss.
18, 25.
Both.
Yeah, I mean, this could put 25 into, or his base at 25. That's...
Yep. And he very well could have Surprise Strike, too. So that's a total of 10
Yep.
if he's got Surprise Strike.
Yep. No, and if he's got another fire spray, I mean, he's technically would have lethal, but obviously I think Boss probably has some level of control, but he's gonna have to deal with a lot if Maul goes face.
So Boba, I think, is at 8 resources. Boss should be at 7. I think that Boba ramped.
Okay,
once.
yeah, you're right. So we're not in like Super Laser Blast territory
Quite
or
yet,
anything like that.
And it's very important for Boba to
Hot
go.
shot.
He does have a hot shot, so that puts 9 on base, and Bosk is on the ropes at 27.
Is he going base? It looks like he.
Well,
right.
I guess I don't know
Can we
that
get
for
some
sure. They
tokens?
haven't removed Bosk.
So that would be 27.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think that the Bosk unit is your top of your mind right now. You're trying to find those last couple points of damage.
Fell the dragon.
Fells the dragon, but that doesn't heal.
I think I see another power of the dark side in his hand. Maybe.
No good to be
dead.
So it doesn't do anything to push damage there. It's unfortunate. He might have like a
just a
lurking
reminder.
left.
Salacious, yeah. Well, Salacious with a surprise strike is lethal. There you go.
Yeah, he's got to kill it. He does have to kill it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. So just a reminder, the tokens are not correct on the boss side. He has 27 damage on him.
Yeah, he's a pro from other games. Has been consistently tracking on paper. And that said, we're trying to keep the correct count on our digital scoreboard.
Fire spray. What do we got? Fell. Power. Right to initiative.
Yep. Does he
just trying to
have
finish
vigilance?
off that last 3?
He does not. He plays the client. I think that if he had vigilance, he plays it there. No, he had power. He couldn't yet. He had 8 resources.
All right, now if he has another Maul, that's it, right? Because he could. Well, when
He can kill.
5.
He can kill Bosk.
No, it wouldn't be enough. Yeah, it wouldn't be enough. It'd be 2. It'd be 1 short.
Oh. Yeah, I can't easily see how much damage is there. That's 8 for Reinforcement Walker, which is a good card,
Okay.
but you need a. There, I think he did draw. He didn't heal.
Okay, so notably,
digging
him
for-
drawing.
He's digging for Blast, I think, because I don't think
Yeah.
he does that if he has Blast. Maybe.
I mean, he's got to have.
He's got to
Can't
get
really-
a client bounty off this turn. I mean, he can double
Yeah.
client bounty. This is a whole new ball game.
That's so true.
Boba Green does not have any meaningful damage from hand in most lists
Oh no, he's just swinging in. He's just putting 2 in.
to the Reinforcement Walker.
Maybe trying to get him in takedown range and hit him with Bosk.
Must be. It's a very inelegant fashion, but I don't think he has the right cards for it. Yeah, he's throwing Bosk
That's
into
got to
it.
be it. Yep.
He might be trying to
Or
get it to
vigilance. Yeah,
Yep,
he can do a vigilance here. Yeah,
he needs to.
there it is.
I'm sure it's defeat and heal. So
Heal
he's going to go
5.
to 22.
There you go.
Thank
Okay, now we're fixed. Now the tokens are fixed.
Right. Yeah, Duncan already made cut. Yeah, you're probably right. Both of these players have made cut, but
Dang, he's got
that
2
doesn't
more
mean that
vigilance in hand.
you don't fight hard for the first seed into the top cut.
Yeah.
And who likes losing on a national stream? No one.
So he's got 2 more vigilance now. Even if he does have Maul, he's outside of lethal. It's pretty wild what can. Okay, Vader. Yeah, that's another good one.
Yeah, Vader's a key card against Villain Blue Red because all of Villain Blue Red's removal, other than Super Laser Blast, is 1-for-1. So being able to play something out, and he gets the Sabuzi, and if only he had this Vader around sooner, he would have been in much better shape. I think he'll pull out the Vigilance, though. Crate Dragons are a problem for Boba Green.
He has 2 Crate Dragon. Oh man. Shoot. Well, what's he get rid of? Fell? He got rid of Fell. Okay. All right. Well, it puts the Vader out of kill range. So if Boba can get initiative, I mean, you see what? Well, he just drew into something. I think that was a pillage, maybe. Oh, and Bosk. Oh man. Another possible surprise strike. That'd be 7. That's 1. Well, yeah, 1 short, but. I mean, he's got to go vigilance into Bazine, right? Just kill and heal.
Yeah, definitely heal.
Yeah, I guess you don't. I guess you wouldn't have to kill Bazine if you don't want to.
But not killing Bazine generally means more Bazine in this particular deck because Shima Clunky's back and hits you again. I don't think he has Super Laser Blast, which is what he really needs. Yep, he's going to.
All right, so he is killing Bazine.
Heal.
Healing 5. Man, just like that, he healed this 10. He's down to 17.
Right.
Good night. The healing in this deck is.
Yep.
Wild. Entrenched is certainly a thing, but it does make the Crate Dragons a little bit more in reach too.
Grim Morris in the chat says losing on a national stream has been a secret dream of his. Well, follow your dreams, buddy. I managed it last week. But I also won on a national stream, so that's okay.
That's awesome.
I sadly took out the Han Green deck that everybody was rooting for. I felt like I killed Bambi. All right.
Oh, hot shot
Yep.
from
Bosk first.
from Bosk
for 6.
6.
Back to 23. Vader Surprise Strike or Vader Blaster is lethal from there.
No, Vader's got entrenched. Vader can't do anything.
Is that entrenched? Oh, I thought that was top target. Okay.
No. That's why I was like, if he drops the Crate Dragon, he could just swing for 8. Play an event, Bosk kills it.
131 watching live. And I'm sure there's more people that are watching on the videos on demand. Thereafter, it's going to have the same audio. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We're here with D-House from Unplayable. Round 7, the last round of Swiss of the Baltimore Planetary Qualifier. And we have 2 undefeated decks of Boba Green, piloted by Conroe Ryan, and a Boss Blue, piloted by Duncan.
Why did he put... Oh, because of Vigilance. Yeah. I was like, why did he put 2 damage on there? It's not really damage. It's make an opening -2 my team. That's the... Is that the 3rd Vigilance we've seen in this game?
He's definitely played the 2 that were in his hand.
I feel like he played one earlier, but they all kind of mold together at this rate.
All right, so
we're gonna see the dragon now.
Yeah, well, we'll need to come down there. I mean, he's got an entrenched Vader to deal with.
True. Death mark on Bosk.
So I think you swing for 4.
Yeah.
To put him back to 20. Now, Bosk is an underworld card, so he can McClunky.
Bazine. All right, open fire, crate, and crate. Well, open fire leaves Bosk alive.
Yeah, he still has the resources to play a crate.
There it is. And he draws
Yep.
a takedown, I think. No, power. Can't quite catch that.
Power of the Dark Side's not that great for Bosk right now. Crate Dragon's coming down. A Hotshot Blaster is all Vader needs to kill it if he's entrenched. He takes initiative. Good play. I like that.
Yeah, stop the damage.
Barrage clears the crate.
Yeah, that's true.
And kills the Bosk.
Yep.
Such a all right, so Bosk attacks for 4 to base.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Why'd he?
You gotta take the
damage
damage when you can get it, I think is.
Yeah, true.
What he's
true.
thinking.
It just made me wonder. Well, no, I guess I get it. He attacked into Vader. I did not see that coming. Because he's taking 8 damage back.
Mm-hmm. I mean, literally any event clears the Crate Dragon now.
Yeah, I would have forced the Vader to attack. I mean, or maybe he wants to get the other crate out without an overwhelming barrage kind of thing.
Right.
That has the resources to play the second crate, so maybe that was avoiding OB.
Right. Yeah, because barrage on that entrenched Vader would hit for 10, followed by another 2. He could actually potentially kill both of them.
Yeah. All right. He did take a.
The death mark's on Bosk. Yep.
Yeah.
There you go,
he
guys.
took a damage from Bazine, but didn't put the token out, so I think it should be 21.
And Boba's at 9. After the overwhelm. from the mighty crate dragon hitting in. He's gonna play another crate.
He dropping the second crate, double crate. Ugh. All right, all into. This, yeah, all the different.
It's got to go Maul into the overwhelming crate, right? That's the play. The one that's there was one crate with only 2 health left. Can redirect the damage.
Yeah, redirecting into Bazine, right?
Or Bosk, but I think Bazine.
Oh yeah, is that that's
It's 5 points of damage.
it's 14. So wait, so Boss can do 14 damage here by him playing Maul. Because he gets 7 damage per crate to do somewhere.
Yep. And they're probably talking about the ordering of the triggers.
Yeah.
The player with the action, which is in this case.
He's scooping. He said, all right. He said there. Oh man, yeah, another win for Bosk.
Are you listening to the audio? I think that's
No,
Yeah, I mean, there certainly was a concession right there. 9-14. So, I mean, both crate triggers don't kill his base to 23. Bosk would have taken 5. I think Boba might have actually been the winner of that. It is tough when it's a concession. It's clear.
he was at 25. Oh, because the tokens were wrong.
Yep.
He was at 25 HP. Oh, okay.
Yep. So
That's why. That's
we're-
Because I thought it was at 21. So
that might be the first loss that we've seen from this boss deck. Boba Green gets it.
yeah, we saw one Boss Blue lose, drop a game to against Tada. Was that Duncan against Tada, or was that Tada against a different?
Yeah, he dropped a game. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, a game. But okay, chat. Great job keeping track of damage on base.
Yeah,
'Cause,
we're trying.
without the tokens being correct.
Yeah, we're trying. And the players are trying too. I mean, I know that
Yeah.
I consider my notepad the official count too, but it is cool when we do it. We do have some setups with larger damage dials that are there. I think these laser gaming tokens are great and visible, but they do need to be updated. And certainly on a deck like this, I mean, even with that loss, he probably healed, 20, 25 that game?
Yeah.
It's just a lot.
No, it's not 1-1. That was the first game.
That was game 1.
That's 1-0.
Yep.
Yeah, Jade Tatum killing that entrenched Vader was so odd to me. It probably cost him the game. Maybe. I am curious what he must have been doing it to stop the overwhelming barrage from happening. It's got to be.
Yeah, it had to be. But I mean, Bosk was really in bad shape at that point.
Yeah.
So Bosk is going to go into game 2 with initiative.
Yep.
Conor O'Ryan takes a game off of Duncan, and Duncan leads with a Pershing, which is followed by a turn 1 Bazine.
Always feels good to snag one of those vigilances. Yeah, get rid of it.
Absolutely.
Get it gone. We don't know how much time is left in the round, guys. Sorry.
Yep. We would love to know, and we're hoping to get some updates later. But it's on a physical clock at the store. It's the official timer.
Yeah. I do have to think Duncan is probably feeling okay having a guaranteed spot in the top cut at this point.
Yeah. So I mean, they're playing for prestige and the 1 seed, which is relevant in a thing, but it's not
Is the Boba undefeated at this point?
I think so. Let me
Yeah, that'd
verify
be
that.
yeah, that'd be because if not, then the Boba has everything, you know, to lose at this point. Because if he loses, probably or not probably, but probably misses the cut.
Oh, actually, you're right. The Boba is not undefeated. The Boba is 5-1. So the
So
5-1
yeah.
players are Duncan Howard, Conroe Ryan, John Tata, Larry Johnson, Brian McDonald, Stiffopotamus, lowercase, Ryan DeCreasy, Ian Klein, who I believe is the Han Yellow Masterclass Ian, C. Adams, 1682, and RT Chomp GG. Notably, the top 2-loss player with Breakers is Platform, who's a late night team member. So, if that doesn't change and he wins out, you know, we might have him come through. All right. Back to round 7 between Conroe Ryan and Duncan.
Got a boss coming out.
Boss removes the client. Oh,
Does he
takes
remove
4.
it?
Takes 4. Yep, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Doesn't yet.
I was like, wait.
Ambushes into it.
Yep. Bazin can clean that up.
And it's important whenever you attack a base or kill something with Bazine to say Bazinga. Bazinga.
Okay. It's good. So Bosk pings Bosk. Here comes Boba.
Nothing's worse than Bosk on Bosk violence.
Hmm.
You know.
All right, so Boba gets the hit. Stand 2 resources. Boba's got 3 to play with, and he drops on the Boba. That's a pretty good Boba turn.
That's a nice flip turn. Played 8.
Getting 8 resources worth of stuff on 5.
Yep. Boba players think in multiples of 8 in their math.
Camera quality is based on the internet at the store, guys. We're doing remote commentary, and it'll come in and out. There's nothing we can do about that, but it's because of the bandwidth at the store.
The only things that can be done about that are before, and you have to have like a dedicated connection, which wasn't available for this one. But we get it. We're struggling as well, to be honest with you, because we're having to see these cards.
Yeah.
But it's worse if you're trying to actually host at the store, because then actually the whole thing looks terrible. And it crashes and really isn't even workable. So remote commentary at least allows that part to be avoided.
Well, Bazin can take out this Pershing now and turn on the Boba double resource stand. But getting in that damage first, I guess. We're going to see. Yep, here's the Bosk flip. Oh, OB takes Bosk out. He's waiting on that.
Right.
So if Bazin can take out this Pershing, what do we see? Fell?
Right.
Wow, fell the dragon on Bosk.
Yeah.
Was that fell? It got real blurry for me.
So Bosk has 17 damages on base.
Also, I'm confused. Fell the dragon on Bosk. Bosk only has 4 power.
Was he buffed by something? Did he use a hot shot on him?
No, I don't think so. Not in top cuts, guys. This is the last round of Swiss.
All right, so we go into. I don't think Boba's ramped, so I think both players are going to be. On 7 resources.
Bumped with Bosk. You can give +1 power with a card on bounty. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was the Bosk leader pinged him.
You know, big brain plays
increasing his power. Yeah, that was good. I always forget that +1 on boss is so rare.
You know, so Duncan, you know, coming at this apparently is a real strong player in X-Wing and some other games. Yeah, it's hard to remember that. You know, it doesn't come up that often that you want to do it. But yeah, to get him in fell range, he uses the Bosk leader ability. Good call. GM Holmes, read the card.
What was the other one we had? We had another moment like that. Like, oh, that's what the card says.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the other one that people forget about is Sabine unit, because she does have that other text about multiple aspects and being able to be attacked.
Oh, yeah.
Boba unit comes in for 3 more damage.
Yep. Boba. Wow, four unused resources on Boba's side. That's not what you want to see, but he's got 22. He's technically showing lethal right now. If there's no super laser blast right now. I think I saw Snoke.
He might have to play Snoke.
Yep.
Make an opening instead.
Yeah.
Down to 20.
That puts him out. That puts him out of lethal. Unless he's got surprise strike, and then that would be game. Going up to 23.
Surprise strike.
You forgot the tokens. Hey, there we go.
There you go. We had it on the digital scoreboard, and Conroe Ryan is not going to let him forget about that precious damage when his tournament life is on the line.
I think Jack is there trying to remind them to do it too. So
that would be nice. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah.
Jack is principal at Golden Dice, so we are crashing his channel right now. So shout out to Jack and Flockton and Brian for.
I thought we were about to see lethal. I thought it was a surprise strike moment.
Yeah.
27. Get those tokens. Put the tokens on. Do it. Oh gosh.
So did Boba not play anything that round? Guess not.
So weird. Maybe he's playing around the super laser.
Yeah, he's certainly doing that. So I'm sure if he would have had a Phantom, he would have played that.
So I think Boss Base is at 27 right now because I think Boba just hit it and they didn't add any tokens.
That's what I got.
Yeah. Hopefully for the top cut we could get some power. Get a judge there to help with the tokens or something.
Yeah. Well, lots of players will correctly do it, but some players are not that used to doing physical damage markers.
Matthew, yes. The ambush would resolve with overwhelm before the dragon damage.
If you wanted it to, which is usually what you would want to do.
Yeah.
So the active player gets to order the triggers. Well, actually, I think the ambush damage would always happen first.
Yeah, I agree. Because I think that basically the last thing is that. Did he take initiative?
Yep, he did. So he might have a pump here.
No, he's at 27. That's lethal if he doesn't kill that TIE Defender.
So he does have a vigilance, so that's going to take him to 22. Yep. I think would be the correct damage total. Right?
Yep, 22. There we go. Okay. I feel like someone came up and said, "Hey, use the tokens" or something like that.
That actually had to be done earlier, but
yeah,
we have had everybody attempting to use the tokens since.
Yeah.
144 people watching live. The last round of Swiss. We're going up to the top 8. Duncan is undefeated. He's the remaining undefeated
Oh,
Devastator.
well, there's a play.
That's a card you could have.
I mean, Duncan's got a huge hand though. Oh, he just takes initiative.
He has to.
Does he have anything to deal with the Devastator?
You would think.
He's got to have something.
Right. I mean,
I
Fel
think I
hits
see
it,
entrenched.
power.
Is that entrenched maybe?
Yeah, entrenched is giving up the space arena for a while.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's
He's got
also
something.
The old barrage for 15 is something to worry about too.
That's how you get rid of a couple dragons.
Yeah.
All right, something's coming. Oh, it fell. Yep.
Yeah. That's a Star Destroyer, not a dragon. For last I checked, but
Oh, there we
good.
go.
Fire spray's pretty good.
It's not
used-
lethal, but still pretty good.
He might have been using the Devastator as a lightning rod there.
Maybe.
Yep.
Could
you know
be.
what I mean?
Yep. Rivals fall, man.
Yeah, he's on 11.
Yeah, so gosh.
Take initiative.
I just warning you, I've got 5 minutes before I unfortunately have to go to work.
Yep.
I really
we
want to
got-
see the end of this game.
We'll text you on your way to work. David.
Please do.
And
Please do.
I think we got Wu waiting on the wings to come back.
There we go.
You know, so. And I appreciate you taking a lot of time out of your day to help with the coverage for this event.
Heck
You know, it's
yeah,
really been
yeah.
fun.
And awesome. Hey, it's been awesome. Thanks for letting me join you. Super laser tech, not what you want to see from Vader this late in the game. But also, you'll take any unit. Give me something with a pulse. There's the blast.
Kaboom! But Boba has 5 resources left. I don't think anything left play on boss side, so he doesn't get to ready one and play a fire spray.
Has to go initiative.
Can boss king on, or will Boba find a way? Now there is something on the ground arena now, which if you can figure out how to get around the shield, he can boss, or he can maul. That's really the spike damage that Boba has, is ambush, overwhelm with maul. Which is how the last game was won.
My co-host in the chat saying they'll vouch for me being late.
Yeah, we can write
Thanks,
you a
Jim.
pass. We can write you a pass. If that
It's like
person,
a doctor's note.
yeah, so it's from me at Late Night Gaming. Luby at Late Night Gaming says David is excused late. I don't know what your
Yeah.
place of employment would do with that, but probably completely disregard it. He's gonna Bazine with a crumb.
There we go.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, there's.
We'll
Oh
get to see
gosh,
all the
pick your
goodies.
poison.
We see all the
Oh
goodies.
man.
Gosh.
Gosh.
So the Vader's gonna hit the shield on client if he ambushes it all, which may not be the case. There's a rival's fall there. I don't think that's what you take. He's only got the one crate.
Taking Snoke.
Taking Snoke? Yeah. I like that.
It's not the camera nexus. It's the internet at the store.
Yeah. There's only so much that can be done.
Bounties the Vader so he can rivals fall. Kill it. Heal. No. There you go.
There's fire spray.
So,
Now
are you
he's
gonna
got
ri-
something to worry about.
Yeah. So then he rivals falls.
He's got to do the fire spray instead. But now Boba's going to get initiative, which is very relevant.
Yeah. Get like. Have we seen a surprise strike? I mean, I feel like.
I don't think a lot of the Boba Green lists don't carry surprise strike. A lot of times they do have the blaster though.
Oh, true.
So, yeah, and his client bountied. He's not going to be able to complete that, I don't think.
And he throws the top target on Vader. Oh, and then no, Vader's gone. That's a lot of heal. That's 11, isn't it? Yeah. And all of a sudden, it's a different ball game.
Somehow, Bosk healed.
Somehow, Bosk has returned.
Somehow, Bosk
All right,
has
well,
healed.
I'm gonna take that as my cue to step away and actually go to work on time. So,
All right, so
I'll be following from afar. But Loopy, thanks for the coverage, and can't wait to see what happens.
all right, and if everybody that is watching live and wants to take a moment to subscribe to Unplayable and like comment on a bunch of their videos and all of that stuff now, that is an excellent time to do that. So thanks very much.
You're so kind. You're so kind. And late night too. Don't forget them. All right.
That's right. Take care.
All right, guys. See you later.
All right. Check on Woo as we get here. All right, so Bosk has 11 damage on base. He's staring down a Salacious Crumb, a Maul, and a Bazine. He Avengers. My expectation, it probably won't be Maul that takes the hit here. Let me see if I can bring Woo back in. All right, we got your video back, and your audio should be through Discord if you're still there, Woo.
Hello.
There you are. Presto changeo.
I'm eating walnuts. So.
Oh, you gotta, this is a long day of commentary. 100%. So Boba waylays the Avenger.
Is this game 3?
This is game 2. So Boba did take game 1.
A very long game 1 then.
Yep. If anybody listening is in Baltimore games and stuff and wants to give us a clock check, I'd be happy to put a timer up. But Duncan effectively is into the top cut because he's undefeated right now. He's the lone undefeated. Conroe Ryan is probably do or die.
There's going to be a few 5 and 2s that make it.
Yep.
And his breaker is, if he loses this match, his breaker does improve pretty significantly because he loses to an undefeated player. So
yep.
He's not definitely out if he loses here.
Mm.
Could still get it.
The store has indicated that that they will actually have a non-Bosk Blue matchup next game on stream. So we appreciate that. Another entrenched. There we go. Did he play a hotshot blaster from hand? Is that what happened? Must have. Does he have another confiscate? So Crumb hits for 1. Is that what's going on? Yeah. So Bosk has 15 damage on base.
Mm-mm.
So he's Reinforcement Walker.
So many things. Avenger
Yep, so
does
Avengers
not do very much.
hits kills a Crumb.
It kills a Crumb.
Now, Maul can easily clear Avenger with Barrage, which he might have. Yep. And if ever there's an time that you need to have a stolen
Draws an
Landscator,
entrench there, which does lock up the
Right.
reinforcement walker.
We did see a
Does
confiscate.
Boba have upgrade? Oh, he does have
Yep,
confiscate.
he does.
Okay, I was
He
gonna
played a
ask.
confiscate earlier on entrenched. Which
This
is
game.
yes, game 2. My personal feeling is that confiscate moves the needle against Bosk more than anything. There's other answers to Darksaber, there's other answers to Boba's armor, but it's a rare deck that can go through all the healing of the top targets and deal with it. And another entrenched.
Wow, they're on what? 6, 14, 15 resources?
Yep.
Wild.
That's fair spray. Kind of surprised he didn't do anything else before that. I suppose he didn't have anything else to do. Boss plays top target on the fire spray. He's going to take 5 damage to base to 20. I mean, it is hairy because I don't think that Duncan has any hand knowledge right now of Conroe Wyant's hand. But, I mean, he knows there's a chance he's holding a confiscate and that Maul's going to hit for 9 if he doesn't do something. Gets the top target off. I think he goes to 14 would be the correct one.
What did Boba do after the top target play? After the boss ping, I mean. Did he just pass? I didn't see him take an action.
Yeah, that's a good question.
So it looks like he passed.
He must have.
All right, just adding to the board. I mean, Vader's huge. Like, if he finds Bazine here, that's like exactly what you need. Bosk only has 2 cards in hand, I believe. So
Yeah. One's crate, one's takedown.
yeah, I think if he Bazines, he probably doesn't even take either of those cards.
He finds only a super laser tech. That's bad news. I mean, super laser tech is great against Avenger and Power of the Dark Side. I don't think he knows what's in Boss hand currently.
He draws tech and top target. Those, like not great off the top. Like that's not catching you up.
Yeah, he doesn't really have removal to deal with it. I mean, crate's not very good. The Maul can kill it and overwhelm. You can't play crate.
Yeah, you can't do anything with crate until you super laser blast this board.
And
he has no way to kill the Vader right now, so he's taking damage kind of regardless.
And Boba I was expecting a McClunky of the fire spray when it hit.
Yeah, McClunky of Maul could end up being very relevant, right?
Right.
Yeah, he's just chipping damage, right? Like, and Boss doesn't have a clean answer to anything in play right now, at least not from hand. I mean, I know he has attack, but...
Well, he might have a blast in the row, right?
Yeah, but that's a 10 resource play if the tech survives.
Yeah,
so.
and you can't play the tech. He's going to get overwhelmed for lethal.
Yeah, exactly. You can't play tech. You can't play any units.
Right, because
he doesn't have anything to interact with the board right now.
Because I think it's a.
It looks like Boss passed and Boba claimed,
which seems right.
That's what and he's just gonna get the extra 5 in now.
Yep. I think you take the 5 with Vader. Then ideally you can bounce him to hand somehow before he dies, but we don't know what Boss drew.
The hand, like waylay yourself.
Yeah. I mean, waylay and Vader's reasonable right now.
I mean, Boss pinging here. Yeah, now it's in takedown range, but...
Right. So he's at 26. Super Laser Blast with a blaster, or Super Laser Tech with a blaster is lethal. That's exactly what happens. Good games. So Conroe Ryan wins with a
Locks
mighty.
his spot. So Boba Green will be in. We know this Boss Blue. There's a few others that I know are in. I think John Tata will be in with Sabini CL. He's locked in at 6-1. Ian Klein is locked in at 6-1 with Mono Yellow Han.
Yep.
Let me see if I can get.
And I got standings
few
popping up here
others.
now here too. Let's see what we got. So 7 round 7.
RT Chomp GG will be in. I don't know what deck he is on, but he will be in. Also at 6-1.
I just played against him too. He seemed like he was prepping for a Q2. I can't recall. I know that he's a KTOD. He's an umpty like us. My boy Platform 120.
Yeah,
so he has the best.
He's
breakers.
5-2 but he has very good breakers at 5-2, so he's got a chance at sneaking in. We can't confirm if he'll be in, but your teammate might get there near the bottom of the top 8.
And by the way, one of the nicest guys in the community. Platform, has a heart of gold. Mr. Star Wars for a long time, so he's always there with a smile.
So RT is on Boba Red. So that's who. So
that is what it was.
We've got a Boba Red, a Boba Green, a Sabine Green, a Boss Blue. Those 4 definite.
Right. So we still have.
And a Mono Yellow Han. So those 5 are in.
Yep. Yeah.
Those are all 6-1 players.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent in this top cut for sure. Oh, Todd is in the chat. What's up? Nice run.
If anyone knows who Lowercase is playing, he will be in at 6-1 as well. So Lowercase.
And I think we know that
6-1 record.
Stiffopotamus is the Vader Blue. So he's still going with Brian McDonald.
He will be locked in if he wins. Actually, whoever wins that will be locked in. And then those will be the 6-1s, I believe.
Right.
And then there will be 2 5-2s.
Right.
That's how I'm seeing it.
Right. Nope, I think you're right. And we're looking forward to the top cut. I mean, there's quite a bit on the line. Ivan Itor says the man, the myth, the legend, woo.
No, he doesn't say the legend, but he also misspelled woo. So maybe it's someone else.
Get with it.
Maybe it's someone else.
I think the man, the myth, the legend is something I say with some frequency. So I like the cut of your jib, Ivan. Just get the right number of O's. It's like the Olympics. All right. So,
it looks like a pretty varied top 8, at least.
Yeah. And, I think it was good. People were worried when round 2 whether it'd be Boba Mears all day. It was not.
It was not Bobamir's all day because they kept the same player on stream the whole day. So
yeah, well, but I mean, this is the first Boba we've seen since round 2. I mean, he went through quite a few different things.
Things, yeah.
Yeah, Boss Blue is a strong deck. It's a hard control deck. I think it has a good matchup into Boba Green, but as you see from this result,
it's actually the only loss, right?
Yep, the only loss was to Boba Green. I mean, it is a tough deck. I mean, and it's really in large part McClunky that really leaning
Bazine
into
McClunky.
Yeah, Bazine McClunky.
And like the general power level of just having the biggest leader in the game at 5 resources backed up by like fire spray.
Right. All right, so this is the round 6. Let's see if I can find the round 6 standings to see what the breakers look like before. So those are all the 5-1s. The 2 highest 2-loss breakers at the time were Platform and Kaijin 4992.
Well, Kaijin lost, so he's not in.
Yep.
It also, like, the breakers, there's going to be a bunch of the 5-1s that become 5-2s.
Right.
And then their breakers are going to change also because they're playing against 6-1s right now, basically.
Right,
so
right.
It just looks like because Platform's breaker was so good at 72% that like even though the people above him's breakers are going to go up, I don't know if any of them are going to catch up to that 72%. So
I think you're right.
We'll see.
And Boba Yellow is a a dangerous deck for the box players that are there. Absolutely.
And Sabine, like that's a tough matchup sometimes for Sabine. I mean, obviously nothing that Sabine can't beat. Just also Boba Yellow versus Boba Red. Like I think very much favors mono yellow.
Yep. Yeah, Red wants to find the Boba Green, and Red wants to find Sabine.
It's gonna have a very, very hard time racing a mono yellow deck that gets to play Cunning.
Right. So yeah, no, this is looking to be a very balanced top cut.
I mean, we're gonna get 3 Bobas at maybe with different colors.
Yeah. What else is new?
Is that more of an indictment of Boba or less of an indictment, right? That he can play it with any color.
It's like when you did your deck selection fade. It's like, first off, pick the color of Boba you want to play. You. So, I kid. Totally fair.
You kid a little.
I could actually play
it's
that
not
for
the
people.
only playable deck. It's just one of the playable.
You guys want to see if anybody hasn't seen the Boba Masterclass, I think I actually might just play my intro vid that Symbiote made of this. See what the crew thinks of this. Yeah, I am recharged. I got a little bite to eat. Before.
Hell yeah. After this weekend, it's full brew, steam ahead. It's going to be all set 3, I think, for me going forward. I have no more competitions for this tournament, for this set.
And for anybody that doesn't know, Woo has a Patreon. There's, 5, 6 set 3 decks that you built up there already on your deck list?
Yeah, but it's going to be much more soon, especially, we're going to get the full set revealed this week. Probably by Tuesday, Wednesday, I'd expect the whole set will be available.
And there's some legendaries to be revealed.
2 legendaries, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wonder what those are.
1 red, 1 yellow.
1 yellow, right.
Right?
Uh-huh.
But we don't know, other than that.
We do not.
I mean, I guess we don't know for certain that that's true, but that would hold true from the first 2 sets where there were 4 of every color. There's a lot to mess around with in this new set. I think a lot more than there was in set 2.
Oh, yeah. And I think this is a set that people have been waiting for. It's a time period with, Clone Wars that is a really cool time period with a lot of great characters. I thought seeing the Jyn Erso today was good. I was wondering why Jyn didn't have a unit.
Yeah, that's a cool little unit. It's one of the few rebels. We really haven't been getting many rebels in the last couple sets. We got one really good one with Cassian last set. Now we get Jyn to go in this set. And other than that, it's been almost a set 1 aggro deck.
Right. But
the best cards are actually the non-rebel stuff, like Poe and Wrecker for the Sabine deck.
And I know you all love your Darksavers, but at least for me, Wrecker is far and away the most significant card that changed Sabine Green. But right behind that is Cassian, and I would put him pretty significantly above the Darksaber, to be honest with you.
I know this weekend there are people that cut Darksaber from their Sabine decks, expecting a lot more main deck upgrade hate. So.
Right, because you had to be worried about people preparing for Bosk, because it does make sense.
And Boba's armor, it's all right, there's a certain threshold where people are just gonna run this main deck hate.
All right, I'm gonna try to play Symbiote's Boba video now. It's only 14 seconds, so let's see how it goes.
Because you're sympathetic to their cause? You agree with her tactics? You know, clearly you have some kind of an agenda here. I don't have time for this.
Don't actually. I don't care much for either side.
So what, that makes you fair and balanced?
So, yeah, that happened. Don't tick off Symbiote. He can put anybody in any movie. That is a true statement. All right, Duncan Lose to be moving off. Follow up with the chat. Let's see if we have pairings yet. All right, we do have a new result. Duncan. Oh, that's the previous round. Never mind. Let's see if we have a new result.
I think all the results are in. We're just waiting for them to pair.
So, yeah, we have Tada. I don't think we knew that Brian McDonald won last we checked, but Brian McDonald improves to 6-1.
All right, so Stiffopotamus was the Vader, who drops down to 5-2 with not so great breakers. So
Table
we'll
25
see.
has not reported yet. If you're on table 25, just go ahead and report something, so we can go. But you know there are actually big prizes that go farther.
Yeah, he may break into top 16 or something, so you
Right.
can't say
Right.
that there's any reason to be scooping.
All right, I think we'll go for a little bit of intermission. So we'll get that, and we'll be back with the top cut, top 8 right
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? This is the way.
It's a trap! Hey, you don't serve their kind here.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Because you're sympathetic to their cause? You agree with her tactics?
You know, clearly you have some kind of an agenda here. I don't have time for this.
I don't actually. I don't care much for either side.
So what, that makes you fair and balanced?
All right, Star Wars Unlimited fans, we are here with the top 8. And we have Boba Fett versus Sabine. Conroe Ryan, who we just saw slay the Boss Blue deck in the last round of Swiss, versus Larry on Sabine ECL. What do you think about this matchup, Wu?
Well, battle of heavyweights, right?
Right. Let's do this.
This is the first seed Boba Green and the 8th seed Sabine ECL.
And the way OBS works, it actually played my fair and balanced intro again as we started this matchup, and I let it go because it actually seems on point, right? We'll see here. And the players did exchange deck lists. It is open deck list and cut. This is an untimed cut, which means that they will not go to breakers at any point per the store. And it doesn't look like we have any matchups, though, that would really be bears for time that we see. We're looking for who the 4 and the 5 seed are, if anybody knows the decks they represent. So if you're out there in TV land,
I got them. So Ryan is on Boba Green, and no, he gave me the 1-8. So
all right, so we'll keep following up on
Sorry.
that. And if we can get the deck lists themselves, we can give you some insights there, but we got to do what we got to do.
yeah, we don't know the 4 or 5 currently, but 2 seed versus 7 seed is Boss Blue playing against Boba Red. 3 seed versus 6 is Sabine ECL playing against Mono Yellow Han. We do not know the 4 and the 5.
And I believe that the Mono Yellow Han is Ian Klein, who...
Yeah, Ian Klein and John Tada. RT Chomp is the Boba Red playing Duncan on Boss Blue. And then
yeah, and that's...
we are watching this. Sabine ECL and Boba Green.
And I think that the Boba Red is not what Bosk wanted to see, as the undefeated seed coming into the cut, I imagine. Huge shout out to my teammate Platform, who missed top cut by the skin of his breakers. Well played, sir.
Yeah. 9th place. All right, Tarkin Blue is the 4 seed playing Boba Green, the 5 seed. So we have got four Bobas in the top 8 for everyone that's counting Boba prevalence these days. 2 Sabines. Sorry, 3 Bobas. Three Bobas, not 4. 3 Bobas.
Here we go.
3 Bobas, 2 Sabines, and then a Han, a Bosk, and a Tarkin.
A Tarkin.
Tarkin Blue.
Cheers. Which is the player on Tarkin? Woo.
That's Brian.
Brian. Cheers, Brian. I like that. Villain Blue-Green is not being represented anywhere near as much as I thought it would be today. John Tada is in the top cut. The Golden Dice crew is watching and helping us communicate, going forward. So see if any of those guys hop on. I think that they placed well, but not into the top cut. Players are bouncing the camera. In fact, they may be adjusting the camera. Wouldn't surprise me if that's actually what's going on there, because I see it being moved a little bit. But, yeah, nice clear picture, too. Can somebody write down the top 8 decks? Yes, there will be many spreadsheets with the top 8 decks in the upcoming days. I'll see if I can whip up a bracket quick to show you guys. All right, we're waiting for the match to start. I see Sabine, and Larry is holding his hand out like a pro for us. I see a Poe, I think, which is a crucial card. He puts that back. I didn't see the rest of it. I thought I said an A-Wing and a Poe. But I might have been wrong about that.
We are about to get started.
All right, so this has been a tough day of cards already, as these players have grinded out, but now they're playing for, you know, significant prizes, including the day one buy. Sometimes somebody that's on an aggro deck might be a little bit more rested. Certainly probably having more breaks than somebody that's on a real grindy deck. We know the Boba Green player had a high-stress, tough match with the last round of Swiss.
Unless Ian pivoted to Boba Yellow, I believe those results are incorrect in the chat. I think 3 versus 6 would be Sabine ECL versus Han Yellow.
I think that's right.
But, you know, maybe he's playing Boba Yellow. That would be wild, though.
Yeah. Last time I
All right, Battlefield Marine comes down. So,
and a Fighters for
and Fighters for free. Yeah. Sorry, that was the preview. I'm behind. I was reading the chat.
Yep. All right, so Boba plays a super laser tech, but can't immediately kill it. The Battlefield Marine goes to base. Let me get my scoreboard here.
How did the Fighters end up in the discard? I kind of missed the sequence.
I thought it was clunky, but we'll see. I was actually looking at, you know, stuff myself. Let's get going. All right, so Larry attacks the second time.
Oh, he ECL'd the Fighters into something.
He did.
And then it died on the crackback, it looks like.
I think that's right. All right, so 7 damage on Boba. Bosca's going to ambush in. This is going to be Boba's flip turn.
Yeah, this is this already looks devastating for Sabine. But maybe like a Darksaber here can just kind of steal this game potentially. No, there is no Darksaber. Just K2 coming down. Oh, it was the Greedo. It was an ambush into Greedo and then Greedo proc. Okay, that's wild. That's a huge setback because no ECL now means this Boba kind of got free reign. There's a Bosk in play.
All right, and then K2 gets his when defeated. He might have taken discard. I mean, I don't know how many cards are in Boba's hand right now.
No, he's discarding, and he ditches an armor.
Yep.
He might have another one. We'll see.
So Sabine attacks into base, choosing not to clear Bosk.
3 for a resupply and deal 2 to Sabine. So we've got the 7 resource turn incoming, and Boba's only taken 10. ECL's gone here, which again is devastating. A potential timely could be big. But I could very well see like a Maul just coming down. We got a trade, a Sabine trade with the boss.
Well, that could be worse. A barrage there is a lot worse than that. So, I mean, I think the Sabine player is thinking, no, do I just jam Poe right now?
Yep.
It'd surprise me if Boba doesn't have an answer.
5 is there's the barrage, and that is real big. Boba's gonna be able to hit 6, ready 2. See if he has something to play. He's got only 1 card in his hand, but it might be just like a Bazine from the resource row. It's just a blaster, like a post-damage blaster.
Oh, if you can't have armor, at least you can have a gun.
I mean, a timely Poe here can clear this. It doesn't. It still doesn't like do a ton.
Yeah, even
but
even timely K2 is okay.
Yeah, it's timely K2. There's a Poe in hand. I don't see if that timely though. Okay, just red 3 in space.
Certainly a matchup where timely is helpful.
I think that Greedo finishing the fighters was that's what we missed, but that was game altering.
Right.
I think Boba's likely just gonna pivot to base now. He can hit for 11 here. We'll see. I mean, he might decide to clear units, but there's a I could see him just going face.
Yeah, I think he takes the red 3. I think that's the right call for
kill the red 3. I mean, he can free kill the Sabine as well. Boba lives through that.
Right.
No, that time he goes face. Ready's more.
So he's at 14, and that was a. Oh no, Sabine's still going at it. So the fire spray has 2 damage on it. Boba Leader has 4 damage on him, 3 health remaining, with a hotshot blaster in hand.
Sabine's at 14.
Sabine's
Which means
14 damage, 11 left.
Playing defense now is not a great spot for Sabine here.
They're gonna take 6 to face. So Boba's 2 actions away. Takes 1 of them.
6 to face here, so Sabine kind of has to claim here or kill Boba.
And hope to get Wrecker in timely. Or Poe in timely, or there's a number of
Poe in
cards that help
timely.
with timely. Oh, that's not, yeah, claim. So round 1 is going to go to Boba.
Yep. Very quick. These games typically are pretty quick in general.
Sabine you get to eat. So even the like against a blue deck, against a Bosk Blue or a Kira that's running all the top targets in Vigilance, the games can go longer. But Boba Green usually is decided one way or another pretty quick, in my experience.
Yeah, they're gonna close on you if you don't kill them quickly. So
right, and then we have sideboard decisions. I think 3 heroic sacks are coming in for the Sabine player. We don't know the exact Boba list. I think we have seen. I don't know. Have we seen Conroy Ryan play Waylay? I think we have. Waylay makes Wing Leader not ideal. Makes it so
these Boba decks typically either have no good to me or Waylay in the main, and usually have the other in the sideboard. Both are good into Sabine, so I should expect all of them to just be in the deck now, post board.
And the players did see the other list, so they do know what they're dealing with at this point in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And they're allowed to. So as you get up to the top cut of Planetary, how the rules say is that you can look at the list. You have 3 minutes to do so. You can't take notes while you have the list out. As soon as the list is put away, you can take notes on a fresh sheet of paper.
Mm-hmm.
Which gives you a couple minutes that you got to memorize some things. I actually made a mistake with that in my final. I thought that he had 1 confiscate, he had 2. Which actually was relevant in one of the games I played. But it is nice being able to see. I mean, I think that on game 1, Conor O'Ryan had a better, probably guess as to what's on the Sabine list than a Sabine looking at a Boba Green. I mean, Boba Green 30 is going to have a lot of consistent cards, but it has some very big question marks because he doesn't have enough room to fit everything. So,
Sure, I agree on that one. I think they're pretty stock at this point, right? I mean, are they playing lackeys? Are they playing Bosk?
yep. So,
Waylay, no good to me.
yeah,
But like,
the question marks are Waylay and No Good to Me Dead. I mean, but that's a big question mark because you play around those cards the exact opposite way. And then the other question mark is, you know, whether they have the Forlom Zucca stuff or whether they have, you know, Bosk, you know, around there.
yeah, there's like some variety, but you know,
Most of the Boba lists are 50 cards nowadays, so good on you guys. Doing math.
well, we don't know if these are 50.
Might be 50, might be 54. Who knows? Check in on the chat. How many players? David Fanu asks. I think we had, what was it, 97 at the start?
Yeah, something in the high 90s somewhere.
Nick Carter says, is Boba Tarkentown good? Yes. It's a good deck. I'll adjust the little levels a little bit. Darth Blast? Let me know if that's better.
The Sabine missed their turn 1 in this game,
Yeah,
so
that's rough. I mean, brutal. I presume it was after Mulligan.
yeah, I would expect it was after Mulligan. It's a pretty devastating place to be for Sabine.
Yeah. That did happen to me in the final game 3.
Gonna get a McClunky on Greedo to kill the red 3. Ready a resource.
I do think that Sabine has to play fairly aggressive. I mean, you're not favored in this matchup. I mean, you're really looking to have a near ideal hand, you know, if you want to win. I do see a Confiscate in there, so a little less susceptible to armor than some. Super Laser Tech is going to hit into Sabine, who's actually down on base damage right now, 7-4.
That's what happens when you don't play a card turn 1.
That is a true statement.
Take 3.
Yeah, I think he's going to...
The boss is going to clean that up.
Right. So it's going to be...
I could see like Boba into Boba's armor here, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Kills the K2.
Leaders do leave play now.
Untaps 2.
He takes discard again. Discards
Plays
Greedo,
the
plays
armor.
And that feels bad. I do think that he has a Confiscate in hand, though. I thought I saw one.
The
Players
2.
are playing fast. Know what they're doing, know their decks.
Confiscate doesn't really do anything here, to be honest. It's just very late for that.
Right.
So behind on board.
Let's see. Bosk has 3 health on him. Boba has 3 remaining health. Boba comes in for 4, taking Sabine to 11 damage on base. ECL has not been used.
Nope.
And
Doesn't look to have a good target for it.
yeah, so if he has Wrecker, this game might catch up a little bit on the next play. Buddy Bazine's
Does have Wrecker, but he's about to not have Wrecker.
Yep, but can he draw another Wrecker off the Bazine?
Is that a K2? No, it's a Poe.
What's he doing? Taking damage on base.
Yeah, it's taking a lot of damage.
Oops, not that one. So he's at 16. Did he get Wrecker? No, he's got Poe. Best he's got. So, I mean, he can do that. I mean, Poe can clear the board well.
Not well anymore.
Yeah, not well anymore. Now he trades because he has to attack Boba with ambush. Actually, it was not great before because both of them had 3 health. He couldn't get anything with the on attack. He really did need Wrecker there.
It's gonna ambush Poe into Boba, discard a card to deal 2 to something.
At that point,
Did he need to do the 2 into Boba? Boba had how much? 4.
3.
He had 5 health.
5
So
health. So
I don't think he needed to do the 2 into Boba, but I don't know exactly what mode he chose with the discard. But I think it's kind of irrelevant. Yeah.
all right, so Boba Green
2
advances
commanding victories. 2 very commanding victories.
into Sabine. You know, good run, Larry Johnson. You know, getting to a top 8 at any of these events is an accomplishment. And you'll get a man that's wanted on 12 systems for your troubles. All right, we're going to go to intermission a little bit and see if they can sub anybody else on the feature table.
Nah, they're not going to be able to move people in the middle, right?
You never know. You never know. If it's between a game, it's been done before. But we'll probably be going through and we'll be coming back to update brackets. I'm going to make a bracket of the players as the events come in, you know, using the time. So we'll be back with the top 4 after this, unless we get something else
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way. Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
All right, it's Loopy here at Late Night Gaming, and I'm here with Woo as we do our top 8 coverage. And we're just popping in to do updates for you. We have quite a few of the matches. You guys saw Conor O'Ryan did get into the top 4, beating Sabine.
Yep, so Boba Green. Then we also had a Boba Green beat the Tarkin Blue, so we're going to have a Boba Green mirror on one side of this bracket. On the other side, Han Yellow beat Sabine Green, and we're waiting on the results of the last match, which is currently in Game 3 between Boba Red and Boss Blue. So we could have a top 4 with 3 Bobas if you guys want to get your pitchforks out. Talk about how Boba's too good.
Yeah, or torches, tar and feathers.
Torches.
Boba,
Any objects that are welcome.
yeah, Boba looks good with tar and feathers on the armor, I think. So, what do you think Ian Klein's thinking about right now, waiting on the result of Bosk and Boba Red?
He wants Boss to win, and Boss did just win. So
all right, so we now have, I think, our top 4. Duncan is moving forward. This bracket is not official. I think this is how this works, with the winner of 2-7 plays the winner.
it is definitely how a normal Swiss bracket works. 1-8 plays 4-5, but we don't know which one we're going to watch on camera.
Right.
I'm voting for the Han versus Bosk over the Boba mirror, but you know, whatever they put in front of us.
All right, so we'll do that because we'll see Boba for sure in the final.
Yeah, either way, we get to see a Boba Green in the finals. So,
and I think that the Han Yellow, I mean, you have one of the original architects of the deck. I mean, Ian's a good player. Shout out to him. And then you also have Duncan, who's apparently a big thing in X-Wing, is what I've learned today. One of the things I've learned today. And
also, we've seen him play like 17 rounds this tournament, so we know his deck by heart at this point.
We do.
So.
Yeah, no. So we could actually probably, between the you and me,
Duncan yeah, so Duncan will be playing against Han, right? Okay.
And I don't know what we'll have on stream. All right, we are going to
Duncan versus Ian Klein on one side, and Boba Green on the other.
All right. So, all right, we're going to go back to a quick intermission, and then, I mean, I think we're going to be starting the top 4 in just a moment here. Be right back.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
What is up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Here we are with the top 4. So I will update the little dinghy, and we have, get this, Boba Green versus Boba Green.
Oh, so they are on different bases, so we know lowercase is at the top of the screen
Yep.
of Command Center, and Conroy?
I think it's Conroe Ryan.
Conroy Ryan, yeah.
Yeah, so it's almost
Conroe
like,
Ryan, yeah.
I wonder if it's, it's intended to be Cornrow Ryan. Who knows? But we got to
So the
call
Boba Green mirror is a lot about ramp, obviously. Neither of these are playing energy conversion lab, so there's no like shenanigans with like one-shotting Boba present here. Boba's armor is a huge deal in this matchup. It,
no good to be dead.
Makes it very difficult to remove. And then like things like Maul and Vader coming down, but I think ramp is basically the most important thing.
Yep. I think no good to be dead is a key card too. If you can get that right after a Boba flip, I mean, I know that if they're Boba players that are expecting a lot of mirrors, will
mainboard those as opposed to the waylay, right?
Yep.
There's like a lot of very important cards in this matchup, right? The ramp, overwhelming barrage, Boba's armor. Like some of these games can sometimes just turn into blowouts if like one person has it lined up for them with those cards and one person doesn't. Otherwise, they could turn pretty grindy because if they've been able to like clear the leaders from each other, it becomes a lot about this like Vader Maul top end stuff about like who sequences that and who's able to be like the last one that has one of those bigger units.
Yeah, and this is a little bit thinky mirror too. I mean, it's interesting. All right, so at the top we have lowercase is the name registered on Melee with Alien Playmat. And Conroy Ryan, who we've seen the last couple of matches, has clawed and stayed alive and is now looking in good shape in this tournament. The winner of this will face either Bosk Blue, which is Duncan, or Han Yellow, which is Ian.
I think as far as like matchup spreads, Boba has game into both of those. Boba kind of has game into everything, right? So, but this guarantees only one Boba makes it to the finals. So maybe that's a win for some people. So Bazine, now he's insulated in the ramp. He kept 2 ramp cards, so
Yep, and very smart because I mean Bazine will absolutely rip ramp. This was why he played it.
But the interesting thing is that he still took the resupply instead of taking the patch was Maul. I guess he just really doesn't want Boba to double ramp against him.
Is that the line of play that you're hoping for? Is double ramp? I mean, because if I'm playing Weber, I certainly want to double ramp if I can. Is it the same for Boba?
I think in this matchup it can be solid to double ramp.
Just getting to 7 faster for your big guns.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Bazine out there does give him an easy way to, kill with the super laser tech.
Mm-hmm.
Conroe Ryan on bottom will have initiative going into the next round. This will likely be the Boba flip turn for both players.
Yeah, that's generally what happens at 5.
Well, if you don't ramp, then that does,
Well, they
matched up.
both ramped, so that we got that past that first hurdle where like one person ramps and one person doesn't. But first person to deploy Boba is also usually in a decent spot. Now he's just bosking into Boba here, so he wants to get 4 damage onto it to like
Right.
insulate a little bit against Boba's armor, and then maybe be able to finish it off.
Yeah, and he also, I mean, Barrage feels real bad right now. If that's the only 5 that he has.
Thing is, like, Bazine can kill Bosk here, right?
Right.
So
Yeah, we'll see. Lowercase chooses to put Bazine into Bosk, but that does let him ready a resource. So
yep.
Counter Orion is going to be able to conceivably spend 8 this turn, where lowercase is going to be maxed at 7.
Although lowercase needs to protect Boba here, right?
Right.
And the armor does come down, which does put it now at a theoretical 7 life, right? He's got 3 plus 2 plus the 2 reduction. Right. So Boba can no longer finish him. But he puts 4 into his base. Readies 2 more.
Let me update the life totals here.
6 back, untaps readies another 2 resources, so he's got a full grip. I'm gonna get a 7th fleet. No, a Boba.
Boba.
And there is a 5-drop coming. It's a barrage, which is humongous here.
Yep.
He's killing Boba, leader, putting 1 into the unit.
Yep. So.
And now they'll both be moving into their 6 resource turn, except one person here is sitting with a leader with an armor on it.
Yep. And when you talk about navigating the flip turn for Boba, I mean, I think that was well done. Remember, we talked about lowercase having max of 7, but he knew he had Boba armor, he knew he had barrage, and he knew that he likely could.
And sometimes that's all the deck is trying to do. It's not doing the 8 like it was doing so frequently before. It's like doing the 5 plus 2.
Right.
All right, no good to me is a pretty solid play here. I mean, the unit still exists though is the problem. Syndicate lackeys, they were really clean 2-for-1 there too. So it's just like this advantage is just it's hard, right? It's hard to like make up all this ground. Like Maul is pretty clean into the lackeys here, pushes a bunch of damage, but then what, right?
Right. No, Bazine
comes in
from the row, I think.
All right, and he does take a payoff card. There's only a Boba unit.
And he also has a place to redirect damage on Maul now, because he has an underworld unit out.
Yeah, for sure. And Bazine also just cleanly kills the lackey if he needs it to.
Now, Boba will not ready. Boba of the lowercase, Boba leader, will not ready because of No Good to Be Dead. I think
he'll ready eventually. Ready eventually.
Maybe, unless he draws a second No Good to Be Dead.
Still a problem. Still a problem.
Yeah, and he's still able to be barrage. We'll see if he has a Maul right now. I think that's what he's looking for. But before that, on initiative, is that Bosk?
It's a boss to clean the
Bazine up.
The Bazine. Just like so many of these 2-for-1s that he's getting, right? Like just.
So that changes kind of where I want to be, too, because now Vader might be better. And he does.
Yeah, Vader's a great hit here. It's just like you're still so far behind, but Vader's a one kind of card that can maybe catch you up here.
Now, if the Vader can survive to the beginning of the next round, that can kill the Boba leader, right? With a barrage.
With a barrage.
Yeah. It's.
Oh, he does pull 2 units out.
Yeah,
the Bazine and a Crumb.
Let's see what he gets.
And I expect he won't discard either of those cards.
And he should not. We were talking about this.
No. Yeah.
We have a Boba Green Masterclass coming. Unfortunately, we had a sound issue, so we'll get it back. But I know what the content's going to be. I mean, do not randomly give them discards on Bazine if they don't have what you were checking for. I mean, he was looking for a Maul, make sure he doesn't have it. He's making sure he didn't have a big Vader, but if you don't see it, don't give him the chance to draw it.
We do know that resupply is in the hand, though, and if he wants, he can just resupply to kill Vader here with the boss trigger.
Right.
It's not like, oh, you don't usually want to be playing resupply right now, but being able to kill a Vader with it is...
Barrage clears the board, I think, if he has that.
If he drew it, yeah.
Yeah.
But we knew he had the one event at least.
Mm-hmm. So lowercase will go.
So he drew into a Vader.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay. So and on the gun he plays Darth Vader, commanding the First Legion. J-Rod asks, do we know the other matchup? We do. It is Boss Blue versus Han Yellow. And shout out to J-Rod and the Outmaneuver guys. Great channel. Check their stuff out.
Oh, and Symbiotes says hello.
Actually, what he said was woo, with way too many O's. Get your game face on, Symbiote. It's 5.
I believe Symbiote top 4'd his store showdown today.
He did, so shout out to him, one of the nicest guys in the community. And I say that because he could put me in any movie. Never mess with the master of memes. So Ball will clear Boba Leader, right? Without him being able to attack. And redirect all of the damage to Bazine. That's a big swing.
Yep. For sure.
If he can't answer...
He's like slowly clawing back here a little bit.
Right. He's got a little more damage on the base than that.
Might need to kill Crumb here because otherwise Ball can do that again. Yeah, so he does kill the Crumb.
Yep.
McClunky. Wow, okay, that's pretty
hot.
cool.
That's hot. That's hot. Here we go. So he has a Maul with 2 damage. Maul, or a Bosk with 2 damage, right? So Maul would represent 4 overwhelm.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that Crumb is one of those cards that is sneaky important to remove.
Yeah. No, the boss blue, his name is Duncan. He is a X-Wing champ.
Great player. We saw him on stream earlier today. So if you're looking at running the Boss Blue deck at a PQ, I think Duncan played very well.
So it looks like Bazine came down, but he had 2 Mauls in his hand.
Yep.
He does rip one of them out with the Bazine, but the other one's still around.
And that should be 3 overwhelms.
I think he was really hoping that he'd be able to remove the big threat, right?
Right.
But McClunky might... Okay, just Cloud Rider.
Right. All right. Well, I feel like Conor Orion really has kind of clawed back into this game on the back of Maul.
He's been clawing back, but he's still always been behind on board, right?
Right.
Like, they're still just units all the time.
And he waylays the
Waylay.
7th fleet.
We'll see if he has a fire spray here. It does not. Okay, fire spray would have been real big.
Yep. He will take initiative.
He plays 2 3-drops. Continues to just always have more things in play.
So if you're Ryan, what are you looking for right now? What's your ideal card?
You're looking to draw finishers, right? Like you've only played 1 Vader. You know, one of your Vaders got ripped out of your hand by Bazine, but he's not played a Maul. He's not played a fire spray.
Right.
And he's just trying to he just needs to top deck into that stuff so that he can like really capitalize on the fact that he's ahead.
Okay, so I think I see 5 is going to be Bosk.
Yeah, and that's got 4 health. So like, of course, if he has Vader or Maul here, he's like in fantastic shape, but She's going to take the attack first. 3 to base. 6 resources open on Conroe.
And at least one ominous 6-drop that exists in that deck. Though Barrage is also, I mean, assuming that lowercase develops his board here, you know,
Barrage clears board right now.
Yeah, Barrage Bosk is there because Bosk's.
Oh no, it doesn't clear board.
He doesn't clear board because, well, actually no, you can take the
No,
shield.
no,
off.
it actually does. Yeah,
yep.
1 and 5 from the Barrage, and then 2 from the boss.
Bosk.
Yeah, it would
Yep.
clear board.
And with events, the event has to resolve first. He's gonna no good to me dead at the 7th fleet.
And put 2 into the and pop the shield.
Yep.
Looks like he did find a finisher, and that's big. We'll see where he puts the 4 damage into Maul or into the Boba unit. It's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, where would you put it?
I'd put it into the unit so that Maul can't get killed by basically anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Vader and Maul really doesn't feel good for Vader. And importantly, Conor Orion does not have an Underworld unit out, so even if he has them all, he dies attacking the opposing one.
Yeah, it's not great. See that, like, a lot of this happened because of that flip turn, just like putting lowercase so far ahead, and he's just like playing catch up all game, and eventually you just like run out of steam.
Yeah,
It's gonna be very difficult to like undo this kind of board state.
Alright, we now have 16 on Conor Orion's base. He plays a Phase Trooper, which is not a card that is in every Boba list for sure. I think he's at 8. It is a Sentinel you can grab with Vader.
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, I think that Conor Orion is really on kind of last legs here. Picking up the resources, was that a scoop and go to game 2? I imagine. Looks to be this time. I saw him remove his deck.
Yep.
So, first game goes to lowercase on top with the Boba.
They will sideboard, and I will return in a moment.
I will do this. Let's see if I can add a text bar to show who's up. Alright, so as you sideboard in a Boba mirror, I think you're looking to certainly add any copies of No Good to Me Dead you have into it. Armor is a key card. I mean, you saw the power of the armor and the overall barrage. I think that really was the difference in that game when push comes to shove on the flip turn. And I thought it was well sequenced by lowercase in knowing that he didn't need to do 8 resources. He was going for a 7 resource turn, playing the armor, making sure something was removed, readying it back up to 5, and then barraging to clear the board.
Right.
All right, so lowercase is up. 1 to 0. I'm going to make that a little smaller, put it above my head. And we go for a chance at the finals. The players are sideboarding. What are your thoughts on sideboarding in a Boba, Mir? Woo?
Well, I think they're gonna probably try to grind a little more, like the things like the Palps returns. Choose sides could be useful. Upgrade hate, like if you're really just worried about the Boba's armor stuff. You can bring that in.
Yep.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. You know, and I had the displeasure. I remember when you were, you know, a monster on Boba ECL as the set 1, you know, happened. The deck has changed a little bit.
Yeah, no ECL here, of course.
Right. Though, Boba ECL is a reasonable choice yet too. It does help some matchups. It certainly has become a Boba 30 world, though. That's what we're seeing for green.
More of it, but not entirely. There are some.
Yeah. I think that the fact that Maul has ambush and Vader has ambush, and that's a lot of your power and your finishers, really makes it so you don't want to do it. Fire Spray can still do cool things on ECL once in a while with a space unit, but... And then Bosk has ambush. Forlom has ambush.
Yeah, if you play ECL, you're usually playing Zuckuss. Steadfast Battalion is making an appearance again because of how prevalent Boba is, like, as an option to hit for 7.
I was thinking about that with Sabine, to be honest with you, the other day. Because it is a clean answer if they aren't have armor yet. But it costs 5, which is unfortunate. Alright, they're going into the next round. Lowercase is up 1-0. The Baltimore Qualifier. Shout out to Games and stuff. They really won a nice event. From the people that have texted me as we've been doing coverage, they really had a lot of fun. And, you know, push is coming to shove. Do we have any updates on the other match? Anybody feel free to put them in there.
All right, we got a turn 1 skip and a Bazine, so it's a very similar start to last time. And once again, there's 2 ramp and just 2 big guys.
Mm-hmm.
And he's taking the resupply.
He rips the resupply.
It's the exact same first turn.
Link TCG says any Boba Tarkentown? Absolutely. A fella named RT Chump, top 8'd with Boba Tarkentown.
We don't know if he had target. I don't think it was confirmed that he was on Tarkentown. He might have just been on Red 30
true.
Red.
In fact, now that you say that, he might have been on Red 30. I know I saw him on Carabast or any digital platform with that deck, and I think it actually might have been on Spice Mines. So, I mean, this is interesting sequencing because the super laser tech can go into being there, but until he flips Boba or plays another ground unit,
there's no way he can. Yeah, but there's no way you're not playing to the ground. But what you can do is just like ambush into the tech and ready, which also prevents your opponent from readying a resource.
Yeah, it does give you. It gives you the ability to play exactly what happened last turn. Like, if he flips Boba, I mean, the tech will do 2 damage as the next action, but if he has armor and then barrage...
And then you can armor.
Yep.
Okay, he's just leading Bazine.
from the row, too.
So there's a barrage armor in hand. I'm assuming one of those two is coming out of that hand right now.
Yeah.
But Lurking Tie, that's he brought in the Lurking Ties, I assume. I don't think we've seen him play them otherwise, so they might have been a sideboard edition. And this Boba Green deck does kind of struggle with space. It plays very light in space, and also most of the damage you would do is things like with Barrage, which don't affect the Lurking Tie. So, it's definitely an interesting. So, what did you see what he pulled out? Because the card's completely glare.
Yeah, no, it did. I don't know whether it was Barrage or Armor. I mean, it's got to be one of the two, or at least you'd think that. So he's going to be able to flip Boba here. He's going to be able to attack.
Immediately suit up, also.
Yep.
The Super Laser Tech suiciding gave the Boba the ready trigger.
Meanwhile, we have a report from Man on the Ground, Just Jack, saying Han Yellow won Game 1 against Bosk.
I think we're frozen, right? No, we're not.
We're not.
They were just perfectly still.
Yep. Sometimes you gotta think. Sometimes you gotta do math. So he's gonna play
There's
the
Lurking Tie. There's armor.
It's big. So, I mean, if you're lowercase, are you dirtling right now? Or trying to?
How do you dirtle?
I don't know.
You got flip or something.
Right. One way is to Bazine. And he's got that's a hand. 2 Mauls of Vader and Palpatine's Return.
It's gonna be a never-ending swarm of these big units.
Yep. Alright, so we're going into the next turn, right? And lowercase has not flipped his Boba.
No.
Ryan plays out a Phase Trooper. Barrage for 4 to kill the Sentinel.
You can put 1 into Boba, which does 0, if he'd like.
That's true. Hot Shot Blaster.
Shot Blaster.
I imagine that's 8 to base.
Yeah, it's just how do you get rid of this thing?
Right. Now, we are in game 2. If he has upgrade hate, I imagine he included it at this point.
Yeah, but like, what does upgrade hate do now? Like, there's 2 upgrades on it. The leader's been out and it's hitting you already for 8. I mean, he can flip his own Boba, and he might try to race. Like that, it could be a racing situation now. I think it probably is. Yeah. So he's actually ahead in the race, and the Lurking Tie is a pretty annoying card to deal with.
Yep. And he did get armor on his Boba, that's what that is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
You know, the hand for Conroy here is just 7 drops for days, right?
Right. So he's going to be able
But those
to
might not actually help in the race.
Maul's relevant.
Maul's relevant, but Maul kind of catches you up. He's down, right? He's down 6 right now.
Right,
And
right, and
okay, so he's
so
going
gonna play
Vader.
Vader, which is interesting. I wonder if he
Might be
has
looking
for a Starfighter, a Black Sun,
or a Sentinel.
right? Yeah, the phase. This is why the Phase Trooper would be in the deck. It is a Black Sun, which is a good card against a Lurking Tie for sure.
Yeah, but you are now no resources, right? So like, if his opponent has barrage or something, he can whiteboard and push something like what 6 + 4 plus. He could push 13 damage or something, 12 damage.
And he ambushes into Vader, putting only 3 damage on Boba. Maul
a 6 overwhelm.
Yeah. That's the downside of that ambush play. So he is at
20. And he's at 20, and he's about to take another 6 and then have 2 lethal threats looking at him.
Absolutely.
All right, so he had to pivot now, so he does take out Boba.
Right, but he's going to lose initiative and Maul.
And take 7, probably.
If he does run Surprise Strike, that's lethal in 1 action. I imagine that lowercase.
These decks don't usually run Surprise Strike, at least not the ones I've seen most commonly. But
that's true. They usually do have Hot Shot Blasters. No.
Which would be 1 short, but
1 short. All right, so lowercase is going into the next round with a big advantage on base damage. There is the hot shot to 29.
So 1 life left on base for Conroy.
He takes out the Lurking Tie. Is there a fire spray? No.
No good to me.
But he hasn't played anything yet.
He has to kill this Maul.
Yeah. I suppose you could like waylay it or something. He needs to disable it next round.
It's Maul into Maul.
Yep, so he just does 1 overwhelm. I don't think he redirects damage to Boba Leader.
So
that's Greedo?
I almost think like he should have redirected and killed his own Boba there, because Boba's not readying here.
Yeah.
And Maul would have. So like, I definitely think I don't know if he should have, but that definitely would have been a consideration, right? Yeah. It would have killed the leader, but even through the Boba's armor. But
so he needs to have.
You'd have a readied.
Yep. So he puts Bosk into Greedo. He has no choice but to ambush.
Yeah. We're kind of like a fire spray away from this ending, most likely.
Yep. I think that it's 5 resources remaining for Conroy Ryan. So Barrage is still alive for a ton of damage. And I think his Barrage could kill a reinforcement.
Is he not activating Greedo?
He needs to. I mean, you activate Greedo here, don't you? Don't you try to take out Bosk?
Doesn't
he might be thinking about it.
Appear that he flipped a card there.
He has not yet. So we'll see if he chooses to discard. I guess he declines. Or at least is still thinking. It's 9 damage on lowercase's base. Conroy Ryan is hanging on with a threat at 29. 1 damage from the end of his day. Yeah, and I'm not sure. So he chooses not to discard with Greedo. Not sure what the logic with that is.
Honor is in a position where, like, anytime he doesn't kill something, he's in danger of losing to any unit, right?
Yeah, McClunky.
But McClunky does do 5.
Mm-hmm. And he takes
And he
initiative.
claims he doesn't have a follow-up there. Now Boba is getting readied.
Yep. And swinging for 8. So he needs to be careful. And you always got to have a way to remove. But, I mean, what do you do with initiative here? Is Boba. He plays a fire spray. So he needs a barrage.
Needs a barrage or no good to me. Reinforcement?
Oh, what about a Devastator?
Devastator!
That will do. That will do. Devastator does 10 damage. I think that's exactly what he has. To the fire spray. Adds a Space Sentinel. That lane is closed for now. And then Boba hits for 9. Boba hits for 8. He has armor.
I have to tell you, though, not flipping off Greedo there was wild to me. Like, I don't want to, like, overthink that, but that boss got 2 health on it, and if you hit off of that Greedo,
yeah. And maybe we'll check with lowercase if we talk to him what the reasoning was. I mean, sometimes there's things we don't think about, but I certainly would have discarded with Greedo. It is.
If I have a target for Greedo, I never skip it.
Right.
I don't think about like the top of my deck as any different than the bottom of my deck. It's just a random card from the deck, and any upside there could be game changing. So.
All right. So we have 17 damage on lowercase. Conroy Ryan has commanding board position, but I think it was just no good to me dead on the Devastator. Which solves half the problem that Devastator presents. Devastator still presents there. He's going to Hotshot Blaster again. So now Boba is dual wielding with armor into the opponent's base for 10.
And which puts him 1 action away from defeating his opponent.
Yep. So, I mean,
he's at 3.
He's already. I think that lowercase has played multiple copies of No Good to Me Dead, so there's only 1 left. The Devastator will not ready next turn. He's a fire spray. That's game.
All right, they're going to game
up.
3.
Sudden death.
It's a pretty big clawback there.
All right, and we just lost the board, or they might be restarting it, which actually...
They are resetting it. Yeah.
That could do good stuff. So thanks to our amazing...
Is it easier if we just dump these out? Is it
ground.
bothering you guys, like, dipping in?
No.
All right, we'll mute the audio there. We told the players that their audio won't be broadcast, so we're going to honor that. Nobody wants to have their audio unintentionally on a national stream. Or maybe they do. Some people want to lose on a national stream. I heard that's the dream of at least one person that's been watching today. All right, so what are you thinking? What are these Boba players thinking as it goes into the decisive round?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hope to draw ramp.
Draw ramp. So far, they've both ramped in both games, right? Like, we haven't seen one of these, like, blowout games. But... Definitely looked like Conroy had way more top end. I don't know if it's just, like, the draws, right? He just... We saw Palps return, we saw Devastator, we saw him just have a bunch of these 7s, so I don't know if like his opponent brought in like lurking ties, which is a different thing that you're trying to do. Not using the Greedo left a Maul overwhelm. I mean, we never saw Maul come down, so I don't know if he had Maul in hand, but maybe he was looking at Maul as having lethal in that case. But it also very much left any event as a major issue because Bosk's trigger. But that's a good point that, like, if he had Maul in hand, maybe he was hoping that Bosk would just stay in play so he could overwhelm off of it. So. I don't think... Is any of the sound still coming through? All right, I'm not muted. Loopy's muted.
Oh, I am sure muted. Sorry about that. I imagine you couldn't hear me though either, Will.
No, I could not.
Yeah, I have a button. So shout out. I got 156 watching on the Golden Dice channel right now as we go to the finals. A lot of good PQs today. I think we have the McClunky Gaming team broadcasting from Flipside, which is, where is that Clifton Park? Do you know? Is it Massachusetts somewhere?
No, it's in New York.
New York? Okay.
Yeah.
Then we have Utah PQ. I think Frank Myers is manning that, so as this final wraps up, that's an option. And then we have our friend Rebel Trader, who's a big asset to the community, working on the PQ out in Seattle. But we are getting to crunch time here. We have a decisive game 3 between two Boba Fett's, both on green bases.
So Bazine
hit the
took a super laser tech, right?
And I think that was the
Did he
only
have
ramp
redundant ramp?
I don't think so.
No, he didn't. So this might be a game where we don't see.
Is there a way that they can double lose? Not anymore.
Lurking Tie comes down, so no ramp for. Okay, there is ramp on the ground here, but this is a situation where because he went space, there is a chance that just like if he's got another space unit to play here and he doesn't need to go to the ground, that just evens up the ramp pretty majorly. So,
yeah. So they're correct. At this event, the top cut is not timed. Now there is a procedure that they can time a top cut. In fact, I think the tournament regs may recommend a 75-minute top cut, and there is a breaker situation which did come to play in the Chicago PQ. So make sure you are up on your rules as to how those breakers work if it is a timed top cut, because it is impossible to double lose in top cut. You can't do it.
So he attacks with tech, which means top Boba can actually play to the ground now. Barrage,
confiscate,
Bosk, Fire Spray, Confiscate. So it
doesn't
have any of the 7s. There's no Boba's armor. He does not have a play this turn. There's a chance that he just doesn't hit a card here. No, he does take the Barrage. It just that card's just too important.
Now
he's saying maybe
he may have a Bazine in the row.
He may.
And
he may have just drawn into a unit. He doesn't just draw into a Bazine.
Get wrecked. Okay, Syndicate Lackey.
No, that hand is also pretty redundant, right? There's 2 5-drops and a no good to me dead. So
I don't think I use the Bazine. Do you? On that hand, he
takes
the
no good to me dead.
What card did lowercase draw? Claims? We won't see it this
They both only spend 2 resources on their 4-resource turn.
Well, they're not used to playing on 4 resources. They're supposed to skip that turn. That's the plan.
I mean, you only skip about 52% of the time or something like that. So you gotta be ready the other 48%.
Look at this guy's math. Just pulling that there. It's probably right.
I did the thing once on a calculator. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's around there. It's a little over half. You're good to go.
Right,
so McClunky, kill Bazine, put Bazine back in your own hand.
That is strong right there, I think.
Frozen and Carbonite. Okay, so clean answer for the lurking.
That's a card I haven't seen, but that must be what he's thinking with that card is to answer it. Maybe it's actually also for some of the other big blue units.
Takes Fire Spray, leaves him with Bosk and Confiscate.
That's a tell I think that's a tell that he doesn't have Boba's armor. I would read that. Because if he was planning armor, you'd think he would rip the Confiscate. Okay, so now the super laser tech hits.
2 into Boba.
Yeah, the thing with Frozen and Carbonite, though, is I don't think that anything's left play for... Actually, it has, because didn't Team McClunky a Bazine back? So,
Yep.
So his Boba
And the
leader
super
build
laser.
is
So they both ready.
Yep.
So he can put 4 into something and then ready to play his boss that we know he has in hand. Whether or not he wants to pour all of that damage into Boba to get it off the table is
Right.
something he can do.
And
Pretty pivotal play here for him to decide how he wants to maneuver this.
Yeah, I know, and he's thinking and he's taking his time, being deliberate, which is a good plan. I mean, he may have another barrage by now, which goes online if he just attacks with Boba.
I mean, we saw his hand this turn, right? So it's Confiscate Bosk and an unknown card that he drew off of Bazine. And there is the unknown card.
So, and he's setting up a double ramp. I mean, he's going to go to...
He's going to go to 8, and he's looking for heavy hitters. Like, he maybe even, like, drawing towards Devastator, Reinforcement Walkers, stuff like that.
It helped last game.
So he puts 4 into Boba.
All right, and we just crested 200 people watching live. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Salute at Late Night Gaming. Co-commentating is the one and only Woo, who is a great competitive creator for this game. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so... I mean, is there
so Han Yellow in the finals. Han Yellow took down Boss Blue. We'll be waiting for whoever wins this to play him in the finals.
And Ian Klein has a ton of reps on Han Yellow. I mean, I think he did our masterclass, with it. And I think that it is the case that Ryan claimed. I was wondering if he would claim without swinging in with Boba.
I mean, we know he has Bosk in hand, so that's something that he can use to finish off the boss that's already in play. Or maybe he just wants to swing the super laser tech into that Bosk. Well, it looks like he just drew into a Maul, so that probably changed his whole plan anyway.
It's pretty good. Now you don't redirect to Boba leader, I think, and he doesn't.
No, but a barrage here on the Bosk side would be that's gotta wipe the board, right?
Yeah, it wipes the board, but then it's gonna put it's gonna be
8 damage.
Him with initiative and 10 resources.
9. He's at 8 right now. Actually, he's at 7 right now.
7 right now. But if
it would be 8 with the tech and then 9 next turn.
Yeah, you're right. 9.
It would also, like, how many Devastators are in his deck? I mean, we knew his whole hand was Confiscate Bosk, right? So like, he just drew a Maul. There's like one more unknown in hand.
Yeah, and the lowercase is flipping and reading the Boba card.
They're just calculating the overwhelm damage from the Maul.
And we'll update that, yeah. All right, so, and I mean, this is a pretty easy decision if you have Barrage, I think. But if you don't, it's not. Now, McClunky kills Boba leader. He can also just trade Bosk into Boba, which is what he does. Super Laser Tech runs into Bazine. Oh, runs into base.
No, runs into base. It's nothing to do with that resource anyway. So
right. Syndicate Lackeys trades with Mauls. Maul.
Probably not where you want to be doing right now.
Gets a crumb.
It's going to be a case of like who draws haymakers right now, because we know that Conroy doesn't really have any in his hand, but I mean, he just drew into a Maul.
Yeah, and it did seem, I mean, we never know because we don't have the deck list available to us, but it did seem like Conroy Ryan's deck had a lot of top end. Maybe perhaps a little bit more.
Yeah. He's got 2 in hand right now.
Yeah, like because we know he has Palp's Return, which is top end.
In the deck, yes.
Yep.
And a Devastator.
Yep.
But 2 in hand, the only cards we knew he had were Confiscate and Boss, but I assume at this point the Confiscate is gone because Boba's dead, so probably Boba's Armor's not really a consideration anymore. So he might have a Bosk in his hand and an unknown card. He might resource the Bosk if he drew into like Vaders and Mauls, but
Yeah. And Bosk is not an unreasonable play here, Bosk.
It's not, no.
Really has to be answered. It's not going to be
Palp's
that.
Return.
It's a Palp's Return.
So he drew into a Palp's Return.
Maul's going to
kill
overwhelm over Crumb, I think, for 4.
Yep, for 4.
To 9 damage.
See if other Boba here has drawn into a Vader or Maul yet, because we've not seen him play any of those.
So Brent Calley in the chat says the top 4 of the Montreal PQ is Boba Green, Boba Yellow, Ray Tarkentown, and then an unknown. Let's not forget about Canada.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a little bit different life total. I'm seeing 6, 8. I'm seeing 8, not 9. I might have been missed a Crumb heal.
Barrage.
On Bazine. Well, it's one way to eventually kill Maul. We may as well swing for damage with the super laser tech again. No good to be dead on Bazine. That's exactly what happened. Might be the first no good to be dead ever played on Bazine Natal.
Yeah, so that's rough. Like he's not playing any haymakers of his own. He's had to deal with 2 Mauls now.
Yep. Still ahead on base damage. I think. Is he at 10 now? Yeah, I gotta mark the damage from the tech. There's 7. So this would be Vader or Maul. Maul comes in, probably kills the other Maul, redirects to Bazine, right? So it'd be 3 overwhelm.
So Maul over Maul.
So he's gonna
Super Laser Tech puts him at 10 resources now, so we're gonna see if he's got Devastator. He does. Wow, so we saw his hand a couple turns ago, and it was Confiscate Bosk, and he pulled Maul, Palp Return, and Devastator after that in like 6 cards. That's wild.
Pretty good cards.
I mean, his deck probably has a massive density of these big things. I'm not like calling it lucky. It's just like wildly. It's just a very consistent, like, he just ripped powerhouses.
Get some Maul.
That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be very tough to come back from, though.
So, do you consider? So he just devastates into base for.
Yeah, he just needs to put him on a clock.
Yeah. And this is really a tough place for lowercase. Because,
yeah, he just freezes Maul.
Yep. I mean, he claims. I mean, he presumably doesn't have a fire sprayer. He would have just won the game. Let's see what are lowercase's outs here. I mean, it's Waylay, but then you die to the black.
I don't
Fighter.
think he has outs to be.
Yeah, I think that's lethal right here.
I mean it. All right, he gets the no good to me, so he lives to fight another day.
But I think that's.
It's not completely hopeless. I mean, if he has like ways to push, he needs to be able to push like lethal next turn, right? Because that one Devastator hit is now lethal.
I'm off on my count. That's
okay.
That's 17.
Vader. It's not hopeless. He needs to be able to push 13 before that Devastator readies.
He's at 23.
Which, if Conroy Drew blanks this turn, he is representing.
Devastator will not ready next turn.
No. There is lethal on the ground represented right now, so.
Fire spray. I don't think he has answer
okay,
for
fires.
anymore.
So now fires. Well, he's exhausted. So fire spray is going to hit for 5 and then also present lethal next turn.
Right.
So he has to find a way to deal with fire spray and finish the game next turn.
As does the Black Sun. I mean, the Black Sun, he's going to be at 28, I think, now. I did correct the damage. I did have the digital score.
Are they? Oh, you did. Okay. So, yeah, so.
I think it's 28 to 17. He freezes Maul and Carbonate, I think is what that card is.
Yeah. A barrage does kill both. A barrage off Maul does kill both Black Sun and Fire Spray. Unfortunately, then he still needs to finish the Devastator off.
Maul into there.
All right.
And I think lowercase does not have it.
Yep.
They shake hands.
So Conroy will be playing Ian in the finals. Boba Green versus Von Yellow.
All right, we'll just stay on here and pop up. Let me update my little bracket sheet that I made between the rounds. So, what do you think about the Han Yellow versus Boba matchup?
Look, if Boba ramps, it's still very tough for Han to stabilize early against that. It just doesn't have very many clean answers to an armored Boba. I know they might be playing Bamboozle, which could help. But Boba's probably tough. It's probably a tough matchup. I think most of the Han Yellow players I've spoken to do think the Boba Green deck is a pretty tough matchup. I don't subscribe to giving matchup percentages though, or like
think that people
claiming anything.
Yeah, they're way too quick to call something strongly favored or not favored.
Yeah.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. There's some things you can say. But
yeah, I reserve that to like very clear things, but like I think for the most part, a lot of these decks have just game into each other. Knowing all your lines more than all your opponent knows all the lines is like a pretty big tiebreaker in a lot of situations.
And then, good decks also allow for a lot of skill expression as you get through. I mean, I don't think that mid-range decks that get played at this level of competition, lack answers that are possible there.
No. But yeah, I think a lot gets said about things being favored into other things or strongly favored or free wins, and like I try to avoid any of that terminology in any of my input or insight as possible. Like, yeah, I'll call Sabine favored into Palpatine. That's usually like where my line is for talking like that.
If you got a mill deck into Hondo, you're looking okay. But it can be tough. But you always play the games. And I think that Han Yellow is a deck that certainly has the ability to just fire in all cylinders tap down and win before really even Boba gets to the top end. That's something that can happen. And then it has the alternative danger of just stealing and killing all the resources. That can happen. Let's go back and look at the bracket. So we started the top 8 with 3 Bobas, a Bosk, 2 Sabines, a Han, and a very brave Tarkin that managed his way up. The semis, we have one of the Boba Greens going through to the final. Ian Klein did beat Duncan Howard in the boss deck. So our final is Han Yellow and Boba Green. Let's see if we can get updates from around.
They should be getting set up soon, right?
Yeah. Okay, there was a...
I will be stepping away for a moment again before the finals start.
Yep. All good. Hide the video for a moment. Okay, so there was a Planetary Qualifier in Toulouse, France today with 80 players. We do know the results. The top 8 was 3 Boba Yellows, a Bosk Blue, 2 Bosk Blue, a Sabine ACL, a Cad Bane Tarkentown, and a Han 1 Yellow. Top 4 was 2 Boba Yellows, Han Yellow and Bosk Blue. The final, Boba Yellow defeated Han Yellow, so that was a Boba win in France. Greenville Planetary Qualifier. I'm seeing a result. I think this is saying Kira 30 Green was one of the top 8. 2 Ray Tarkentowns, a Boba Tarkentown red, Sabine ECL, Luke Steal Your Girl Pelp yellow, and Boss blue. Had quite a few showdowns today. Looks like a red Lando advanced to a 1K. That's what we know. All right, so the Utah Planetary, after we finish this final, you can check that out on Frank Meyer's site. I think that New York is in its top cut right now. And we have Seattle and Take the Initiative continuing on later through. I see in one chat whether platform asking whether anybody caught the Xanadu Blood Triple Dark Raid on stream. I hope everybody caught that. That was an amazing play, my friend. Montreal, Brent Calley says in chat, is 117 players. This PQ sold out. 97 started the day. 2 remain. 1 Boba Green, Conroy Ryan, and 1 Han Yellow, Ian Klein. All right, so that's your standings, that's your updates. We'll be right back with the final of the Baltimore Planetary Qualifier after this.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
All right, so they are off, and they are playing with some speed here as we have Boba Green and Han Yellow started out of the gates real quick.
Yeah, they're already playing.
Yeah, they're using some quick decisions. I think it's two players that are very familiar with their decks and have been playing a long time today. We have a C-3PO with a gun. Why not?
Yeah, the C-3PO with the gun killed the Bazine.
Yep. And then we have Boba Green with a clean board, but it ramped.
A ramped clean board. So C-3PO comes in, naming 3, draws a tech.
Ooh, that's a good one.
5, Bosk, fit, cleans the C-3PO, readies a resource.
Yeah. And I think that, I mean, it's dang near impossible to DJ Tech Boba Green. I don't know that that's your intended play. Maybe. He does get tech. So he's going for it. We'll see whether... I mean, Boba just needs really anything to do 1 damage to the tech after the Boba.
I don't expect he's... Yeah, there. So the McClunky's just going to kill tech. And then potentially Boba's going to attack and armor himself if he has an armor in hand.
Yeah. And that's exactly what Boba wants to do in this matchup.
But no armor. Okay, so it's just Salacious Crumb comes down.
And while a deceptively strong card, nowhere near the power level of... Let me update the players. I think that it's Ian Klein on top.
All right, so this is potentially the Han flip turn. Most likely is the Han flip turn. We'll see kind of how he wants to maneuver this. The Crumb does give the Boba an action Dirtle ability here. So like if Han puts a resource down with his ability, Boba can then attack with Crumb, which means Han then now has to like do something, right? And he very rarely wants to flip into a Boba like this because so much can go wrong, like Barrage or Hot Shot Blaster. So we'll see kind of how he tries to maneuver this turn. He does put the resource down. And now the Boba's armor comes down, so that's really big. Like, that kind of holds this Han flip hostage. 4 resources. Nope. Yep, 4 for a cunning. So he's going to exhaust everything and make Boba discard a random card.
Which is an important thing and a good play note. They're talking about
and
that.
He hits a Barrage, which was not going to be playable this turn. And Bazine comes down with the other 4. It's a hand, double Han hand, Cantina Bouncer, Waylay, C-3PO. Just takes one of the Hans. See if Han actually flips into this board. It's like a little bit of a dangerous board for Han Solo, but but I don't know if like there's ever going to be a clean time to flip to like get Han value in general. So
yep. So he plays another C-3PO, calls a card. He does get a 3.
So these decks do typically run a lot of 3 drops, like more than half their deck. So these C-3POs are pretty consistent. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's I keep mispronouncing. It's Conroy. Well, it says Conroy on the
Conroy.
The thing.
I did. I think I just missed it. I'll get it back to the right way. I must have.
So he does bring the Han out. We'll see kind of how the rest of this maneuvers now. So he's gonna have to blow up 2 of his own resources, putting him back down to 6. So if Boba kills Han here, Han can no longer play a 7-drop this turn. So he might want to do that.
True statement.
He does take out the Han. And we got the Kira coming down. See if he names. We're not going to really know for certain what he's naming here. If he names one of those two, or if he decides to name a card that isn't in his opponent's hand right now.
And I suspect it probably is a card that wasn't in his hand. I mean, you might want to call Muller.
I mean, Bosk is a clean play here, so he probably I guess he named Bosk, but I don't know if he did. But I think he did.
Okay,
I think he would have played Bosk and killed the C-3PO otherwise.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. I think you're right.
So C-3PO whiffs. And we get a 7th Fleet Defender. And Han claims.
Okay.
Does he have another unit to smuggle? It's another Bazine. So he might be able to just rip the other Han now.
So he's got a Fleet Lieutenant, a Waylay. What is that? 2 Cantina.
2 Cantina. Yep. So lots of balance. He does take the other Han. So now he has killed 2 Hans at this point.
I don't know if he drew. Did he drew the extra card from Bazine? I mean, he definitely drew the 2 for the end of the turn.
Don't know. Looks like he's reminding him right now about a Bazine draw potentially. But I'm not sure.
All right.
So I'm not counting cards in hands. So he did draw Cunning. I saw that, which can be a pretty big card here. Yeah, he has to find a way eventually to deal with this Boba, though, which is tough for this deck, right? This deck plays a lot of bounce. Like, Han is an important card, and he's already lost 2 of those. But it's going to be a lot of damage, like direct damage, and Boba's armor is a pretty big problem for a deck that's trying to interact with damage.
Right. Now, Han might have upgrade hate, but if he does, it's probably in the sideboard. I don't think that's typically run main deck for Han Yellow. All right, we're going here. We have Kira on the board, presumably calling Bosk, because that was
almost certainly it called Bosk, right? Because he would have played Bosk last turn otherwise.
I think you're exactly right. And then we have a 7 Fleet Defender, an armored Boba, who's a 6/9, and harder to kill than that, with 2 damage. On the other side, we have C-3PO and Kira.
Mm-hmm.
DJ? So what's going on now?
You could play a DJ, but that's not doesn't do that much.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you have Cunning.
But Cunning doesn't. It's more of a stall play here, and he is doing the Cunning. It looks like it's going to be probably Exhaust 2. Maybe he goes again for the discard.
Yeah, I think
he might go for a pump. Like, there's a chance that he just goes for a pump.
That's very risky.
Very.
I mean, you gotta kind of tap because you have to take care of Boba Leader, right?
And this is the second Cunning, right? So
you definitely don't want to return Bazine.
Yep.
So it's probably tap and discard, is my guess.
It does. No, he's pumping Kira. Okay,
so he's hit him for 7.
Yeah, it's not enough to kill Boba yet, and if Boba has like a Maul or something, or okay, it's just a Waylay, so that's a pretty big deal.
Right.
Plays the Wing Leader.
On to C-3PO, who's a rebel. I think Ian is a proponent of the rebel variant of Han Yellow.
So he misses on the C-3PO call, and we got another 7 Fleet Defender. So the shielded units are also kind of annoying for this Han deck.
Yeah.
There's just like shields and Boba's armor on everything right now.
Yep. And he's really going for kind of his intended game plan so far this match. I think that there's 6 damage on Ian's base.
So he goes with Spark. He sees a Vader and a Bosk.
Take the Vader, I imagine. He did.
Yep. He takes the Vader, but, he could just be taking 12 damage this turn and probably has very little he can do about that right now.
At some point, you run out of cunnings.
Does need to pay 2 resources for that spark, but I'm sure at some point those will get resourced.
I don't know too much about Conroy Ryan other than he's a pretty good Boba Green player, as we've seen for the last 3 streams. And then Ian Klein, I know, tests with Bothan Network. Nice guy. I think he wore a Naruto hat for most of Gen Con.
Just these Bazeeds being so surgical at taking out the Hans is major.
Yeah, and there's a lot of hand sniping in both of these decks. I mean, Boba has...
They both play a lot. I mean, the Mono Yellow Han plays even more, right?
Right.
Just he's got a full grip of cards. It's just really tough for him to like deal with any of the units in play right now.
Yeah, certainly Han has card advantage significantly right now.
All right, so he did exhaust the 2 for Spark, by the way. So he waylays the 7th fleet. Now Boba's coming in for 6 to base, so he's just ignoring the 3PO, which I think it makes sense, right? Like the Han hasn't yet proven that he can interact with any of these units, so trying to shorten the game makes a lot of sense to me. We know he has a Bosk in hand, which he'll add a 7th fleet, which he can just deploy both this turn. He doesn't even have to ambush with the Bosk if he doesn't want to. Go 3 to base. He does call 3, draws a Falcon, which he can play this turn.
And that gives him some reach. Potentially
got
takes
another
care
7th fleet defender.
Or the 7th fleet defender again, maybe.
Yeah, I could see him like wing leader, break a shield, Falcon, kill a 7th fleet. Like, it is a way to get one of these off the board.
Mm-hmm. Then you can put it back to hand if you want to.
Let's just play the Falcon out. I think we'll likely just see a Bosk played out for 5 without an ambush here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Boba Green has no cards in his hand.
Right, because he's used the discard action on Cunning multiple times and also Sparked multiple times. So,
Cunning was once discard. The other time he buffed the...
oh, yeah, you're right.
The Kira.
You're right.
But he Sparked. Yeah. And he's just been very efficient in his like resource deployment. He's been playing like multiple cards in a lot of these turns. His opponents also like ripped the expensive cards out of his hands. So he's just like played 3 drops and 5 drops.
And Boba do be like that.
So we'll see kind of what he rips here, because like if he draws like Fire Spray, Maul Vader, like that kind of stuff right now, that could bury Han. But if he draws some like Crumb and Resupply, it could be a completely different situation.
And I don't know. I mean, I imagine it's not main deck. We might see a Bamboozle from Han at some point this game. I think that's often what upgrade hate that runs. But it doesn't solve the problem forever.
So Boss goes to base. Cantina bounces 7th fleet. So Han's at 19. He's about to take 6 potentially from the Boba. Resupply. He did draw Resupply, but with Bosk in play, that actually does something. Fleet Lieutenant.
C-3PO
takes out Bosk. He draws a Rogue Operative.
Which could be worse. That's a reasonable draw to get.
In a way, I think maybe instead of playing Resupply there, he could have just gone base for 6 with Boba, because that puts Ian in a position where he kind of has to claim.
So now now Ian got to do a lot more things before he had to claim. Because
of the Resupply. I don't think he needed to kill the Falcon there, to be perfectly honest. I think just hitting for 6, your opponent now kind of just has to claim because Boba's lethal.
So, and Boba remains lethal, and we're going to game 2.
Boba remains lethal. 7th fleet is not.
Or he's looking at his resources. We'll see. We don't know for sure it's a scoop yet.
No, he could. He has plenty of ways to maybe exhaust it. There's just he does have a cunning in hand, so
All right, so yeah, he's
could
not
just
gonna
be again.
probably double tap and bounce and hope for the best, or bump, double tap and bump.
I
And
think
hope for
he
the
has
best.
to bump and he has to kill the boba. Like he can't win this game if the
Right.
boba's in play. So
So yeah,
he
he
has to
buffed the
find a way to
bouncer.
kill boba.
He buffed the bouncer, I think, is what that is when he has the
Hmm.
exclamation mark there. So the bouncer would hit for 7. Boba
Which
has
would turn to 5.
Yep.
It's still not enough. It's still not enough.
yeah, Boba
And
wearing
the and it only hits for 1. So he's still short a damage here to kill boba.
Now if he's got cunning buff plus sacrificing 2 units and surprise strike, he can take care of
Or
Boba wearing
surprise
his
strike or a hot shot blaster.
Boba
Yeah.
wearing his fair and balanced armor.
It's a big thing is coming out. It is a maul, and he puts 4 overwhelm into the fleet lieutenant, and puts Han at 1 life left. One base point remaining. 3 lethal attackers presented here.
Things look bad for the audacious smuggler.
All right. Oh no, I thought okay, he was picking up his cards. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. So we're going on to game
All
2.
right, but now I don't know his sideboard, but they typically do have more things to interact with this armor post board because it is such a huge problem.
Yeah, and I think it was you that said when talking about decks, I mean, always have a plan for Boba's armor.
Yeah, at this point, that card is getting played so much. Of course, they have a lot of hand hate, so like sometimes that's enough to get there. Like you bit out of their hand. Stopping the ramp too, if he's able to do that, like he wasn't in this game, which always puts you in a very precarious position when that boba's out like so much earlier than you can deploy your leader.
Here. Connor Ryan's name's pretty long. We'll call it Boba up 1-0 right now on Han. But I think that Han's deck improves into this matchup probably more than Boba's deck improves into Han. Could be wrong about that. We don't know the exact list. I do think that the Boba has all kinds of extra sideboard. He must have a lot of sideboard that's dedicated to that big top end we saw for the mirror last game. Whereas against a Han Solo, you're looking for
These games grind, right?
Yep.
These games grind. And Palp Return is almost certainly coming in here because it makes ripping out the haymakers a little more problematic.
Yep. Great card. One of my favorites of set 2. I love seeing my favorite set 2 card, McClunky, taking the front seat in a deck. I just wish it wasn't a Boba Fett deck. But when you're playing for an event like this, you bring the best chance to win. There's absolutely no shame in bringing the best deck.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of what we see right now is I think sometimes less deck dependent and more player dependent. I think like a good player will pilot and do well. Like we see consistently a lot of like the same names appear in some of these 1Ks or topping store showdowns or like even in these PQs, right? So like, is it deck related? Is it because they're playing a specific deck, or is it because they're just good and like if they would get there with a lot of stuff? So
right. And the story of Ian Klein and Han Yellow is one of the original architects.
Yeah, he did really well. He won like 2 SCGs and really early in this set with a Han Yellow.
And he was on that deck, starting it even at the tail end of set 1, before anybody believed in it, and then, really the tech DJ thing. The tech DJ thing catapulted it. I think Han Yellow is the best deck for that combo by a long shot. Okay, so he sees a Bazine, a Bosk, a Boba, and an overwhelming barrage. He takes the Bazine, which tells me he might have a Cunning.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It just plays the Boba, it gets waylaid, so
We're going into the 4 resource turn, and nothing really happened so far. We're going to get a Greedo with Han action.
this is a very different kind of Han game because he's spending a lot of his resources early. He's kind of falling behind in cards, card advantage.
Lucas Townsend in the chat asks, for judging, is the responsibility who plays Bazine to remind the opponent to draw? Or if opponent misses it, they miss it. It is not an optional thing. So my position on that is that both players are responsible for maintaining the game state, including drawing the correct number of cards.
Also, I wouldn't rush to conclusions here that they didn't draw. Like, yeah. I mean, I wasn't really paying attention to his deck, but like, you don't know if he's drawing before or after he's putting the card in the discard pile. Like, I mean, maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but
I'm just looking at the chat again to see how Bazine reads. No, it says that player draws a card. It's not that player may draw a card, so it's not. I mean, if you don't remind your opponent, are you a bad person? No. But I think the rules would require that, or at least they would say that both players are responsible for the board state, including if you do discard, that player should draw. I don't think that Ian necessarily missed. I think that he drew cards very quickly immediately after it. He might have been 3. I mean, how do we know that?
The Greedo is taken out by Boba, and he misses on the flip.
Okay, he plays a Rogue Operative, which is a 2/4 with Raid 2 Saboteur with the Rebel trait.
It's a very clean target for Boss to come in, so...
That's exactly what happens.
And Boba's flipping this turn, but it looks like Han's going to flip this turn also.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think... And there's not much Boba can do to one-shot Han.
And he doesn't even
here.
Go for it. He goes to base for 4. Let's see if I can update the scoreboard. We have Conroe Ryan on Boba Fett up 1-0 in the finals of the Baltimore PQ against Ian Klein on Han Yellow. $175 people still watching live, and I'm sure many more on the replay videos on demand. So thanks all for tuning in. This has been a great event. We have Boba trade into Han, right? Boba unit trade into Han.
Right, so tech comes out from the resource row. So 2 open for Han. He can't use his ability this turn, so there's very little this deck can play on 2 resources. But Boba's not even messing around. He's getting rid of that tech.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're playing against Han Yellow, tech is kill on sight, right?
Usually.
Yeah. I mean, if you have lethal, go take the lethal, but most of the times it's not very safe to have a tech out there.
Yeah, so once again, the Boba now in the really commanding board state, but he is vulnerable to the 7-drop Han this game, which he was not last game. I don't know if it's in Ian's hand. I imagine it's not, or he probably would have played it.
Right.
That's about the cleanest Han you're ever going to see. And it's just a waylay back into the 7th fleet. Ian only has 1 card in hand, so definitely on the back foot right now, unfortunately.
So that's a hot shot blaster, so that was 6-10.
Mm-hmm. Just playing out a Gamora and guards.
With no Sentinel, because it does not see a yellow unit.
And a 7 drops coming out. It's a Vader, which is enormous.
So things are slipping away from Han yellow as this matchup continues.
All right. Salacious Crumb comes out. Nothing else.
Alright, so still 10 damage on Han's base. But looking at a monster of a board on Boba's side. And he plays a Rogue
It's the
Operative.
Rogue.
We'll see if Boba starts turning the corner.
Yeah, so he's just going to base now with the
Right.
Vader. There's tech. We'll see if Boba tries to remove that this time, or if we're just past that point now and just going face.
Did you play Hearthstone?
It's a barrage, so
And
that's an 8 damage barrage.
Yeah, and this might be Scoop City. Crumb can finish off the Rogue Operative,
and we got 8. Yeah.
Boba comes in for 8 to 23. Readies another resource. Plays a 7 Fleet Defender. Plays a Salacious Crumb. Plays a Greedo.
And there's the handshake. So
There's a handshake.
Excellent run by Ian Klein. This is a very tough matchup sometimes. Like when you can see like how difficult it is to get that Boba off the table. Congratulations to Conroy, right? That's a big win.
That's a big win, and it's well played. I think we saw a lot of Conroe in the later rounds. And he really had some good games. I think he was the only one to take out the Bosk Blue and Swiss, which is a tough matchup. And he needed that. He probably needed that to get into the top 8.
Yeah, for sure.
And in the end, he manages taking home the big prize, the playmat, the Dr. Evison quadruple, and finally the day 1 buy at Worlds. All right, so that's going to be wrapping up our coverage of the Baltimore Planetary Qualifier. Thanks everybody for watching. As we go out, there is a planetary still going on, I believe. You said in New York is Clifton Park at Flipside?
Yep.
And then after that, we have Utah, where if you want to check that stream out, it's Blonde Sabine on Twitch. And you also have Take the Initiative, which is live casting the Seattle PQ. So plenty of Star Wars left today. I might see if I can hop on some of the other channels as a guest here. Any final thoughts after seeing that planetary, Woo?
I mean, the players we saw played tight. We're seeing the power of Boba, like front and center. We've seen a lot of matchups with that. We saw the boss Blue. We saw him for like 5 rounds, just cleaning up people. So, there's definitely playable decks that aren't Boba, but he is making up a pretty substantial portion of the field right now, and the winner's field for that matter.
And if you're finding this coverage helpful, I mean, all of the people doing this are doing it for the love of the game. Ain't nobody playing coverage teams that I'm aware of. But I think it is important for the long-term health of the game. So, I mean, please subscribe to Golden Dice Podcast, to Woo's channel, to Unplayable. How good was D-House, today, announcing, and, hopefully late night gaming too. That actually helps us and costs you dang near nothing. It actually costs you exactly nothing to do that. So, thanks everybody for watching this far. If you watched this far, I guess you're my hero. And we'll catch you later.